Here
oh,
again.
rickety, right. Let's get down into it, baby.
European teams.
Top
to see which
8
one makes it here on Sunday. We'll start with Team Vitality.
today.
Yay or nay?
4 more teams go home today.
Does Vitality make Sunday?
Does Vitality make Sunday? That's going to be the question. We're going to go through it all.
Oh, no, I don't know.
Well, you got 3 seconds to figure it out. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're all in favor there of Vitality.
Come on, it's Vitality.
This dude, he's like,
What are you shaking on?
Yeah,
why do you
what's
not
the
believe in
concern?
Vitality?
He still doesn't believe in Zen. That's what he's shaking.
He doesn't believe in Zen?
I don't know.
no.
I don't know if the crowd's gonna believe in Zen. I want to see.
Who cares what the crowd
I want to see
thinks?
how. Yeah, the crowd does matter because when they get loud, it means something. I think they might root for Rise instead.
Interesting. So you think,
It does not
do you think the
matter.
crowd will affect Zen? Is
I
what
think
you're
it'll just
saying?
affect the whole entire Vitality team.
Well, let's challenge that. Let's do BDS next in terms of if you think BDS will make it to Sunday.
BDS
3,
up, yep.
2,
He still
Up,
doesn't believe in Zen.
up.
That's what he's shaking.
He doesn't believe in Zen?
I don't know if the crowd.
Okay, we got, we're all here in agreement. Okay, we got 2 teams
What's
so
chat
far
think?
in Europe. I believe last time we saw chat's vote, it was like 97% or 93%.
78%.
This time 78%, 76 now in terms of BDS. All right,
Little
well,
doubters for BDS. It's surprising.
I feel like this one might have us a little bit split though. Moist. Does Moist make Sunday? They've had a good run so far. They're hanging out nicely in the upper bracket.
Oh, Charlie and the boys.
You're not
Moist,
allowed
yay.
to do that. You already said you believe in him.
Did Moist?
Yeah.
No, I didn't say that.
He didn't say that at all.
I didn't say that at all.
Let's
words
see,
never
let's
came
see what
out
he's
of his mouth.
What are we
saying now.
talking
Trying to
about?
get in your head.
I'm going
3,
down.
2, 1.
I don't think they make it.
Oh,
No.
You two, why?
No
Why?
Moist because they're
Because they're gonna go as Karmine Corp.
A squads and then A squads are gonna absolutely slam them down. So it's gonna be domination. No offense to your Moist.
Hey,
but
he
you gotta go home.
wants the slam down. I don't know if it's going to be a slam down. I think they're going to go down fighting. Personally, I don't think they beat KC. And I think
I mean,
in the lower bracket that
I
you know,
feel
these
like
teams are
KC
hungrier
has
than
shown
Moist.
at
I think they're already
times
happy with making upper bracket semifinal.
that they aren't the same team
Karmine,
from
Vitality, BDS,
winner, I
yes.
don't think.
I just can't get behind Moist.
That's right.
All right, well.
Or wait, no, they
let's
won
check
in
K-Corp
spring, right?
here.
Or
I'm gonna
fall,
come back
sorry?
to that, by the
Okay,
way.
okay.
But I want to do K-Corp now before we start doing a
Surely
little
if
bit
I
of
throw
guessing.
out
Karmine
every,
makes Sunday,
regional, I'm
y'all
right at
over
one of
there,
them, right?
y'all be quiet. Okay, we know they're in favor of it. 3, 2, 1. Okay,
Bro, what are you, a K-Corp fan all of a sudden, bro? Put that down. Put that.
K-Corp fan all of a sudden.
Give me this, man.
All right.
Where'd you
All
get
right.
this from?
He said all
My
this.
question though, Turtle and Bates, you guys said no to Moist. Who do you have making it over them?
Oh, I don't know, somebody.
Somebody.
Somebody. I ain't looking at the bracket yet.
Another team?
One NA team. That's all I got to
Here,
say.
you got Liquid, Gen.G,
Bates is
Rule
letting
Runner,
that
Complexity.
NA
Who's going over them?
bias
Gen.G and
drive his
Complexity.
picks a bit
I don't
much,
know.
I think,
Depends on
chat.
what side of the bracket they fall on.
I think,
Yeah, sure.
dude, it's so hard to pick between Liquid and Gen.G. I think I have to pick Liquid. I think Liquid go in favor of Moist. I think that's
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Interesting. We will see. But, you know, we've been doing a lot of yapping. You guys see that timer kicking down. We are about to get ready here for kickoff of
Game
course,
number 1,
with
baby.
The bracket. Let's take a look one last time here as things get set up. We'll take a look at the upper side later on today. But, of course, that lower round is where eyes are going to be on, of course. And if you guys want to know the order of the matches, boom. Right here is the schedule. Again, we'll finish the day off with the lower quarterfinals. Like I said, upper bracket semifinals will happen after we get to these lower round 3 matches. Liquid will play Gen.G Mobile 1 later on today. But of course, first match of the day, Complexity versus Rule 1. A team that's
man,
over
who
in
do we think
Complexity
here,
to
chat?
North America,
I feel
facing
like
the new kings of Nina in Rule 1.
And boy, oh boy, is
man,
Rule
Rule
1
1's
scary
looks
in
pretty
my
solid,
eyes, but
man.
Complexity have shown so much consistency, even after that blunder on offense where they took the L against Vitality. They fought back, and this one will go the distance.
Now it's time for Stacks to intro
What do we think, chat?
Complexity.
Boston, Massachusetts, let me talk to ya. Welcome to TakeOver. 8 of the best teams in the world have earned the right to continue their major journey right here in front of Esports' greatest fans. It's time to meet our first 2 teams of the day.
I think I got to rock with
we have a lot more experience.
Rule 1
and
here.
We are better players. نوقف اللعب الجماعي المناولات حقتهم ونفجر الثالث وبإذن الله نفوز.
We will be fine like always.
أنت تستهين كثير فيني بس لأنك طويل ما راح تفوز علي. أنا المدافع مع روس مستحيل يسجلون أي هدف.
I'm gonna bomb you all the time. You're gonna be the ghost in that series.
بعطيك لقب الشبح وبطلعك من البطولة.
You guys really don't know what we are capable of.
Let's get it, baby.
Introducing first on the blue side, North America's shining star, it's Complexity!
Yo, this music just slaps.
I'm not gonna lie.
After the disastrous loss to Vitality in the upper bracket game 5, they went down to the lowers and made work of NIP. But
All right, we're looking solid
that
so
being said,
far.
They did still show signs of weakness. They've got to lock in here today if they want to take down Rule 1.
But one thing they did show, especially in that interview, is they have the resolve to get over those big losses, not let that affect them. And they're going to need that in this series going up against Rule 1. They can't let them get underneath their skin.
That's right, AJG, he's been sensational the whole entire weekend. He's been absolutely clinical in defense, been really solid on offense, and he's been the catalyst to this team. Big challenges in the midfield. This team is representing North America, but they're also representing South America. They're representing both of them, and it's because of the big man in the middle, the Bull, El Toro, Ray's Bull, one of the best players in the game. When he's on, he's hard to stop.
Oh, and it is terrifying. I mean, if this guy is behind the ball, it's pretty much over. And what I love the most about Complexity is
Are
they'll
all the games
unleash him
best of
at
fives?
random times. They'll usually start
Or
off
they
the
say during
series,
the pre-show?
Raiseball's kind of feeling himself, trying to get involved where he can, but not forcing it. And if they need him to show up, he will, and he'll make quick work of you.
That's right, and then last but not least, CRR. This man, he's played at 3 lands now. Gamers 8, played really solid out, made a grand final. Then he came all the way to North America, made the Winter Major, made it to the semifinal. CRR, he's always
CRR's looked
always
really
been
good this tournament so far.
He wants to make it all the way to the end. Subi, you interviewed him yesterday. He said he's not worried about anybody, and he wants to see Vitality in the grand finals for a rematch.
Complexity getting set, but let's bring in their opponents.
All right, well, I introduced
And their opponents, they've taken over the MENA region. The new heirs to the throne, please welcome Rule 1!
Rule 1 ended up suffering a tough loss to get here into lower bracket to BDS, but they were close games, just kind of showing here. Rule 1 are able to have competition with some of the top teams in this event, Turtle.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no doubt about that. They've had close matches, and it's all about finding that groove if you're Rule 1. We've seen what happened. They played yesterday in that reverse sweep. They didn't score in the first 2 games, but then scored 15 goals once things started connecting. Got the reverse sweep against Power, and let's see if that plays into their nerves and if they're comfortable on this stage. Roas, of course, a deadly man on the field. All 3 of these guys step up when needed, and then here in the middle, you can't forget them.
You cannot forget Mawson. Gotta split up the twins. First time we've ever seen 2 brothers playing on the same stage at an RLCS level event. But not only are they just brothers, they're twins. Mawson has so much to stand up to, and he has been the difference maker for Rule 1 and all of the success they've had.
But I've been waiting to talk about the next player on Rule 1, Kalirs. Come on, this guy is unstoppable. Statistically, 1.25 goals per game, number 1 in the tournament, 4.75 shots per game, also number 1 in the tournament, 73% goal participation. He is a warrior out there.
That was a whole bunch of stats he just listed off, Turtle. He has every single stat possible, but he's going to need him. He's going up against the Complexity squad that has been consistent the whole entire year. Started off, barely missed out on the fall major, improved, made it to the winter major, won the first regional in the spring. Had a little bit of a fall off, just a tad, but they're still here, still competing at the highest level. And Rule 1 is going to be a testament to see how great they really are.
All right.
Representing that
yeah, and one thing that we've seen.
I forgot to put in chat or put in
Rule 1 is hyper aggressive. They are just going to press.
Discord, we're live. Hold on.
And just try and run up that scoreboard. We saw yesterday they pulled off of Brazil a 7-1. They just want to try and get those goals. And for Complexity, they're going to have a lot of opportunities at transitional plays, but are they going to be able to capitalize is going to be the biggest question mark in my mind.
In terms of transitional plays, you got to think about play styles here for both teams. Obviously, when Rule 1 are in that aggressive front, they do look like a challenge for anybody whose defense isn't set. But Complexity also has those set defenses and really strong counterattacks, as well as the physical play, which has made a difference in some of these series here. It's going to be close here, Turtle.
And for me, Complexity is truly the deadliest play style between these two because of how quickly they can adapt. We saw how slow Rule 1 were to get back in that series against Power. Meanwhile, I think Complexity can play all different styles out here. Against Liquid, they were stuck on defense for what felt like the entire series, but still bounced back. Then against Ninjas in Pajamas, when they're given space, they can stay on offense and keep the possession the whole time. They can do it all. Such a well-rounded roster.
Yep, them boys all smiling. They're waving to the crowd. They got the crowd behind them. Complexity, just a reminder, everybody, just want a little bit more. If Complexity wins, version 1's there. And I know the arena's going to really want to see that. Meanwhile, if Mina keeps on rolling, Rule 1 keeps going, Twisted Minds, they're still going to have a great opportunity. I know they're watching all the way across the globe.
Bring this
TV's
over here and
on,
watch
everything
something.
else in between, as they're trying to see if Rule 1 can do it.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough here. I mean, both these teams kind of getting ready and getting set here. I mean, X factors, Subi, between these two, what individual are you going to keep eyes on?
Man, it's one of those questions. Do you go with the standout player or do you go with the guy that you normally aren't?
I wonder if I just
But for
added
me,
more memory,
the
if that would
X factor
help.
for Complexity, gotta be El Toro. You gotta look at Ray's Bull. If he's popping off, he is a crowd favorite in this
I feel like
arena.
that's something in my next
If
build
he
I
gets
have to
going,
run with.
It's gonna be Complexity. And like Turtle was saying, Killiers, if he can dominate like we've seen him dominate, he is the X factor for me for Rule 1.
Getting ready here to get things set up here. I'm really interested, especially, you got to understand, best of 5. We've talked about Rule 1 yesterday. They ended up having to reverse sweep Power because Power ended up getting those 1-goal games and limiting Rule 1 to any goal-scoring opportunities. Going to be very important for Rule 1 to have a hot start for sure.
Listen, I don't like this matchup. I'm scared because I am, again, fighting between what I truly believe and who I truly believe has the advantage versus the underdogs of Rule 1, and they've already got the experience. I want to know, what are the nerves going to be like? You cannot start out scoreless if you're Rule 1 like they did against Power. If they get that same start where they trip right as soon as the flare goes off or the shot goes off, I think it's over for them. They've got to have a good game 1.
You see the chat vote, hashtag COL for Complexity, hashtag R1 for Rule 1. Gentlemen, it is time to get
What are we thinking, chat?
Let's go.
Who do you guys
I think it's Rule 1. I would like to see Complexity win because it helps that vision, that helps that V1 qualifying, but
Complexity are one of the best teams in this tournament right now. And it's scary once they get going in this lower bracket. If you're going to take down Complexity, it has to be the first series of the day immediately. If this was the lower bracket quarterfinals and I'm seeing a Complexity roster, I don't know if I'm going to bet against them. But right now, I believe in Mina. I'm going Rule 1.
yeah, I think Rule 1's a good bet, honestly.
Heard it with Rule 1. You going to join him, Subi?
Do it.
Come on, we're in North America. We've only got a few.
I thought you didn't like North America.
The crowd's gonna be behind them. And
Come on, bro.
yeah, I'm not going with you. I'm sorry. I'm going with Complexity. I love the fact that Rule 1 is here. I love the fact that they have upset some teams. But unfortunately, this is where that run is gonna end.
That's right. Give me Complexity as well. I'm rolling with them.
A lot of Complexity picks here, huh?
This arena's going to be behind them.
Okay.
And then Daniel and the boys are going to be me at Dusseldorf.
Listen.
Come on.
I see your point.
You see the vision. Do you see the vision of Rule 1?
No, he doesn't.
I see the vision.
Complexity.
But I just took my glasses off. And now all I see is a blue star. I'm going complexity here as well. Gibbs also went complexity here, just so you guys know, for the competition. Let's see what chat said here in the fan vote to see where they're going.
All right, first team to get sent home, one of these two teams.
No split here on the desk.
Oh
but the
my
chat
God.
Let's go.
You got some help there, Turtle. Again, it's Arena. You guys ready to get this game started?
Let's get it.
Let's say it.
Yo, it's gonna be so
Kick this thing off.
hopping once this thing gets later in the day,
The
man.
road to the World Championship runs
Especially
through
Championship
Boston.
Sunday. Ugh.
All year long, teams have told themselves if we got one more lucky bounce, if we scored one more goal, we could rewrite history and we could be a major champion. Well, folks, time is running out.
Let's go, baby.
The time for excuses is all over. It all comes down to this final weekend. It's a double elimination bracket. You either have it now or you don't. It's time for the great ones to take over. This is the final major of the year. This is the last chance to make a move.
Ooh, the goosebumps, chat. Let's fucking go.
Rocket League!
Boston, how we doing, baby? Welcome to the
Woo!
playoffs. We got North
Let's
America
go.
taking on Meetup. World spots on the line, everything on the line, James. But
Oh, you are 100% right. Rule 1 has taken down Sam and crew. They've taken down Power from OCE. But guess what? Boston, buckle up. It's go time.
Let's go,
let's
baby.
go, baby. Rule 1. What a story so far. Making it to the crowd. Top 8. And almost
Nice first
kicking it
shot.
off the bat in style.
And Clears, he has been the top scorer so far in this event, scoring most of the goals for Rule 1. Already an early chance. Rule 1, though, had such a slow start. They were shut out back-to-back games against Power before they started to battle back.
Chad, don't forget if you're tuning in, man, do me a favor, hit that like button.
Should be the favorites going in. That could help Rule 1, but it's not helping them so far. Stuck in defense, Roas working it out now. Gets the bump. Can Mossy get the first on the ball?
Let's go.
That is the Roas effect. All along, taking it airborne, scoping out the defense, getting the demo. But Mawson there actually had to adjust his speed because Roas got bumped back into that ball. Great awareness there and excellent execution.
I love that counter-attack as well from Rule 1. A lot of composure. They were in trouble in defense. Complexity were surging forward, but just in the blink of an eye, they worked it down the other end. A great go-ahead play as well. What about Raceful over to CRR? Shot does go wide. HAG keeping the ball in for Complexity. They're trying to get that quick response. But again, it's Rule 1 on the counter.
Rule 1 almost having flashbacks to the drops goal. That pass down, but fortunately for Rule 1, able to defend it this go around. Now a block. Clears off the backboard, will get a nice read and will go for a 50, but the pass finds its way over. No, it doesn't, it's cut off. Great
Here we
speed,
go.
but AJ
Here we go.
going for the backboard. Didn't make contact on the double tap. And that's gonna slow things down a bit. But still, we see Complexity upfield.
Khalil's working it out as well. They're so good at these counter-attacks. Demo's coming through. He's got a
Another
flip
one.
first then. AJ
Oh,
takes
good
the
bump.
right
Oh,
off the back
it's
line.
left over.
At Boston.
Second drop.
CRR clears it to the side. Rule 1 are just looking deadly in this offense.
What?
Oh, that's a big...
Nice save from our... Woo!
Party pooper there. Getting in front of that one. That pitch looked good enough.
Oh, it was almost there, but another shot on net. Off the post. Reinforcements arrive. The cavalry arrives here for Rule 1. The demo's coming through. Clears. Temporary 3v2 here. Rule 1 trying to work out that counter-attack. It worked early in the game. Complexity pushing forward, but a
2v1.
huge clear on HAG. Has to do well, and does.
The mid boost stolen away from Razebull as well. Has been picking up small pads though. We'll see what Clears does. Down to
Whoa.
a dribble. CRR
Nice save.
bailing Razebull out.
Rule 1, though, doing a good job
had a
right now.
much more effective attack compared to their
Keeping
serial
pressure up,
power
second
yesterday.
touch.
You see a double
No.
tap threat there. Now Razebull back down to the ground into a dribble. Low 50. Snacks the corner. Stealing pass. AJG up. And he's beat to the ball. The net was vulnerable. But fortunately for Complexity, that long clear going into the corner.
Man, the mechanics are still getting warm here for Complexity. Another great counter. Roas is back. Going to be able to deal with this one as well. Rule 1 seemingly looking a little bit more composed at the moment. Great infield pass. AJG's off the bar. Moss has to make
Oh!
there.
And
Again, Rule 1 holding on.
And that was a demo from behind. It put AJG on respawn and prevented any rebound goal opportunities. And that was really when Rule 1 had such good success against Power, was when they started utilizing those demos already against Complexity. Rule 1
2 minutes left here.
But we see CRR take out Kaliers. Will that have an effect? No. Kaliers
You're not letting Complexity really get deep in here at all.
Yesterday for Complexity against NIP. And again here, they're getting
nice shot.
The ball going off the bar. Is there another shot on net? There it is.
Oh, a little dribbler.
AJG, it wasn't a scorcher, but I think he knows better than anyone. It's placement that matters. Getting that one weaved around Mawson, and Complexity tie it up.
Ever since Rule 1 got that first goal, it felt like Complexity were building that momentum. They started to work in the physical plays, the bumps, and they get that reward for effort. Now can Rule 1 work it off the kickoff? Kaliers, AJG dealing with it so far. Raised ball, Complexity are just growing in confidence here in the first game. CRR tries to work a play out, but Mawson's there in the midfield. Rule 1 have to work out this offense. They have to build some pressure.
And we've already seen the play with Rawas, and even before, there was a one just after that. They've been having a lot of success taking it airborne and going for that air bump. Complexity starting to figure things out. CRR getting creative.
Good read by Kaliers, though, for real.
Race ball off the ceiling. We'll leave that for AJG. Another ball off the ceiling is going to make this one tough here for CRR. He's trying to control it. Does so well here. Maybe gets a flip reset. We'll push it past the defense. But now it's on the other end. AJG's bumped off the ball.
It's wide open.
Get there in time. Kaliers.
Oh!
Denied. That ball rolling up the wall saved Complexity.
Oh, just the worst possible situation on that open net. They just couldn't quite get it to work. Rule 1, they would have felt like that should have been a goal. Kaliers, can he again make it happen here? Raiseball does get a good 50 here. 25 seconds on the clock. Are we going to get OT in game number 1?
It's looking like it, unless Raiseball can do something here. There's a demo on the back wall. CRR has AJG in support. AJG, the only 18 boost, was looking for the mid boost, now running on small pads. We'll dive in. Kaliers getting demoed, but
it's in front of the
net.
net. It's in front of the net.
Off the bar.
Oh!
AJG tipping into safety. Still in the air.
Still up.
Ooh, no way! Yo, that's insane. What a fucking first game, bro.
Special about it. I don't know what it is.
Damn.
Complexity, game 1, 0-second goal. Take it out.
And you could not fit a credit card between that ball and the ground at 0 seconds. And AJG was the one to even make the stop when we saw Rule 1 on the attack. If that is not redemption, I don't know what is.
The confidence as well, the redemption, as you said, off that Vitality series. The man that missed that open net has come up clutch here, game number 1. And Rule 1 will have to think that was the one that got away. They had that open net down the other side that they just couldn't get in. They couldn't get it to work.
It was such a great start, though, for Rule 1. They were in control.
That's tough, man. You got the dribbler on the one.
It truly was the difference that AJG made. He was remarkable.
Watch this shot
in that game defensively, but
it's
also
so close to the ground, bro.
And that last one at 0 seconds, that was amazing.
I mean, Complexity's offense is incredible. We saw the physicality, the bump plays. They picked up where they left off in the NIP series. Ladies and gentlemen, are we in Boston? What's going on back here?
Oh, yeah. The crowd is here, and they are hyped up, CJ. And you can tell they are behind Complexity.
Oh, yeah.
They lost it on that 0-second goal. I mean, a lot of fans will get excited about any goal, but that one, you could tell the emotion and the support behind Complexity here in this stadium. Maybe a lot of Version 1 fans out there, who knows?
Yes, we have to remind everyone at home, if Complexity win this series, V1 are off to the World Championships. T-Bates he's shaking in his boots over there. He wants to see V1 at Worlds, but well, Rule 1, they want to spoil the party. They want to stand Twisted Minds over there.
So Rule 1 came out and did a good job dictating the pace early. I don't think you let that loss get your head much here.
Overtime fiasco against Team Vitality, where people said, Complexity shoulda, coulda, woulda won that. But now they have to make up for it in the lower bracket, and AJG was the superstar in game 1 to get him that first win. But There's more to go. Rule 1 showed their determination yesterday against Power, going down 2-0, having to reverse sweep, and they did so.
That's so important for their mindset as well. Walking Roas.
Oh, that was a good shot.
Boston now trying to keep it in for Rule 1. They want another chance. Roas, he's up fast. He's going for the reset.
Couldn't quite get the redirect.
AJG on the backboard.
Nice second touch.
There's another shot.
Oh, what a save!
Are you kidding? Saves the
Wow.
number. AJG again. Complexity holding on.
Razebull keeping that.
They're still
one out
keeping
by
it in
the
the zone though.
Clears though.
Clears.
Shot.
Oh, let's
We saw a play
go!
like this from him on the top 10. Clears is a sniper.
Finds the top slot. AJG pre-jumping, but
Man,
sometimes you just can't cover that top left corner. Off the post as well. Rule 1. They did get that first goal on the board in game 1. They want to help. They want to hold the lead here. We know what Complexity can do. They can always come back into these games.
They do have that comeback potential and mental fortitude. They'll be tested once more. Rule 1, can they hold on to the lead this time? Clears stopping that at the midfield. Razebull tries to collect it, but Clears back to the ball. A small pad, a flick, a bump, doesn't matter. Clears was continuing to go on, but now it's CRR's turn. That one slips off his hood. AJG moves in.
Good to see a little bit of offense here coming out from Rule 1. This is Complexity's turn, however. Sarah, that's a great touch. Is there a follow-up? Roas, huge clear down the other end.
Whoa.
And maybe an open net. AJG just scrambling back in time. Rule 1 making the most of these counter-attacks. They're so happy to sit deep in net and work it up the other end, try and catch Complexity out.
Ooh, okay.
AJG was at his own back corner at the mid and at the opposing corner. None of the 100 boost pads were there for him.
Almost
second
open
touch.
again here. AJG has to cut rotation to grade 50. Rule 1. They're looking comfortable here in offense, but Complexity, as they do, they always find a way to get out. Clears with boost over the top. AJG turns, tries to help out the defense. Rule 1, a little bit of a double commit, but it's going to work out. Still on offense here, still with the boost management, the boost usage. CRR with a great 50, Clears has to back into.
All right, halfway through. Remember, I think Rule 1 was still up at this point in game 1, right? Oh no! Oh no!
Might be AJG on 0 again. He has been running on fumes this entire game. Had he had a little bit of boost there, would have been able to get around it, but even on that dunk, that was almost enough to tie it up for Complexity.
Complexity just not really respecting the fact that could be with Cook right to the door.
What a stuff!
Is anyone there? Is AJG?
Wow. Rule 1's not letting 2 in a row.
Maybe they can make something work. Down the other end here, Mawson circling. Razebull does get the clear. It's a bit of a midfield fight at the moment. The CRR throws it across. It's on target, just wide, however. Now Clears down the other end. He doesn't have any boost to work with. Complexity are getting control. This is what we saw in game number 1, James. Complexity, they just find a way back in.
They do. And now CRR finds boost. But he's being pressured. There's
another
a
demo. 2 demos.
Who takes out 2. Mawson
over another.
Around 1.
Now they're all back in.
To clear this one out. But
another demo. Holy shit!
Are on a demo spree.
Great touch as well from CRR, though. He's going for the bump. He's going for the shot on net.
What?
And we've seen this
Hold on.
multiple times now. Even Rawas, you can see him trying to make adjustments in the air. But CRR had perfect vision, knew how to read the play.
That's an equalizer there too. Complexity going to be shutting down Rule 1. They got to be feeling it.
Now they finally tie it up, and this is the same script from game 1.
Yep.
Rule 1 had the lead. Complexity tied it back up. They managed to score in 0 seconds. We'll see if Rule 1 can flip the script this go around.
Yeah, they'll want a goal probably just to ease the nerves. As you said, they'll be thinking about the demons of game number 1 here as CRR does get a clear, great link up with AJG. It's got to find Razebull, the hero, the ball. What can he do? Reverse pre-jump. Great touch as well. Can he get a second dunk? Forces a wide touch from AJG. That's great play from Rule 1. There's, again, just so deep in net, but looking for the
45 seconds left here.
Another
demo, man. They're playing very aggressive. I think it's what they need to do against Complexity, but...
Double tap, going for 50, perhaps, no. Clears. And with a nice pinch, this is going to shoot it back for CRR, making it a bit awkward. Reads the bounce, dodges the bump, gets the boost. Excellent work from CRR, but now needs support. Finds it in AJG. AJG up to CRR. CRR off the backboard. Razebull going high.
Too high.
AJG will need to take the shot, but he didn't want to overcommit. And the
Clears get that? Clears got that.
It's Rule 1 just hanging in there, though, at the end of the game. Boston does get a bit of space. Doesn't have any boost to work with. Can it be Rule 1 this time?
That was a good shot. Another shot! Let's go!
It's Boston!
Tit for tat! A 0-second goal in game 1 for Complexity now. One with only 6 seconds on the clock for Mawson and Rule 1. We'll see if there's any kickoff strats in the playbook for Complexity.
Let's see it.
Here we go. What have they got here? It is a 50. It's a win to AJG. Surely not again. Boston great 50. CRR trying to push forward, but that ball will hit the ground. And Rule 1
Best
will
of 3, baby.
Best of 7.
Admirable composure as well from Rule 1. This was the exact same situation that we saw in game 1 where Rule 1 fell, but now they're able to turn it around, and physicality is on full display for Rule 1. There was the double demo from Rawas. We saw so many good demos.
1, 2, and 3 are best of 5.
I was getting a bit excited with the best of 7s. We'll get those from the third series on.
Oh, so the lower bracket
that was fantastic showing.
quarters are also best of 7s. I did not know that.
The game 1
okay, so after our first 2 series, everything else is best of 7.
Winning goal, maybe another 0-second goal, but Rule 1, they were clutch in the end at the death.
Oh, they were, and just looking at the Mobile 1 high performance replay, we saw a repeat of the Clears top 10 shot. Excellent power placement, precision. It was all there to get that one goal, but Complexity tying it back up. There were a few moments, though, CJ, where both of us were a bit surprised that the rebound, there was no one there for Complexity to punch one of those goals in.
I think that's the intimidation from the Rule 1 counterattack, though, because they all just are so happy to sit in net, and how quickly this Rule 1 team can get it down the other end. You just see a little bit of doubt from that second man from Complexity, and have a look at Clears there. This team, I mean, there's a reason why I retired, ladies and gentlemen. I'm too old for this game. These guys are too quick. The reflexes are on point.
Already seeking the benefits of coffee, and you know they're caffeinated out there with the way they've been playing.
Here we go.
Let's see if Complexity can now have an answer. They have not managed to score first yet. Rawas has been a menace with those demos. And there's a
nice response from Complexity.
It looked like there was a lead block attempt, but AJG finding...
Why did that come back? Did I lose connection?
CRR again, he was an absolute menace against NIP, and he cuts through front post, knocks the defender out of the way, and a goal out of nothing.
Well done by CRR. We see Complexity getting aggressive, finally managing to score first, and it's a quick one. It's another demo off.
It's going to be big now. Rule 1 needs to figure out a... Font does a good pass. He had a good idea.
And now another demo clears, taking out AJG.
It's absolute pandemonium here, an absolute demolition derby. Raise ball. What can he do? What goes on?
Oh no!
It's a great pass. Saved out. Complexity out of nowhere. Another chance, almost out of nothing. They are pushing forward. Ruan, look for the counter. Here's the demo.
Nice second touch.
Say, we'll match you. If you want to be physical, we'll take it right up to these boys.
Oh, and you can see Mawson even going all the way down, stealing boost, going for bumps, landing demos. We'll have to stop this shot. You can see him flip into it, trying to get there before Raise Bull kicks off the ceiling. CRR with a bit of space. Flip reset. Broken up by Mawson. Rebound out to Raise Bull, who pops it for AJG. And Mawson.
Oh, it's open.
It away.
It's open.
There's the.
Oh, there's the response. Let's go.
Again, Rule 1 counterattack. Rinse and repeat. You know they got to do it to you every single day of the week. CRR couldn't get back in time. The demo to secure the open net counterattack. And Rule 1 this time of the team to level it up.
And you're seeing the effect that the demos are having. Mawson stealing the boost in the corners so that even after the demos, when they respawn, they can't get boosted up. That really throws off the rotations for the opposing team. And you can tell Rule 1 has come into this series with a plan.
The thing with Rule 1 as well, they always just, they look a little bit awkward in defense. So if you Complexity, you do overcommit a touch, just thinking that, well, they're all out of position right now. They're all in the same spot, but the communication, the synergy from this team gets them out of trouble every single time. And they're going to have to do it again here as Complexity getting a free pass infield, Raise Ball, but a great speed there from Roas. He's got a one-on-one. He loves this situation. We know what he can do in that format.
Nice defense there to be able to shut that down.
By CRR to shut down the
now they got numbers technically if they want. Oh! What a save! How did he get behind that?
Off the goal line. through the smoke of the
Nah, how do you
demo.
get behind that?
It looked like it was going in before,
Dead ass.
and then after the smoke, it was out.
Oh, Rule 1, they are so good at defending right now. It's again halfway through game number 3 here. Rule 1 pushing forward. AJG's been bumped off it. Clears going off the sidewall. Can he get one more? He does. This could be
Oh,
a chance.
CRR got a good
Ready.
nose on that. That's big.
Rule 1 keeping the ball in, keeping the boost, and still outpacing complexity to the ball.
Man, that was a nice beat. Rule 1 looking so much more comfortable, finding each other in these tight spaces, working together both defensively and on the offensive side of the ball. See if that confidence continues to work out. There was a shot knocked aside by Razebull. Razebull trying to pinch that through. Clear slowing it down. Razebull receives the pass, but you can see 0 boost in the tank.
Now we're seeing a little bit of few holes right now in Flexi's defense. It's a one-on-one again. Roas, he goes to the fake again.
Oh, he's just bigger. Oh, no.
It's off the post. Rule 1 again, almost another chance. Complexity. They're looking like the team is trying to one-on-one again. Boston 50 straight away. Razebull instant challenge, had to go, and he manned up there.
Damn, bro.
A smart way to play it. Try to shut down the opportunity as fast as possible.
It really feels like the way this game's going, man. Whoever wins this takes the series, I think. Probably in 4.
Rule 1 ready. Complexity keeping the ball in. The low 50s coming in clutch for this meter team. It's another shot on net. Lost off the most. Another follow-up. AJG flip reset. What can he do? Clears. Rule 1 has no boost.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
But they're holding on.
You still had a second player back in the... Oh, what a shot! No!
Off the elbow and out.
It's in!
Goes in. Rule 1. It's been a war zone out there, but they find
Man,
a
yo,
way
for real,
to
those last
finally
couple
break
seconds,
through the
well, they're not even
defensive
seconds,
lines of
last like
Complexity.
almost a minute, bro. Oh my gosh.
This team right now.
Whew.
And Rule 1, what a defensive masterclass this has been in game number 3. And maybe off the kickoff again, Mossad goes to 50.
Bro, Ducky, you ain't lying. This series is nuts.
Trying to work the ball out.
And if this is the start of what today's going to be, I'm all for it, bro.
In the Power Series, when they started that reverse sweep, they are just a snowball that just keeps building bigger and bigger.
And there's a fake.
Faking,
Clears.
faking.
Trying to get that opportunity for Mossad. Another
Oh,
fragile 1 goal.
I thought he was going to go for that bump over there.
AJG.
Clear, still good. Nice pass.
Gets help from Razebull. Razebull bumps CRR from behind.
Complexity
not
feeling
on
the pressure.
same page. They have been uncomfortable.
Feeling the
with
pressure.
low boost situation they've been forced into by Rule 1.
Oh, great pass.
Oh.
Is this it? Roas just gets back in time. 20 seconds left. Complexity need to throw everything. Throw the kitchen sink at this offense. CRR, he's going off the backboard, blocked out by Roas. Is it going to be Rule 1 taking the lead in this series and moving on to match point?
It's looking like it, unless we see more magic from Complexity. We saw 1 0-second goal already, and it looks like it will require another.
Still up.
Oh!
Pre-shot play. Double touch. Can he put it on target? Clears the ball. Rule 1, match point.
Oh, the
Let's go, Rule 1, baby.
0 seconds from Complexity. You really have to love it, but still, even that was not enough to break through Rule 1. Rule 1. A defensive masterclass, like you said, CJ, but also Clears has been stepping up for Rule 1.
The composure from Rule 1 has been phenomenal here. They have just survived an absolute barrage of shots from Complexity. It's been on the goal line for more times than it's been in midfield, but they're still not double committing. They're still communicating that synergy, that trust in this team is nothing short of amazing. And look at the counterattacks down the other end. They've got that composure, and they have been clinical so far in this series.
They have been, and really, the demos have been making all the difference. We see it so many times from multiple players. The double demo from Roas earlier. We saw Mossad all the way down to
Rule 1's got
corner,
match
their
point.
Boost. Make sure no boost.
You gotta finish it here. I don't think if Complexity goes 5, I don't think they lose this. What do you think, Ducky? Chat, thoughts?
CRR. They just can't get settled. Complexity has been thrown into a loop by the way Rule 1 has been playing aggressive.
They look rattled right now in defense, and importantly, it's a best of 5. There's no timeouts. They don't have that extra minute.
Oh, I forgot about the no timeouts until best of 7s.
Rule 1, all the momentum on match point. Off to Utopia. Can they get it done?
The desk heavily favoring Complexity. Turtle, I believe, the only one to have faith in Rule 1, along with the chat. Complexity, they managed to score first last game. That didn't really matter. Still took the L. Now we see CRR jumping early, getting a backboard pass.
Do you think Complexity win here? I mean, they've been looking like they're banging on the doorstep, man. I wouldn't be surprised.
Here for Rule 1. We'll see if Complexity can exploit it.
CRR gets a touch across Raceball's pre-jump.
Oh, there it is. Breaking the seal early. That's what you needed.
Against the wall, stepping up.
And these are the pre-jumps that we have seen in the past. We saw it in San Diego from Complexity, and we're seeing it again here in Boston.
Look at the confidence from Raceball as well. The trust, the pre-jump back post, catching Rule 1 out, getting that all-important first goal and the kick-off advantage as well. Mawson's a little awkward. Does fake it out right now. Robust in trouble, but seemingly Rule 1, when they're in trouble, that's when they're most confident right now. They love the counter-attack. They love to be under threat, under a barrage from the opposition. Roas lands on the touch and gets the beat as well. There's not much midfield game right now from Complexity. Kalias throws it across the pass now. Back to him, couldn't quite find the target. Goes central, is there anyone here? No, Mawson backs it up. It's almost like they love being in defense, James.
Well, I mean, they haven't really had to play too much of it, but they have, when they are, they're buckling up quite nicely, blocking the shots.
Yeah, but it feels like they're like more foot off the gas, trying to make sure they're not
the chokehold that they can get in Complexity.
Playing dumb instead of just playing their game.
Roas now setting this down the line, a great beat out, but there it is, the third man from Complexity pushing forward. They want the offense, they want another one. Chain dashes, can't quite get the bump. Complexity now backing off. Can Roas get to work? It's over the top of Raceball. It's on the backboard. AJG triple commit. But they had to work it out there, Complexity. And now a counter-attack down the other end. CRR pops it over into the corner. Tries to fake out Kalias. He's ready for it. And this is where Rule 1 seemingly just set up and try and catch Complexity overcommitting.
You got the twins both in close range working together. Like you said before, it looks like they're out of position. It looks like they're mixed up, but the communication from Rule 1 has been on point. Everyone on the same page. Now they're going to have to break out more of this offense.
There's more of the bumps coming in.
Reset broken up by Kalias, sent to the other side. Mawson demoed. CRR lobbing one towards net. It was a little wide. That allows Roas to move upfield, gets a demo as well. Kalias with tons of boost, taking it back.
Nice fake.
The drop pass, the shot.
That was a beautiful hesitation. Good save though too. This is where Rule 1 finds it. They're depriving him of a boost.
Back post now, it's a counter-attack to Raceball, but he's got to back off. He's got to buy his time. Kalias goes low. Raceball lands again. Rule 1 pushing forward. CRR again. Padding the stats.
Raceball's been able to at least get one of the corners.
Rule 1, another shot. It's so far wide. Rule 1 getting a little bit desperate here. They've got a lot of time left. They're still going to have plenty of chances here, but they need to get to work.
They finally get some boost. CRR trying to power that pass. Mawson doesn't get the double to win off the ceiling. Raceball is in an awkward position.
Good second bump.
Turn through the smoke. We couldn't see what happened. But you're seeing how much pressure Complexity's on another.
Oh, shot! CRR's insane. Oh, but he couldn't do a second. Damn.
It was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, I mean, they just kept depriving them of their boost and their side, man.
Almost another double save, but in the
tough,
end,
bro.
Could not get it to work. No boost.
All right, 90 seconds. Who's got it?
Nothing left in the tank, literally, physically. And Rule 1 get the equalizer. They want to move on here. Keep that world spot for Mina alive. That other main event spot, another shot on net. Version 1 watching at home, starting to get a little nervous. If they could win this, who knows what they can do.
Rule 1 looked like a completely different team compared to yesterday. The confidence, the speed, the domination in the boost and demo game, but now a chance for Complexity. Raceball gets back down underneath, but now it's a numbers advantage.
I was gonna say AJG's got to get a hand on this. Nice.
The shot from CRR.
Oh, that's a good return.
Raceball went straight for net. It was a double commit, but it was good enough for Roas getting the block.
Oh, that's a great 50 and straight on net. CRR again has been a defensive beast. But Rule 1, they want one more. They've got the momentum so far. CRR and AJG so well.
I think that's a little bit of miscommunication.
Huge bump. AJG has to cut rotation.
Nice.
Grabs the corner boost and gets Complexity out of defense now. What's their counter-attack going to look like? Kalias with a great 50.
Come on.
Raceball throwing the shot on net. Roas rotates back. Rule 1 straight down the other end. Great 50 as well. This could be a shot coming through. Roas, has he got a friend in the middle?
Oh, no way!
The boost starve works out
Once again, they do a really good job of controlling the boost, man. Razebull is the only one who had one.
Needed in net.
Yep.
Razebull wasn't able to get wide enough, and Rule 1 take the lead with a matter of seconds.
Ducky, your boys only got 24 seconds.
Upset over Complexity.
Top 6 on the line. Rule 1 want to take it with both hands right now. Mostyn a great pre-jump CRR. That caught him out. Can Rule 1 put the nail in the coffin? Is it going to be Kalias? Goes high, Roas. He's there. He buries it low.
Oh, that's 3-on-1 though.
9 seconds.
It's still going that way.
Nice.
It's still in front of the net.
Complexity throwing everything at it. But that is going to be
Wow.
Rule 1, 3-1.
Rule 1 knock Complexity out of the Boston Major.
And doesn't that get Mina another spot for wild card, or am I tripping?
Complexity looked like they would be the favorites. It was surprising.
I might be tripping on that.
Down here after their near victory over Vitality, and you thought Complexity, with the performances they had taking down Liquid, almost taking down Vitality, that they had a great shot at making it back to the grand finals with how they were playing. And for their journey to stop
I
here
think that gets Mina another spot for wild card, right?
James, there's only one North American
Or they
team
need to get
left in
top
this
4.
bracket. And Rule 1,
They might need to get top
6.
4.
They are 1 series away from bringing over Twisted Minds, their friends from
Okay,
Mina,
so they do need top 4.
locking in a main event spot, which means that V1 will not be at the door. One more series. What a showing from this team.
Oh, my, that was exciting.
That's a really good first series, man.
Early on, it looked like Complexity was going to be able to rally. We saw the 0-second goal from AJG. It looked like it was a brief moment of redemption. If you're thinking about the script, you're thinking, oh, AJG, he made up for missing the shot against Vitality. He scored this 0-second winner. Complexity's gonna breeze through Rule 1. They're gonna make the lower bracket run. But no, it was not in the cards for Complexity.
I mean, even Game 4 CRR, the defensive showing, you know, if you're Rule 1, you're thinking maybe it is not meant to be. We can't find a way through this defense. But they kept pushing forward, and they got those opportunities. This side is looking so impressive on land debut.
And it was a heroic
They're
effort
one
on the
series
goal line
away.
from CRR, but the overwhelming pressure, the overwhelming demos, and the overwhelming performance by Rule 1 was too much. And to talk about that series, we've got Mo down on the main stage.
The underdogs are from a shaky kind of performance on the first day, moving into a full confidence, taking down Complexity. You are right now in the inner circle for the majors.
This guy's really good.
Played what I believe to be
He
one
does
of the best matches
a great
of Rule
job
1
of
I've ever seen
doing
in
the
regionals,
English and
outside
then
the
breaking
regionals.
right
This is
into his
major we're talking
translation.
about.
This is a really good.
How are you feeling?
He's really
How
awesome.
you guys managed to make it? واحدة من أفضل الجولات اللي أنتم لعبتوها على الإطلاق بالنسبة لرول 1 وبالميجر هي كانت.
Usually they have to have like a translator one way or the other, right? This guy's really good. He does it so flawlessly.
أول شيء الحمد لله على الفوز صراحة هذه استعدادات البوت كامب حقنا نشكر صراحة فريقنا إنهم
Like the transition seamless.
نجي نتدرب قبل البطولة بفترة تعتبر طويلة والحمد لله يعني الفريق كومبلكسيتي كان أكثر فريق يمكن احنا متجهزين نلعب ضده لأن كنا نلعب ضدهم سكريمز كثير ولعبنا ضدهم شو ماتش بعد وصراحة أشكر الشباب على مستواهم هذا المستوى اللي كنا متوقعين نطلع فيه من اليوم الأول بس الحمد لله يعني.
Thanks to the team for the amazing performance. This is the performance we were wanting from day one, basically. Of course, we came earlier to the majors, previous to the majors, and we did a lot of scrims. So we prepared specifically for Complexity. That's the most team we prepared for. And thanks God, we got these results. You're playing in front of the crowds. The first time for the boys to get actually a game in front of the crowds. How does it feel
to take home the dub, baby?
And how it feels for you?
أكيد إنه شعور صراحة جدا جميل والشباب كانوا مرة متحمسين يلعبون ضدك عند الكراود عفوا وصراحة أتمنى إنهم يكملون تشجيع لنا وحاب أقول لهم إن السبرينج ميجر والمينا ميجر.
Spring Major is Amina Major. Thanks for the crowd, of course. He's excited as the boys playing in front of the crowd.
Let's go.
Let's go, boys. Let's go. Top 6. And your next match is going to be Moist or Karmine. How do you feel about it? Which one do you see?
It's probably going to be Moist, right? But I would love to see them play versus Karmine Corp.
راح يكون جاهزين له باذن الله بس اتوقع انه راح يكون فريق مويست وباذن الله راح نفوز احنا.
We are prepared for both of the teams. We expect to be Moist, and we are definitely prepared for them to take them down. Well, that was CRISPR, the coach from Rule 1. The boys looking confident, and we are definitely excited to see you next, guys. Thank you for your time. Good luck on next
Really,
match.
really good.
Back to the desk.
By them, man.
Continuing to defy the odds and sending another North American team home. Rule 1 has made a top 6 finish.
Spring Major debuts.
All right,
we
I got
saw
a
last
peek
year
back
with
to the
Falcons
ring
with the
on
full
water.
roster. It was their first time. They made it to the grand finals. Rule 1 wants to do the same exact thing. And honestly, like after that match, we said Complexity was the best team in the lower bracket, and Rule 1 just took them down.
Yeah, that's the best Rule 1 has looked the whole entire weekend. CRISPR said it best. That's the team that everybody expected to see coming in. They had the reverse sweep power yesterday. Looking a little shaky, but this whole entire series,
Look at that shot.
insane. Like that's the game Complexity won. A 0 second underneath the 2. And after that, it was just all Rule 1.
We all knew what Rule 1 would be capable of, but we did question if they could do it, not only on the stage, but when it is loud in the arena, when everyone is cheering everything around you. After a performance like that, you've got to be going into their next match, you're thinking whoever they play against in that lower bracket, off a team coming off a loss, Rule 1 will be the favorite.
It's not even just that could they do it in front of the crowd. They did it in front of the crowd against a North American team that hit a buzzer beater to beat them in game 1. That's the best way this could have started, and they rallied to finish it off.
It's ridiculous. We always question for these brand new teams stepping up, have you got the mentality to do it? It's so easy to go into rank to play, to go into scrims to play. Regional tournaments gets a little bit more difficult. And then you go to here. Completely different ball game entirely, and Rule 1 prove they belong.
And the entertainment of that series alone, that was one of the most entertaining series we've seen all weekend, and it's perfect because now we got the crowd here.
Oh, you guys were blessed with that series. This is we're starting the day. My goodness, I can't wait to see where we go next, folks. Here's the bracket as it stands after the completion of the first game on day 3. Rule 1 is through to the lower quarterfinals. We will be playing through the rest of these matches you see highlighted here today. We'll see the next lower round matchup next, and then we will be jumping back to the upper bracket, finally getting the big European dogs on the stage.
I mean, we've been talking to some of these guys from the European side. They got the whole of yesterday off.
They did.
They were just chilling. I mean, they still came to the venue. They were still here to watch everybody play, but who knows? I mean, it's been a couple of days now, and for Moist K-Corp, I mean, Moist just seem to have that weird X factor, don't they? Online, they're a completely different team to when we get them onto the stage. And it's still a run back from my favorite match from the Rotterdam Major. The crowd was completely split. K-Corp fans versus Moist fans.
Yeah.
Let's see who gets the run back win.
Be great. The content creator clash. It's going to be an excellent event, folks. We got a quick break here, but when we come back, North America's last hope takes to the stage to take on Liquid, folks. It's going to be a big one. Complexity versus Rule 1. What a matchup it was. Hope the rest of the day lives up to the hype.
Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist, 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side.
Yo, what up, Mason? I think you had typed just as I had walked away, my bad.
Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking the opposite side of the field. On the reset, getting out.
All right, so Liquid versus Gen.G next, huh? Kind of feel like I had to lean Liquid's way on this. I would like this to be a 5-game series. I would like Gen.G to still have, or I would like Gen.G to also win that way, you know. We still have a little NA representation going on here. Would be kind of cool.
The team I'm keeping an eye on this major is Moist Esports. I underestimated them coming into the LAN. I did not expect them to make an upper bracket.
See, I would like to see Moist win, but man, that means Karmine Corp would then have to play Rule 1.
To do it, and I think that proves that they've got a chance to go the distance. They're clearly a force to be reckoned with on LAN. Cash, previously known as a bit of an inconsistent player in the high pressure situations, he's completely put that storyline to bed, clutching up multiple times on day 1. And Joyo, of course, no questions asked about him. Juicy was the only question mark coming into this, but I think after seeing his comfortability on stage and even bouncing back from mistakes, I'm now convinced. I think Moist are a real threat to go the distance. I think they can be a contender here, and I think everybody should be watching their gameplay.
So jealous that Apex Comps is down there at the fucking arena, bro. Cookies is down there too. Not from DBD Cookies, but homie from casting. When's the VCT Pacific Ascension Grand Finals? That's what I should look up real quick, but we got us a minute here. Also, I don't know if this is copyright music or not, so we're gonna play my stuff, or some of our normal stream stuff here. All right. I said, Chad, I had to make some soup, man. I was hungry. So mad at myself, man. I set aside. I set aside some my board. So I didn't have didn't have time to really like put it together and want to mess with it too much. Now I finally got some time to be able to set things up in between casts and stuff, and it's out kitchen some. I think I left it on the kitchen table, thinking that when one of us went to go clean it next, I'd get it back in a better time. I'm pretty sure. It's a thought process. What the fuck is a kilometer? It says NA's last hope. Oh my goodness. Do we think they're gonna do scrims? At least that are gonna be streamed Monday, Tuesday, or no? I guess part of that depends on if Wig's already there or not. Because he's got to travel at some point. It looks like he's still at his crib, so he's gonna have to at some point get out to London. So next game is our last best of 5. Which means after that, games will be getting a little bit more spicy. We're gonna have Liquid Gen.G. When's the last time they played against one another? Let's see if I can find that real quick. Fall Major Gen.G won last time they played each other, and I guess that's their only head-to-head. I do feel like Liquid's gotten better, and I think Gen.G is a little on a downslope.
Let 'em Pray, the official Rocket League Esports Spring Major Anthem by NF.
Sorry, Chad, I know I'm eating
available
right now,
in the
man,
featured
but
shop. Also
the boy
grab
needs
the
to.
Hope by NF player anthem from the featured shop.
I'm a fatty.
Gen.G Mobile 1 racing, gearing up to take on Liquid. NA's last hope taken to the stage. We might be about to say goodbye to both North American teams back-to-back mates.
We might be. We might be.
He's conceded, folks. This is not good.
We might be. Liquid, they're a really good team. They have straight-up mechanics, and Gen.G, they're going to have to play their absolute best Rocket League in order to best them.
Absolutely, but it's already the worst event pretty much ever for North America. So it really comes down to Gen.G. Like, if they can somehow make that lower bracket run, everyone's going to forget about it. But right now, it definitely hurts if you're an NA fan.
But what have we done here? We've had both of you just like downplay NA so much. I'm over here, I'm like, do I have to bring any up? Is that my role as the European on this desk? Well, look, if there's a team that's going to do it, you'd want a team that's won a major. Gen.G
did that.
That kind of run.
Plus, you want a team that has 2 Europeans on it as well.
I feel like UK-US relations are going to be fantastic if Gen.G ends up
This is the greatest alliance in the history of alliances, folks. I'm excited for it. Let's take a look at the bracket and how things are looking so far, folks. We've come so far. Look at all the matches we've played, but there is still a long way to go, and we are getting closer and closer to the marathons. The best of 7s are coming up. Not this match, but next one, folks. We just had Rule 1 take down Complexity 3-1, which means our next match in that lower round is next. Liquid taking on Gen.G Mobile 1. This one is huge.
And here it's all about the numbers. Both teams have played 13 games. Both teams have scored 31 goals. Both teams have given up 23 goals.
Exactly?
They're exactly the same
Wow.
right now. I would say
That's
with
interesting.
Gen.G,
How
they've
often does
taken
that happen, you
BDS,
think?
maybe a little bit of a tougher road.
Can't be very often,
but
right?
It doesn't matter. Now it's a best of 5. Liquid, Gen.G.
On one side, everybody is hoping for North America to pull through here in Boston, but they're going to have to go through a force of nature.
Let's get it, baby.
We're going to win because we're better than you.
We're a smarter team. We handle the pressure better. We know how it feels to go far in a major, unlike these guys. It's not going to be pretty. The team play is just pretty bad. I don't think you really stand a chance.
We're all individually better than every single player on their team. You especially, you get pretty shaky, you know, on LAN.
Well, if I got shaky on LAN, how have I had better LAN placements this season?
Chronic carried you.
We beat you in the first major.
Yeah, but you got lucky.
What happens if I get lucky again?
You won't.
We'll see what happens.
Yep.
What happens if I get lucky again?
Introducing first on the blue side, Europe Splash Brothers. Give it up for Team Liquid!
Let's see it, baby. Feel bad rooting against NA, man, but gotta roll with Liquid.
One year on since they first came onto the scene, we all knew the hype, we all knew what to expect, and they still delivered over that. Team Liquid, the most consistent team over the last year of European Rocket League, and what an accolade that is.
They had to make a lower bracket run going through Elevate and, of course, Optic Gaming, where they were up 2. Lost games 3 and 4, but they bounced back just in time. And Addo, he's not on the Batmobile anymore. So, you know, he's perfect record when he's not on the Batmobile, so that is a good sign for Team Liquid.
Yeah, but he really wants to play the Batmobile, so it'd probably be great for North America if he just decides to take it out. We can try it out for a game, maybe give us a game, you know. But Addo, he has been playing really phenomenal on the Fennec, and then a Chronic. His birthday was yesterday. He had a pretty great birthday, making it all the way to today. Had dyed the hair white. He's been looking good the whole entire weekend. Look at the charisma. Liquid, one of the teams I think that a lot of North Americans, a lot of people across the world all love the root for.
They just have so much fun with it. Can we talk about how unfair it is, by the way, for every other team that's to do a face-to-face against this team? Team Liquid are giants. Every time we have to do a face-to-face,
they've got swag right now too, man.
He's trying to face forward. He's facing the chest of Oski, okay?
He's a big man.
It's got to be why they put him out there for that. Well, on the other side, a team that doesn't need an introduction, but we're giving one anyways.
And their opponent, representing North America, your fall major champions, Gen.G!
That place is popping off the way it should for the NA boys. Let's fucking go.
Again, as arena starts to get louder, starting to erupt. It's giving a Cloud9 as 5 in the arena. Gen.G, fall major champions. They have the last remaining American on their team, and Nolan Abjack, they're honoring Americans today. They want the home crowd. Give it up for the boys. They're already standing enough. They're locked and loaded, and it's time to make the run.
And Gen.G, a huge risk. 2 players coming over through Europe. They pick up a bubble player in Chronic, and it has paid off. The #1 seed in North America.
Homie's wearing the white undershirt again, even though he pointed it out yesterday.
They want to be 2-time major champions.
All
right, let's go.
I've got 2 better players to join Chronic. There are people out there that wither, and there are people out there that thrive when the spotlight is on him. Apparently, Jack.
See, there's just something about the head-v-head versus like a BR environment. I don't know, man.
He's been a grinder.
Because right now, like, the crowd is very much behind Gen.G.
Get it better.
And yeah, sometimes you get, like, you know, crowds tying behind TSM, but not like in this sort of fashion, you know?
And he's had a fantastic tournament. 1 goal per game, shooting 30%, but Nolly, the player that plays off the ball better than anyone.
You know who
in
Nolly
Rocket
reminds
League.
me
He's gonna
of?
go for the
A
doubles.
young
He's gonna go for
Pistola.
those clean passes. He's the X factor on this Gen.G squad.
Liverpool
Thoughts?
represented on the stage. Nolly, the player that might have taken the big risk out of this trio, and it has paid off in spades, and it's a player for maybe the first time in a long time where those small details are being noticed so much. Usually that player gets put to the wayside. Everyone notices when Nolly steps up.
They have made quite the run here in Boston, falling to the lower bracket after a 4-game loss to BDS, but then a 4-game win over Crew, followed up by a 5-game nail-biter against Space Station. Puts Gen.G up against Liquid in this match.
And we talk about it like Team Liquid. Everyone said that Europe has 4 amazing teams. Team Liquid was part of that conversation, but they were the only European team to lose in this tournament so far. They want to right those wrongs here and take down the last North American
Let's
team.
get it, baby.
And they get their revenge against North America as well. Started off, they're 0-4, beat Optic, now they're 1-4. But it's something to be said. Optic's probably not necessarily on a Team Liquid level. Liquid, when they're at LAN and they play somebody akin to them, they tend to lose. So it's going to be interesting to see how they step up in this matchup against Gen.G.
One of those things as well. I'm gonna have to sort of talk things from the European side as well, because for Europe, this is the verge of the best possible result. If they win this, 5 teams in the top 6. That is unheard of, unthinkable. You could have asked anyone, the most biased possible person, what do you think will happen? No one would have gone for 5 out of 6.
Yep.
5 out of 6. And the 6th is the Middle East. Not North America, not South America, not OCE. Newest regions coming up hot. It's crazy to think about, but my goodness. Do you think that Liquid feels the pressure? They're the one European team that isn't in the upper bracket. They're the one European team that's not currently in the top 6. Do they feel that like we've got to prove that we're up there too?
So I think
So is MENA like the newest region? Is that right?
We don't care that it's EU versus NA. They want to prove to themselves that they can win those big matches, because they've always made top 8 and then kind of just floundered out. They want to be world championship contenders. They have to have a good tournament here to get that experience.
Look, the EU versus NA thing is usually mostly for us and the fans. The European teams don't tend to like each other that much. They always want to be the best. There is no other choice. We'll be talking about how it's 5 out of the 6 being Europe. Team Liquid will be thinking, well, who cares? We're not #1 yet.
Yeah, and Gen.G, this is also something. They got a little chip on their shoulder. Abjack and Noli, they weren't getting that good of offers over there in EU, so they left to NA. They picked up a bubble player, so they want to prove to a team like Liquid, who already had their whole entire squad, who wasn't giving them a chance, that listen, we're better than you. We're here to play, and we're here to stay.
I just wonder if it's in the back of Liquid's mind. They're like, I'm not trying to prove that we're better than NA in this match. I'm trying to prove that we're as good as the rest of the EU.
Yeah, I think MENA is like a new region,
here.
right?
And if they're thinking about that at all, it's going to be
not like
bad
new,
news
like
if
SSA
NA comes out of the gate
is.
hot in game 1 and they realize, oh wait, we're not playing the rest of EU. We got to take.
But it's
on
essentially the
Abjack,
second
Nolly,
newest region
and
besides
Chronic
SA,
now.
right? Or
Gen.G
SSA?
side, it's one of those things that we've been considering for a long time as well regarding this format, because it is a long season.
It is.
And the important thing is to not peak too early. Gen.G were at the very peak for the start of the season. They were setting records for grand finals, but they were setting the records when a world championship wasn't around the corner.
It's the next thing after Boston here, folks. Speaking of competitions, Bates and Gibbs, you guys are dead even. We're over halfway through, and you're still no one ahead of the other.
That might change here, I think.
You think so?
But I have a good feeling. Me and Bates are going opposite.
I'm moving ahead of them this time around.
Okay, well, folks,
It's just-
want to get our votes in chat?
Because Bates is surely going to be going for Gen.G, right?
Get your votes out. #TL, #GGM1. Shogun, I'm going to let you and I go first, so Gibbs and Bates can have the floor. Who you got?
I'm going to go against the grain here. I'm going to go Gen.G.
Really?
I'm absolutely
Let's
going
go!
Gen.G. It will be thriving in this sort of environment.
Feeding
I think
off
this
the
is an
home crowd?
online match. I do think it goes the opposite way, but it's not an online match. It's in front of the crowds, it's in front of the light.
It is.
That is where players like apparently Jack like to thrive.
Oh, he's already thriving. You've seen it. Give me Gen.G on this one as well. We're dead even here. Gibbs, you go first.
I'll be happy to play the villain card. I'm going Team Liquid. I believe that they can pull this off. I want to see the perfect European major.
That's why I didn't.
I believe it happens. Yeah, hey, it's fine.
I wonder which way Bates is going.
And you betrayed your own country. You should be ashamed of yourself. Of course I'm wrong with Gen.G. Again, you better get loud because it's time for North America to make the run alongside with 2 Europeans on the roster as well. Gen.G takes out Liquid in 5, and it's just going to keep rolling from there.
My goodness, they're the favorites on the desk. How does chat feel about it at home? They've been popular in chat, but Liquid's got a lot of fans. I see Liquid jerseys directly in front of me right now. Let's take a look at it here. Oh my goodness, Gen.G.
62, that's not enough. I need 70.
1 to 2 favorites in chat. Is Liquid actually an underdog, or does this just? Are they just?
It's just the homer crowd.
I would say they're underdogs. Not by much. I think it's 55-45.
Really?
I think it's very, very, very close. But Gen.G, they are fall major champions. They know how to play in front of a crowd. Team Liquid needs to get over that last hurdle. Yeah. And if they do that right here, then they have a chance to become favorites. But for now, you have to go over LAN history. You have to go Gen.G.
Folks, the day is underway, and we've already sent one team home. How about it, folks? We're going to continue to do that. Another joins the Fallen right now.
Let's go, baby.
Hangs in the air. You can nearly taste it on your tongue. You can taste the anticipation for this match. The force of nature, a tidal wave roaring down upon North America's last hope. Chronic carries the weight of the nation. Jack and Noli are in the wings. They're fighting to play another day. Liquid versus Gen.G.
Let's go, man. Feeling the goosebumps again. Let's get it.
The venue is starting to fill up here in Boston. Waypunk said it best. We've said farewell to complexity, but now the moment comes to uncover who will be joining them. Up next is Gen.G, Team Liquid. One moves on, one goes home.
All right, let's go, champ.
Start your engines. Both squads have qualified for Worlds.
Oh, no.
Off the kickoff,
Let's get it. Yeah, in front of the crowd and everything, baby.
Straight through the kickoff. A Chronic was cheating, turn left. A so slow rotation. Of course, he's going to go for the boost. Doesn't expect it. And Gen.G strike first.
Under these bright lights, the mistakes will cost you as Liquid concede early. And for Gen.G, the stat comes down
they're going to be later today, but I think Moist has a really good shot.
They're going to need that stat to continue.
I think they're hot at the right time.
The pressure was there, but through the back line, Noli's so good on the off-ball offense, getting the clear back out for Gen.G to spread.
But I mean,
this is only our second matchup today, though.
In Team Liquid, they've shattered their 4-series loss streak against North America by taking down Optic, and they did it in Game 5. They clutched out.
There it is, baby. Let's go.
Crossbarring out, gives it to Abjack, and we've already got a 2-0 lead.
They're one of the best teams when it comes to setting each other up, and they love the team plays combining for the pinch off the crossbar, and the follow-up's good from the third man. Team Liquid.
Yeah, we only had the Rule 1 versus Complexity game earlier.
Gen.G are rolling.
And it's such a good sign for
Boys versus Karmine Corp.
to start out with some team
It's actually next. I thought Team Vitality versus BDS was first, but
against Space Station Gaming, 50% goal participation across the board. All three players on this orange side know how to pass the ball, have the chemistry, and can execute.
There's still plenty of time left, though, so Gen.G can't let their foot off the gas or nothing. Especially because the Tao's been doing a really good job this tournament, playing really aggressive.
A major champion in their own right. It's going to be tough.
Kind of wish he was breaking out the Batmobile like he did on day one.
Gen.G up 2-0 and working through the midfield yet again.
Noli, good work in the midfield. Hovers off the backboard, trying to apply pressure against the Chronic. Liquid haven't been playing too much offense, but now they get their engine started with Oski flip reset attempt. The Chronic crashes through. Looking to start this form.
Is that your favorite Rocket League team?
Immediately overturned.
Two stacking for Liquid. They were worried about that push through the corner.
THX?
Immediately a takeaway as a toe plays it to the center box. Oski crashing in, and this is where Gen.G have to be careful. When Liquid start to get mechanical in the ceiling, towards the air, pushing the backboard, the pace kicks off, and they find those infield passes. The toe up top, looking for the double tap. It might be good, but the crash down.
So left off?
And he caused the double commit through Gen.G's defense.
You'd think that apply a little bit of pressure, but they have equalized and stabilized, rather, in their rotations. Abject dodges a demo. And speaking of demos, it's going to be a demolition derby for Ato. This man has the most demos in the tournament so far, 35 to his name. Looking off the backboard. No.
There it is, baby. That's 3.
It is 3-0, and we're not even at the halfway point.
Man, turn up, baby.
Liquid, but the captain from Gen.G. Right place, right time, right leader. A 3-0 lead. We're not even halfway done.
This is why the desk talked about Gen.G in this environment, with this crowd supporting North America. Chronic is the lone survivor representing the US right now. And this is a lights out start in game number 1. They have got security for days. It's just about holding it down on defense.
5 shots for Gen.G, 5 for Liquid. It's been back and forth, but it's been all the pressure from the boys in orange. They move into the blue half. Ato trying to clear lane and will do so now. Conquering through this side is Noli. Looking for the clear, and for a moment, you start to breathe if you're Liquid, getting some presence back in the midfield. The respect certainly there against Gen.G.
Yeah, but they haven't really gotten much forward than midfield, have they?
Down by 3, and they need a goal in the next couple of moments.
And Noli already on the scoreboard.
Feels like you at least like to get the first one before 90 seconds left.
On the opposite side. And for me, that's another great sign from Gen.G as Abject getting physical, more space. Ato returns the favor with a demo of his own. But they have got a mountain to climb. Team Liquid, 3 goals needed.
Nice pass back.
Under 2 minutes left.
So much trust in the back pass, but it's on the field. A Chronic at a 1v1, big block from Chronic.
And it's off the backboard. Noli, huge clear. Abject, right wing, shot.
Big step up from the captain. Noli with a ridiculous clear.
Yo, Jack just always looks so cool, calm, and collect, man. It's crazy.
4-0, Gen.G in game 1.
Look at the speed of that counterattack, that transition. You've got Abject creeping forward. Noli launches it.
Yeah!
And it's
Run it up,
boys!
It's a blistering beatdown yet again. The kickoff goes against Team Liquid, and Chronic, the only American left in the tournament, standing up for his country.
Absolutely totaled the defense of Team Liquid.
I think Chronic heard him say he's the only one left, North American left.
That we saw at the fall major.
That's why he chuckled, I'm pretty sure. Oh my, run it up, baby!
And now they won another one.
Do Liquid realize we're playing a best of 5 in the lower bracket? They're getting stopped. No one else is around, and this is the pacing that Gen.G bring on days like this. It's been so long since they've been in this position. They're major champions, a disappointing San Diego major, and they know what this series means. They know what the lower bracket requires. They are stepping up and absolutely dominating Liquid.
But we have seen teams come out swinging in the first game, put up a ridiculous amount of goals, but then flatten, fizzle out. Will that happen to Gen.G in game 2? The hardest thing in Rocket League, especially at this level, is carrying that momentum and trying to repeat the same performance. Gen.G double commits. They've got confidence for days.
You're more than happy to
I mean, I was going to say, they got
6-0. You have resources to work with here, and with boost to burn as well. Restabilizing backboard. Finally, Liquid get on the board.
And this is important. Under a minute left, Team Liquid. It might seem like they're not fighting for a lot, but just breaking through the defense and allowing themselves
I
to
do
get on
wonder,
the board
though,
will bring them a
do
little
things
bit more confidence
change
in game 2, and that's necessary after a
if you just keep the
beatdown in
pedal
game
down
1.
instead of starting to play like a little more loose? In the sense of,
cannot afford to get behind. Keeping pace with Gen.G is so crucial, but Liquid are more than capable of doing so.
instead of giving them the extra opening, right? You make them literally sweat the 5 minutes and hold them shut out.
You're up against the favorites right now in front of the crowd. Every goal that got scored on you 6 times in this game, you just hear the roar of Boston. And right now, they love being the evil villains, putting up 2 goals, still not enough. But they are getting warmed up, and this is what I'm talking about. Maintaining that peaking performance out of Gen.G will be difficult.
And building some momentum going into game 2. If game 1's a wash, so be it, but you want something on the board to show. Proof of concept for the results so far. A nice response, 2 unanswered for Liquid, but still a 4-goal deficit, under 60 to play, make it half. And add potential.
Well, I thought they were about to throw another one in there.
Escape for the moment, a Chronic able to get it back out to the midfield now.
Oski, though?
Tao in front, and he'll fall back to the corner. You're playing with your food here for Abject, just killing time.
And you can feel a slight shift out of Team Liquid, building themselves out more, carrying the ball between each other, finding passes like this from Atoa. Chronic had pre-jumped already. Oski double commit. Final few seconds.
Nope.
Game 1.
Gen.G looked really, really good there.
Performance from Gen.G as they obliterate Liquid.
I mean, if you've seen Gen.G at their best, this is not surprising, but for Liquid, who are so good, for how consistent they've been in Europe, and for the practice they've had, it's a bit of a blowout, to say the least, in a very necessary Game 2 coming up.
And this is a rematch all the way back in the Fall Major. If you remember, Team Liquid were the team that was closest to taking down Gen.G. Nobody else in that playoff bracket took them to Game 7 besides Team Liquid. And they actually got to match point first. We'll see if they can close it out as we take a look at the Mobile One high performance replay. So many replay shots, so many highlight reels from Gen.G. And we'll see if they can keep it going.
And it was just the spacing at midfield. Those counterattacks were easy because Noli was uncontested. Keeping skates and keeping pace alongside Liquid, it was really tough. You had to find a way to get pressure back onto the counterattacks. It didn't happen. Gen.G had so much space to work with, and because of it, they were successful for multiple goals.
And now the crowd, like I said, it's getting louder and louder. People are infiltrating this venue and screaming for, of course, their favorites. Game 2. Liquid, they've got all the work cut out for them.
All right, Liquid versus Gen.G, Game 2, baby.
Reorganize and get themselves back on
Forgot
offense.
to do my notes on the side. My fault, my fault.
Here we go. Liquid trying to tie up this series. Gen.G looking to put it on match point. Best of 5 still. Best of 7's coming tomorrow. But for the moment, this lower bracket's been as tense as ever. And opening things off with a demo.
Oh, best of 7's later today.
Every single game, they just come out with the precise shots.
Nice shot start from Gen.G there.
And know how to get the work done.
And it's the chain of events, the 50, the kickoff, the demo, working together. They're cooking something nice in the kitchen from Gen.G. And my goodness, is it paying off early? The dividends are out, and they are wealthy.
Oh, quarterfinals are also best of 5.
Coming through.
No, quarterfinals in the lower bracket are 7.
There, setting up the team. These kickoffs, man, have been eating Team Liquid alive. The second one did work out, holding up some offensive pressure. Noli wants a double tap, and you can feel the confidence keeps on brewing for Gen.G as they look for more and more mechanicals.
Patience on the goal line from Jack. He'll try to escape to the midfield for the moment.
They're doing a really good job of dictating the pace, man.
Point man rotates out.
Like, I feel like Liquid got some movement going in Game 1, but as I say, let off the foot off the gas. Nice passing from Liquid, though.
And they
That was
fire
beautiful.
back early. This isn't a 5-0 lead.
Ooh, okay, Oski.
Team Liquid are
All right, that was actually
and they're
filthy.
putting on shots.
Yeah.
It's the kind of response you want to see early. Equalizer coming in with under a minute burned here in Game 2. All tied up. Liquid have life.
Both teams have secured a spot at the World Championship. For Team Liquid, they can secure a number 2 seed in competition with Vitality moving forward into the main event. But you've got to set your sights on this major, on Boston. On the backboard, that man.
Just no one there to be able to follow up.
He
He's looking good,
for
though.
about 20 seconds, was feeling boost out of the back pockets of Gen.G, making it more difficult to fight through that goal line press. Great awareness from Liquid to keep pressure up on Gen.G off the backboard. Self-serve, misses the touch, but the Chronic going to try to play it low, back down to the ground.
Ooh, Oski, though.
Doing his best, but
Couldn't keep it up in the corner, though.
Liquid on the breast.
But this is starting to look like
It's
every
all right.
series that we've been following along with for Team Liquid. They're setting up this offensive powerhouse, trapping the ball, winning challenges in the midfield. And for the first time in what feels like a little over a minute, Gen.G bounced back, but for how long? Because here they are back on the defense.
And you're starting to see the hesitation from Gen.G. Jack wasn't sure how he wanted to play it down, was waiting for the initial push, looking for the 50, but here comes Liquid. Moving through the corners. A play back to Jack. They'll track it. Into the ceiling we go. There's the clear for Gen.G and a necessary one.
Atoa, good control. First touch allows him to set up a better 50-50 for a Chronic, but the speed from Chronic himself. Grabs the midfield boost, double commit. It looked like an illusion. Didn't know who's going to take the shot. Noli still keeps it in the corner. This is the best look for Gen.G in a while. The ball trickles out in front of the net.
Chronic's up.
Nice shot. Ooh, Oski with the save.
Has Liquid's back.
As long as there's space upfield in the offensive third, Chronic's gonna move, and Noli's hunting. He's looking for bumps. He's looking for demos, making it difficult for Liquid to stack. The turtle defense won't work out this time. More pressure from Liquid towards the backboard. Oski gonna catch.
Oh, Oski getting filthy.
Look at the control from Oski. Not only do you have this great pressure applied from a toe and then a big miss from Abjack, but that first touch out of Oski, he could have fired early. He could have gone for the initial shot, but he kept it to himself, forced the goalkeeper to dive early, and saw the opening, hit his mark. Team Liquid, even after getting beaten and bruised in game number 1, they've responded.
No acquiescence when the pressure's on from Liquid. They have done a great job at responding here on Forbidden Temple. 2 minutes to go. Here comes
Jack.
It's over.
Chronic follows up. Nice.
Through. I don't know how that one got in, but Liquid were unaware.
And this is a perfect follow-up. Abjack smacked it off the backboard. And
Tao just didn't have anything in the tank. Yeah.
Everybody thought he was going to put it on target. 2 players dove to get the corner shot save. And it makes it that much easier for the follow-up.
He had like a little bit, but I don't think he gets there.
It's been good from both teams off the kickoff. A little bit cleaner, meaning it on the pass. Here goes Noli, pressing forward, moving into the lane as a teammate for support. Guardian Angel flies through. More pressure for the moment. Chronic now gets his call. We'll have to work off of that back line. The clear to the midfield. Liquid are certainly up.
Oh, he faked it.
A toe. Trying to work through the corner. Ball jets laterally for the moment before Chronic slows it down.
I'm trying to pay attention right now for those of you watching. In the upper left and upper right corners, you can see the boost meters. It's crucial for specifically Gen.G to remain in control of this boost in their own half. Liquid steals so much of it, constantly taking your corners, taking the midfield against Optic. Liquid stole almost double the boost against the green wall, and they want to set that same pace for Gen.G.
And once Gen.G members start to split off the play, they're looking for that infield pass really sharply inside the goal line. Liquid doing a nice job of remembering that cadence is there. That passing will be connected. If they don't step up and put a hand on. There's a demo.
It's a 1v1.
No,
Is he gonna get the ball?
In front, he will, but Atal fights through.
And Abjack flew by the ball right underneath it. Chronic. So many assists in this tournament alone. He wants to add to that tally. Look at the 50-50s from Noli. This man, every time he's behind the ball, has been winning challenges. And that's something that you have to take note of because of the domination Oski has shown. Look at this man keep going forward. And it has been a stalemate, all tied up. Approaching 30 seconds now.
Remind me I need to run a speed test later.
Toe gets demoed solo chow after solo from Liquid. Pulling 2 defenders
Looking
off
at
of
some
the
of
play.
the
Gen.G trying to stack.
monitoring on my
Chronic
task
free.
manager here.
A foot race into the corner. Ato's going to meet the challenge. And he'll bump him off, if not before Noli gets a shot. Hand up from Liquid.
Chronic didn't get a touch, which means it's going to bounce off the backboard. 10 seconds, and 2 players went back from Gen.G. A passive approach. It works out as a trap because Liquid just give it right back into the hands of Gen.G. Will this ball hit the ground? 0 seconds off the ceiling. Abjack, and this could be the start of something crazy.
Still up for Liquid. Noli has to kill it. A Chronic towards the sidewall. Oski. Look for a toe.
Denied.
All right.
Into OT we go.
Our first golden goal in this match, and it's Liquid who find the kickoff, but the possession to Gen.G. Chronic from the side wall. We've seen this before. And does he have it? Yes. But a big stop from Liquid to keep him at bay.
And Abjack had respect.
Ali does a good job, gets a nose on that.
Assuming he's going to get past 2 players. And speaking of Abjack, he just flew under the ball, which is immediately given away to Team Liquid. The OT, it started out rapid pace, quickly slowing down. Does Gen.G want to stabilize a toe? What's he got in store? He's got a flip reset.
I think he's looking for a Chronic there.
Gen.G are so low in boost, they can't afford to lose the sidewall pressure anymore. Also, going to try again.
What a pass!
Nice pass.
And it looks good for
it was
Liquid,
red though.
A better collapse from Gen.G.
That looked like it was it, but Abjack, somehow the vision from this man in OT.
Nope, Oski stops it in mid.
Finding the passing lanes, but you've got to get this ball out, relieve the pressure, because Liquid
Good bump, you needed that, get you out.
And here comes Abjack.
Abjack's the only
That's
one
good
with
though.
boost. He's been
Alleviates the
full
pressure.
tank for about 14 seconds. Everybody else hunting. Liquid understand the position they're in, and Gen.G are just trying to survive on the orange half. Now they'll escape to the neutral zone.
Okay, Chronic.
Round 1, he's got Abjack on the wing, looking for the pass, but a nice shot. Making more of an attempt there as a pop towards your teammate goes nowhere, and Atel will play it out before Oski gets the call.
An action-packed overtime as it keeps unfolding in front of us. Almost at the 2-minute mark. Toe wants to end it before we get there with a flip reset. 2 players on the backboard, of course. It's gonna get saved. 5 shots for Team Liquid, make it 6 compared to Gen.G's.
Oh, that's 2 demos.
Double demos. They're applying the pressure.
Big save by Jack.
Not enough.
Gives the homies time to get in. That's a big clear. Big shot coming in.
The connection, the juggle, it's still alive for Gen.G, but a huge stop from Oski to play it down low.
The pressure has to be there for Team Liquid. Every time this ball is in your own half, the crowd gets antsy, starts to feel something moving. Will it be a goal? Will it be a mistake? Will it be an overcommit? Abjack chip over one of them. Oski, good speed. Not one team has faltered when it comes to the speed on defense.
Okay.
Only plays around 2.
2v1.
He's got Chronic in front. Yet again, Liquid stand up and get in front. A demo in the back line. Power play for the moment, Liquid. Need to have more up.
Demos.
Oski on the catch, Noli's gonna get there.
And this feels like a must-win for Liquid. Otherwise, you've got to get a reverse sweep against Gen.G. You don't want to go down and face a match point already. One mistake is all it takes to end this overtime.
Chip touches towards the backboard. Dangerous clears as well.
Dangerous touch, gets it over a towel at least.
On this win, up 2-0 in the series, it would be massive, but for Liquid, hunting, trying to get this one even. They don't want to go down and force a reverse sweep. The crowd knows it.
Okay.
With no
Okay. Denali.
Chronic in front and Liquid deny yet
Is it
again.
Noli, not Nolly?
Watered down from Gen.G, too weak to get through anything. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, they got bullied in game 1. They're trying to bully Gen.G, so many physical demos. They've got 7 in this game. Abjack from the ceiling, doesn't land on it. A Chronic has space. Where's the challenge? It's Chronic up early. Give it right back to Noli. Nobody wants to make that mistake. You can see how passive these teams are, Spaceman.
And the rest of Liquid were sitting back. They were giving him that space to breathe, but it just meant the counterattack from Gen.G would start a little bit earlier. Now it comes down to a timing issue. If Gen.G can escape and play the 1-on-2, they have a chance. But Liquid, their defense has been so stout. There's the touch towards the back post, but it's immediately off.
As the seconds keep rising, so does the emotion, the nerves.
The pressure, especially on the Liquid side, man, because if they drop this, they're in so much trouble.
We've almost played an extra game of Rocket League, just a minute out, and a Chronic needs to get this touch, keeps it to himself, kill a solo play. Not working out. Noli, it was huge, but nobody's on the other side. They don't want to get risky, Spaceman, in a pinch down to the other field.
And he's just disrupting the rotation. That's all Noli's job is, just to get in front.
Let's go!
The captain finds a way, a will, and a win for Gen.G.
The captain shoots, and he scores. What a pass out. Puts the power behind it, 84 miles
That's what I'm
per
talking
hour.
about, man.
And we've got ourselves a match point for Gen.G.
And if you're taking a look at the face cams, Noli immediately leans
Let's
over
go.
and says, calm down, everybody breathe. They understand the situation they're in. Up 2-0 against a mechanical demon in Liquid. They can't afford to give him any space. And with that win in OT, their chances to move on get a little bit brighter.
And Team Liquid, they have experience on this LAN stage. They have experience now against North America and beating North America even in this tournament alone. They can bounce back and download Gen.G. They've had 2 games to try and dissect what exactly they're doing to dismantle their own
Very
defense.
white crowd. They had a
For the
very
most
hard
part, it
time
was better
keeping
50-50s.
cadence. Sorry, chat.
Demo plays, everybody getting involved like we're used to seeing out of Gen.G. And it feels very frustrating for Team Liquid. I've seen a lot of outlets that they're going for. They've been going for demos themselves, but I think the mechanics are lacking in this department for Liquid. We need to see something
Lack
a
of
bit
rhythm,
more
man.
creative. Maybe one flip reset we get, but nothing
Can't
as
keep
unique
cadence.
as the team plays from Gen.G.
Well, when the overtime started coming down to a halt, what did Liquid decide to do? Pull 2 members back, keep 1 forward, try to play that 1-on-1. Gen.G matched them. They said, if you're going to play that game,
the same
we're
style,
going to do the same. And Gen.G found so much space, collapsed on the sidewall, took away opportunities from Liquid, and they found a way to just will it forward. And they beat them down over time. Liquid had to play a little bit faster.
And at that point, it felt like who could get
All
the
right,
better
chat.
clear, who could actually find somebody who would be willing to go
Clean
downfield.
sweep for Gen.G.
And in that last goal, it was
For our
Chronic.
last
He pushed out.
best of
Abjack
5
was
series.
lurking in the midfield. And Liquid are 1 game away from going home. Gen.G 1 game away from moving on. And you can hear the crowd, the love for Gen.G
to keep North America alive.
You're not going to get anything for free, Liquid. You will not be able to collect 200 and pass go. A toe upfield, looking for the pass. Connection still somehow fighting through the corner. Nobody's possession as Gen.G finally get it back towards the blue side. Into the midfield we go, and a redirect from a Chronic will send it on its way.
Stealing boost hasn't worked. Getting demos hasn't worked. A toe. Maybe it's the solo plays that works. Pass one.
Oh! Nice save from Jack.
The captain has stepped up in this series, denying so much from Liquid and showing out. But a pass
nice Chronic.
And immediately in front, Gen.G destroyed.
This defense lights out from Gen.G. 0 mistakes. I'm barely seeing any double commits. Communication, perfect, and that has got to allude to what we've seen on stage, the composure. Noli telling them to calm down, keeping their nerves under control. And it's showing up. Another solo player. Chronic looks to get more and more creative every time he touches the ball. But the crack is not showing in the armor for Gen.G.
And every time Liquid move up, they're getting met immediately by Gen.G.
Woo!
They can't afford to escape upfield freely.
Oh no,
having to work
Chronic
overtime for touches.
Oh, and that was crazy. If you saw on the backboard, Chronic and Oski just went for a team bump, and we're kind of confused, and maybe that's a sign of where they're at right now. Mentally, not sure how to space out with their own teammates. Things have to get organized.
Oh, that's free.
It's wide open.
Beautiful
Team
demo.
Liquid
A towel coming in huge. That's who you had to look for to try and make something happen, honestly. He's the one who plays really aggressive for them.
And Liquid finally have a goal on the board and a lead in this series. I should say this game, but man, the reverse sweep would be something special for Gen.G.
Oh, yes.
Just trying to close this one out.
And if you're a Liquid fan, you can only hope that they got their act together finally. Or have Gen.G figured out a way to break through the defense yet again. Couple of good shots from the kickoff, but what an interception. Is this one free? Is it bouncing in front?
I think Liquid at least
wins this one. 2-0.
There's no way this is going to end in this sweep.
Liquid jumped the gun. They cut the lane. A huge read from a Chronic. And everybody else has to sit and watch. Liquid, very nice defensively, and the small adjustments going into Game 3 have paid off.
And maybe this scares Gen.G. I mean, they were going for a pass in the midfield, trying to utilize each other. And if you get intercepted that easily, you might back down, and that's exactly what Team Liquid want to do. It trickles out, though. Abjack, immediate response.
I mean, you work so hard if you're Liquid, and then off the kickoff, yet again another chance where Gen.G are capitalizing, and they run into each other, and Gen.G recognize the mistake. For Liquid, you work so hard, you get so far, and you take 2 steps back.
Those are the mistakes that you cannot afford to make when Gen.G is already on match point. Oski off the backboard. This could secure it, though. Forget about the mistake and move on. You've got the security.
Quick turnaround, man.
The toe was there, ready for the 50, and Liquid capitalized. A 2-goal lead. And signs of life finally. Liquid look like Liquid.
And this might be the start for Team Liquid. Reverse sweeps. It's a best of 5, which has to favor them in this situation. Had we been on match point in a best of 7 for Gen.G, I don't know if I'm trusting anything in Team Liquid to battle back and truly show up. But they've still got half the game to go.
And you're going to have to worry about those infield passes close on that offensive third from Gen.G. They love to cut into traffic and make it difficult to hit that read. Abjack's downfield, the rear rack.
Oh!
Here comes Chronic, back to the midfield. Mattel tried his own, and Abjack was like, all right, I'll take it back.
That was a dangerous shot from Abjack. Scary stuff. You can't even imagine what would happen with this crowd if that one went in. As he's looking for a demo play. So look at the read. I mean, these interceptions. Team Liquid are analyzing this play.
And what, you closing tonight, Ducky?
Tenfold, it feels like.
They know exactly what Gen.G are trying to execute, and Liquid are making them pay for it. Nothing for free. Through the midfield, Noli trying to get around.
You said you'd probably be at home till like
1v1.
last 2 rounds, right?
Pulling your way in, big man. He can't do it, and back out our Liquid.
And he wanted to save play, just looking to force a 50-50 and hope maybe a second man was hiding behind him, lurking in the shadows. But they don't want to risk anything, and that's what I talked about earlier. You see Abjack up for a solo play. Every single time they've gone for that midfield pass outlet, they've been getting intercepted. Maybe Gen.G's confidence has been deflated a little bit.
Liquid just aren't finding these clears.
Next 3 nights.
So push up, time and time again, holding on to possession and trying left and right for different looks the spacing for them, but a Chronic towards the backboard will get possession right back to Gen.G. Now we get into interesting territory. With 60 seconds to play, just trying to kill time, but Gen.G have to start to make their push and find one another if they want to make this realistic.
And at this point, if your confidence has been dwindling away, it doesn't matter. You're in the final minute. You have to send the whole fleet. Everybody pushes forward. All 3 members have to take risky rotations, extend out. Something is needed for Gen.G, or else the first step in this reverse sweep will be taken by Team
I mean,
Liquid.
I don't think you really worry about the 1 loss.
Half a minute to go. It's up to a Chronic. There's the pass to Jack.
Not fast enough.
To the midfield, Noli was ready, but gets bumped by Chronic, and there's the miss. Here comes a
That's another goal?
Right on
Nope.
target. Big
Nice
save
save.
from Gen.G.
And a rough showing from Chronic in the midfield. Didn't find the touch. Ato wants to extend the lead, tried to land under it. Bit of a pogo. Didn't work out. Oski still killing time. 3 seconds remaining. And Team Liquid have got their first game in this.
All right, game 4.
I know Noli was the one saying calm down, but I think Liquid heard those comms as well. They're trying to take a breather. And remember that this is only 5 games. It's still doable, 1 at a time, and we get ourselves to Coliseum, where Liquid have a chance to send it on its way.
Team Liquid. It takes a lot of courage to bounce back like that and to show up after not only getting destroyed in game 1, but you came so close in game 2. Those are 2 opposite sides of tilting. One is being so close to tasting the victory. Meanwhile, the other, there's not even a chance. And yet in game 3, they are resilient, relentless on the pitch, not giving up.
And those micro adjustments defensively from Liquid have paid off. They're getting in front of the passes from Gen.G. They're not allowing Chronic to go up individually. They're keeping Noli at bay. That off-ball offense that he was doing so well at in game 1, in game 2.
Yes.
He's been non-existent. It's not a negative for him, but it's promise and positives for Liquid. The fact that they've shut him down. And look at how the offense has responded for Gen.G, or lack thereof. They're struggling to find one another.
And you're right, the true indicator for Team Liquid, for me in my brain, is that interception out of a Chronic.
All right, here we go.
Play from Gen.G. Being able to shut
You feel
them
like you
down,
need to end this here
passing between each
if
other.
you're Gen.G,
That's
right?
a big statement.
Because if you have Team Liquid going into game 5 with
read
2-game
that
winning
Team
streak,
Liquid
it's a lot of
hungry and
experience
ready
on their
to pull off
side.
the reverse
A
sweep,
lot of
but
pressure
they've
on
got
your
2 more
side.
games to go. And
They do have the crowd on their side, though.
With some pressure.
Got to be worried about those sharpshooters from the elbow. They can pull up from anywhere and get deadly. As Jack plays it to himself, there's the bump to clear the back lane. Nicely done by Liquid to immediately stop the pressure.
But he just bullied out the way. Chronic got sucker punched in the face as he's trying to take the shot. It's got to be so frustrating. You're right there, so close with an opportunity. Noli wants to make another opportunity. Early use of the flip, and Abjack stuck in the midfield, pinch across. What's going to happen to Gen.G? Can they shake off that earlier loss in game number 3?
Just as Liquid have made small adjustments, now it's up to Gen.G to do the same. On the other side of the field, Chronic is working towards the backboard. And apparently Jack will have a Chronic to worry about as they fight for possession through the corner.
Not seeing the best mechanics out of Gen.G either. Game 1 and 2 looked like they were some of the best 1v1 players in the world, and now a couple of uncharacteristic whiffs on the ball, not getting the first touch. I even remember in the last game as we just unwinded in the final minute. Chronic couldn't get the touch he wanted. That's trickled into game number 4.
2 members pushing. Liquid have some. But apparently Jack has cut down so many of these shots. The opportunities just haven't been there for Liquid on the other side. Game 3 was the biggest stretch. It's been all of Gen.G. Both defenses really stepping up in this series at the biggest time.
It looks very panicked from Gen.G. with that.
Yeah, they've been having a hard time keeping their boost under control. Chronic just got one, I think it was from mid.
And also the follow-up, a Chronic.
They got starved with their boost.
Understands that Noli can't get behind the ball. He doesn't have enough boost. And this is exactly what we saw against the Optic. No boost to go around for the defense.
No boosto!
Just forced Noli to have
And you
to
even saw the 2
restabilize
players
and turn his
bumped
car
into
up
each other
right,
going for the one
running all
boost that
the
popped
he
up in
had
the
as a
corner.
reserve. And it allowed Liquid to find that space where a Chronic can do a Chronic things. And off the kickoff for Liquid. They are just 3 minutes away from Champions Field. The captain for Gen.G trying to get the offense started for Gen.G.
This hurts for Gen.G. I mean, I really think it's going to come down to transitioning as quickly as possible If Liquid start to set up that camp in your own half, stealing boost, we're going to see the same mistake that we got out of Noli. And you can't even really call it a mistake. He was just forced into an uncomfortable situation, had to make a call. 0 boost to his name. Chronic does get a demo, though.
Demo should allow them to push a little bit more in here.
A 1-goal lead for Liquid.
Really good job by Ital, though, to be able to
an opening goal during the spring split.
flip that script.
That might tell you everything you need
Goes
to
the
know
opposite
right
way.
now. As Liquid trying to add to that stat and pad it on. Through the corners yet again, it's been those long clears and a consistent one from Liquid. They haven't had a lot of trouble finding those long booming balls. That's been really the difference maker in this series. They have so much space upfield to get creative, to let the mechanics flourish, and force Gen.G to make a stop.
And I think all the fans of Gen.G are going to put up the abject symbol in the sky to try and light the way, call for the captain to start to make some plays. He tied the record for the most goals in a game on LAN with the 5th goal in game number 1.
Really?
But he hasn't been as loud in the following games. Can he show up yet again?
Gen.G have been pushed the distance this weekend. Took down Crew in 4, escaped Space Station in 5, and now trying to avoid Champions Field against Liquid. The slow play from a Chronic. Oski gets murdered on the goal line. Pushed out.
Abjack.
And Abjack trying to win a 50 to get his boys upfield.
And it's really a balancing act for Team Liquid. I mean, how do you take the boost, hold possession, without diving into early on challenges like that for Chronic? You have to find the perfect middle ground, and Ito wants to find the perfect flip reset. Chronic still behind the ball. Things have slowed down, and it's perfect for Liquid.
What was that?
Approaching game number 5.
It is relentless from Liquid. Gen.G just trying to escape, collect their
What's
bearings
that
back
sound,
at the midfield, but a Chronic yet again cuts the play down quickly. There comes Oski towards the ceiling, pops it high for himself.
I'm so confused.
Chronic will slow, and a huge 50 on the clear. That one's going to be wide, but it gives some signs of life for Gen.G. They can breathe for the moment.
And the Chronic has to dodge the corner boost, but it's fine because he'll pick up the other side.
Going the opposite way with it.
Trailing behind the ball. Passive approach out of Liquid, but a better read from a Chronic, even if you're playing more passive. Ito looks like
wide open.
A free net to shoot at, as the defense of Gen.G wanted to take the risk.
They take the ball away so quickly at midfield, and Gen.G is all the way pushed up. All 3 members are overcommitting.
And that started with the Chronic. He was so late to that challenge, but he read where Chronic wanted to go on the air dribble. And we have got ourselves a ball game. This looks like it's going to trickle into game number 5.
Unless all of a sudden Gen.G can put something together.
Scoreless from Gen.G.
Gen.G has not looked good these last couple games, chat.
It's on the precipice, and 2 unanswered from Liquid would certainly say so. Time continues to dwindle away, maybe 1 for the road, but Liquid have set enough, and they've been loud about it. They have matched the pressure in midfield. They've taken away opportunities from Gen.G. They've shut down the counterattacks. They've moved into the offensive third and put the pressure on Gen.G's head. We are headed to game 5, and a reverse sweep is in the table.
Champions Field. Here we go. Team Liquid. They want the reverse sweep. They want to be the villains of North America and send them home.
I gotta go pee, chat.
Eliminating everybody from that region in this tournament. 1 more game to go.
Chronic is the only American player left in this tournament.
That's it.
For North America, your hopes are leaning on him.
This is it.
And
5 minutes
on the shoulder of Gen.G.
Everybody right now in the Boston Arena who favors Gen.G, and it's a lot of people. They've been getting loud for Gen.G. They are trembling because you see what Team Liquid are capable of. You see the snowball movement, but Gen.G feed off of the energy. They have been clutch in these situations before.
It's got to be annoying as ever for Gen.G to play against Liquid, because it's not the mechanics of Liquid that have stepped up, it's the relentlessness. It's the constant pressure that Liquid are applying. It's not pretty, it just gets the job done. And how difficult is it when you have a crowd like this against you, as Liquid have stood up, but Gen.G need to hear every single decibel.
Look at the noise.
If I had to wait,
people yelling, people
if I had to wait another game, I would have
They know what's
absolutely
on the
not been able to
line.
control that.
Everybody came out to Boston to see
I wish I'd have been able to
matches
make it to
like
Boston,
this.
man.
And we head into
Yo, Ducky, we're doing the next one, right?
1 5-minute match.
Like we were talking about this morning with Weevil.
Loser goes home. Winner keeps fighting. Noli off the kick. Almost into the goal, but Chronic is there. Numbers are up for Gen.G, trying their best off of it to keep this one moving, but my goodness, early start and early pressure.
And how crucial is it for Gen.G to get on the board first in games 1 and 2? Right off that kickoff, firing from every angle they possibly could, put a goal in, and that's what helped them get the win and secure match point. Haven't seen the same ferocity.
Woo! Crossbar and out.
Damn.
Ato keeps it.
Nolly, let's go!
Nolly secures.
Talk your talk, Abjack. Chronic centers. Noli finishes.
Let's get it.
Get on the board.
There's that hot start. Same thing that happened
'Cause I am
game
definitely
number
down.
1 and game number 2. The only difference is this is Champions Field. Forget about the past. Forget about the history of the series. This is where you start new trends. And Team Liquid, they've got what it takes, Spaceman.
This is where you see who's clutch and who isn't, who's meant to make the run, and who only comes to punch their ticket here. A minute burned in game 5. Gen.G find the opening push, and the points to follow.
Abjack's looking for a bump.
And he finds one as well, but Chronic couldn't get up, and it was a beautiful touch from Oski to get it away.
That wasn't even the touch that Oski needed to hit. It wasn't his turn to go in rotation, but he saw the bump attempt from Abjack and bailed out his teammate. That's the defense that's kept them alive, kept them within 1 now. But how long will they survive? Noli wanted to get a dunk. Early challenge from Chronic. Look at the midfield speed. Gen.G have evolved in game 5.
And a toe peeled off. He was getting midfield boost, so the resources in the backline will be here for Liquid. Now it comes down to just skating alongside Abjack, trying to hold this possession and allow for your offense to push up. You got a Chronic there, waiting for the pass. Nice recognition by Gen.G to cut it down in the corner.
Noli wants to connect with Chronic, and what a clear. It's moments like that that will separate these two teams. Being able to waste a few seconds, let your teammates get boost. Huge 50 win from Chronic, as now they've got to recover yet again. Crossbar and out, missed opportunity. Team Liquid patiently waiting for one setup that could change the tides.
Fighting through so many touches and big 50 wins. Oski plays it back.
He's got a dribble.
And Chronic leaves it on a flip, was looking for the pass to his teammate, but it just wasn't there.
This is a slow backboard defense, but Noli, thankfully in the right position. Abjack just booming this from the backboard. I'd like to see them dribble a little bit more.
And look how quickly these clears are getting out for Gen.G. They're meeting the ball in the backboard, immediately punching downfield. What worked in game 1 and 2.
Gen.G's doing a good job of really meeting up with a lot of early resistance. Of course, as I say that, they almost get a good shot in. Oh, that's open. They needed that. Here's Chronic.
1v1, a Chronic races back, and the hustle is there. It could have been the extension of their lead, still within 1.
Coast to coast and post to post. Gen.G stand up, but Liquid do as well. Just as tall. Abjack, the captain, following through. Numbers in the back line. Noli will get boost or play around it. Times it perfectly. Abjack starting to rotate through the midfield. Chronic gets pulled off the play. He's going to have to play towards the side. This is where Liquid can start to push up and keep their numbers stacked, but that's a huge clear from Gen.G.
These reads out of Gen.G, clearing it all the way down the other side. It's not only relieving pressure, it's wasting time. Abjack wasting no time to put that shot on target. Saved out. One player.
That's open field!
Yeah, and it's going to be Chronic. 2-0.
Stand tall for your team. Stand taller for your country. Chronic, in the biggest moment.
Let's get it.
A 2-0 lead.
1:40 to go. A Chronic was racing back. He did it before. He got there in time for the counterattack. But the second time, he's not going to be successful. Security gained for Gen.G. The crowd.
All right, 90
is loving
seconds.
it. Team Liquid aren't. 1:28 to go.
Come on, one more, baby.
Be done
One more, baby. Oh, I thought that was going to get over Chronic.
Find a way to break out. Chronic starting to feel himself right now in that offensive third as Atao leaves it. A Chronic, what a ridiculous touch.
Nice save.
In the corner, here comes Oski doing his best to keep Liquid involved, but it's been
nice by Noli to be able to get the boost.
These contests from Gen.G are so difficult to work through. No matter
They're doing a
what
good
you
job
have,
making
if
sure
you're
they're not
Liquid,
getting
there's always
starved.
an answer.
This is where heroes are born.
Nice. There we go.
Team Liquid. All 3 players in the spring split have had highlight moments. Anybody can step up, but they need to do it now. Tournament life on the line. Gen.G, 2-goal lead. Maybe a third one if Chronic can put it on target.
Oh, that was kind of risky.
Double commit up midfield.
Oh, no.
Oh, they get burned. Can they get back
Nope.
in time? Yes, they will. Here comes Liquid.
Nice.
Big save from Chronic.
30
Standing
seconds.
strong on defense.
They need to score here if they have a chance.
The final 30. It all comes down to this for Liquid.
Nice. Good defense by Gen.G. They needed that if they're going to pull that here. Yep. Gen.G's won.
And immediately denied. One more time. There's still a chance. A Chronic saves his flick back to the midfield, and it's red again by Chronic.
No way!
One shot, one goal. Team Liquid still in it.
All it takes is 1 second. As James Bond once said, it's not over until the clock hits 0 and that ball touches the ground. 11 seconds to go. Liquid pulling out all of the cards, pushing it towards center table. Now is the time to answer the call.
This could be a disaster. Let's see what happens off the kickoff of Chronic. Good speed. He wins the challenge. 6 seconds to go. A toe. Reads the play from the backboard, but Noli booming clear down the other end. One more chance.
Does he have enough? Oski trying to end it here.
Nice app.
It's still alive, but Gen.G looking for the kill. The dagger and and of course they find it. Why
Let's go.
Chronic, North America's last hope, and Gen.G finally get what they wanted.
The dream is still alive for North America. Hugs all around. Clutch plays, clutch factors, everything in this.
There we go.
Unparalleled for Gen.G at Game 5. And my word, Spaceman, Liquid have been knocked out. A team that was favored to win it all.
That is one of the toughest matches Gen.G are going to have to play. And your major champions in the fall not only step up, make the small adjustments. When Liquid shoots back, you respond. When they push downfield, you counter. They found a way to get it done for Liquid. Top 4 in San Diego, bowing out here top 8. A disappointing result.
Jesus, man, what a cool.
And my goodness, does this mean the world to this crew?
I mean, what a series.
Because what, their next game will be...
From that game, from that head-to-head. It's
Oh,
a repeat.
their next game is probably going to be like
From the
BDS,
fall
though.
Major. However, this was a best of 5, and Gen.G were the team to get to match point first. Liquid almost with the reverse sweep, and that is why it's so difficult to be in this lower bracket. The pressure is like no other, Spaceman.
And that's where you want a captain and apparently Jack to be able to lead this crew. I mean,
And even,
what
even
better
Noli
way?
got involved in the comms and calming people down.
Noli did it in game 2, leaned over and said, look, we're up 2-0, calm down. They get a little bit dicey, things look interesting, Luke could start to make the comeback. But as Liquid made those adjustments, Gen.G got back to their pace, they started playing their game, finding one another, using the space, and allowing Chronic to do Chronic things. This is what this kid
All right, so that means now all of our other matches are best of 7s, chat.
Noli was fantastic, and apparently Jack deserved to have that captain crowned. He did a hell of a job.
And we got Karmine Corp versus Moist next.
But it's not over yet. They've got to continue their lower bracket run. And I believe we've got none other than the man Abjack himself on the stage with Subi.
Gen.G turn Team Liquid into vapor and send them packing. I'm up here with apparently Jack. And Jack, how does it feel to have all of this support in the Aganis Arena behind Gen.G?
You guys are absolutely incredible. I have nothing else to say. You guys are probably the best crowd I've ever played in front of so far.
That's pretty dope. Let's go.
Guys, I need your support. We need your support for the rest of this tournament. We have the only US player left in the tournament on our team. We're the only NA team here representing you guys.
Let's go.
We'll do a good job.
I knew that you would love those USA chants. They would really support you on that one. North America, last hope on this stage. The theme of the week for me has been emotions. And I want to know, how do you control those emotions when it looks like Team Liquid's about to pull off a reverse sweep? What do you say to the boys on the pitch?
We have complete trust in each other. You know, it's just us against the world, and that's it. You know, it sounds cringy, but it really is that. It's been that all season. You know, at the start of the season, not many teams didn't like us. We knew that we just had to trust each other, have confidence in each other. And because we've built that up, we can keep it in these high pressure moments.
Now, I don't know if you were aware, you had 5 goals in game number 1.
No, this is Abjack.
In a live environment. The crowd loved it. The fans at home loved it as well. But I want to know, what surprised you most about Team Liquid? Because they showed true resolve.
Yeah, Team Liquid actually did a really good job of changing their kind of game plan halfway through the series. They were 2-0 down. They were trying to rush into our challenges. We played off that, and they started waiting really patiently for us, which, you know, Liquid, that's a testament to how strong they are as a team. But luckily, you know, anyone could win in Game 5, but it was us.
Now, I'm sure you've looked at this bracket. You're aware that you guys fell into the lower bracket of this tournament. This would be the greatest lower bracket run of all time if you can get to the grand finals and take down whoever's there. What's your message to Gen.G fans and North America fans all around the world?
I said it at the start of this interview, we need all of your hype. I swear to God, we need all of your hype. It helps
All right,
so
Jeremy,
much.
busting
It really
open the
does
hot
help.
Cheetos.
Guys, hang on. If you give
Oh,
us your
yeah,
hype,
yeah, yeah.
we'll give you good gameplay and we'll go far.
You are correct, sir. Sorry, I'm like,
Gen.G and North America, not done yet.
My goodness, the hope for NA lives on in Gen.G, and I gotta agree with Jack. I've never at a Rocket League event had the impulse to plug my ears, but when the ball touched the ground on Game 5, my hand shot up to my ears because of how loud this room was. Also, being a home field advantage isn't just about making noise when your team's doing well. You need to make a little bit of noise when the other team does well, or else they get the, oh, we shut them up kind of
Yeah,
thing.
you gotta have that middle
So
ground.
yeah. Just enough cheering for Liquid there that they gained nothing out of those games they were.
But we have to talk about, this is why you play at majors. LAN experience. We saw it in Game 5. LAN experience by Gen.G, the Ice. 2 crucial mistakes in that Game 5 by Team Liquid.
Yeah.
So we saw a shot by Atto. Wide
I love
open
the
net.
what a
He
save
missed it.
pennants.
Then they also just
Those
had a
are dope.
rotational error and gave up a wide open goal. It was a 1-goal Game 5. One of those mistakes was all they needed to fix, and this is a completely different series, Shogun.
I mean, from Game 3 and 4, I feel like Nolly was really struggling on the field. He was getting a lot of uncharacteristic misses on his part, but that proves, well, that the mentality going into it, because we've had so many players throughout this tournament, they make that one mistake in that Game 3, and they do not recover. They sat down, they settled, and they went into the highest pressure environment possible, and they got the result. And unfortunately for Europe, I guess we're in the bin now. Only 4 teams.
no.
Unlucky.
Only the entire upper bracket.
We'll have to work really hard to improve this next year.
Well, my goodness, there's not much left to improve on. Folks, let's take a look at that bracket, show you those 4 European teams sitting up in the top. Liquid, the only European team to be eliminated so far, as Gen.G is now through to the lower quarterfinals. They will wait on the results of the upper semis, as will Rule 1. Those next 2 matches up on the top, finally going to the top of the bracket, Gibbs.
And we're going to the European Regional for a little bit here. 2 matches back-to-back. Vitality BDS is going to be fantastic. BDS probably looks like the best team here. Vitality, it hasn't been perfect, but they're still in the uppers. On the other side, of course, Joyo versus Vatira. Again, a fall major quarterfinal rematch. We'll see if any more magic happens there.
All right, so it does look like
Best of
SA is
sevens
going
now
to still be
for the
represented
rest
next year
of
at
the
ALGS.
event. We are done with the best of 5s, which means timeouts are back on the table. Coaches can call, players can call for a timeout if they need one here, mates.
Yeah, and I know Karmine, they really got benefit from that timeout buff. They had a ridiculous stat. D-Reg used to know about 45 and something. Whenever they called a timeout, they just couldn't lose after it. Timeouts mean so much. If that Complexity Rule 1 series, Liquid probably would have called timeout after that Gen.G dub. Timeouts are going to change the course of these series. It's going to be interesting to see how they work out.
We'll see how it goes, folks. We've got a few more matches there. You saw the schedule. We'll be getting into it here momentarily. Gen.G stays alive here. We'll get to see them play again later today. But for now, it's time for the upper bracket best of 7s. Karmine Corp versus Moist is next.
All right, we're going to best of 7s. Moist versus Karmine Corp. Let's see if they have any head-to-head. Dude, honestly, I'm really excited for that matchup. I think even this Moist Karmine Corp is going to be pretty good. The only problem is every time these teams play, looking at their head-to-head,
you can save an average of 2 times more with our smart
whoever
savings
wins,
tools
wins big.
for everything we want. we're all better off with an ally.
Karmine Corp won last time 4-1. Moist won the time before that 4-1. Karmine Corp won before that 3-0. 4-1 for them as well. 3-1 for Moist. Like last time, these two teams went the distance with spring last year. So different rosters, etc. All right, let's go ahead and go back to Spring Major on this. I want to look at one thing while we're on break from games. Where would I have to go for? Because here, was it just 2 invited teams? All right, so this year in VCT, Act 1, oh, so that was for different like weekly plays. Okay. But it still means that they're not getting money in those leagues like they are versus EMEA, NA.
What? So you're gonna leave? Well, my contract ends in August. What do you want me to say? My contract ends in August. I can't really say much.
Do you see him staying on BDS?
I mean, his track record doesn't look very good.
Do you guys think things would have been different if you didn't lose to Furia?
We would have won Worlds if we didn't lose to Furia.
Do you think so?
I agree with that. I think we all agree.
Yeah, well, of course you're gonna say that. So there's a lot of people out there that feel like this Moist roster came to an early end. Is there anything you want to say to like those fans who really cheered for you guys as that underdog story, that really loved the story?
It's all their fault for leaving. I'm joking, by the way.
You're not joking.
He's not joking.
He's not joking.
Partly joking. It's
Partly joking.
Teammates turn to rivals.
Can we just get up and end this with a big group hug?
Come on, Rizzo.
I needed that.
All right. So that's my guess. It does make me happy that I didn't make a video about SA not having representation. It does make me want to make sure I can do a video here soon. Also, let me go here. See what my alerts for stack up. Don't need those. I said Epic wanted to have some freaking hot Cheetos, man. Bro, what? Dude, no way. Got Mash reported in DVD League. Got pulled off Twitch. That's so sad, bro. That DVD has to deal with that shit. Bro. Bro, that's so crazy, dude. Why you always do this to me, Ducky? First off, yo, DVD League had someone mass report their page during playoffs, so their page got taken down by Twitch. It's crazy.
The Blue Walls in the house, and they are ready for the appearance of their team, Vatira, in the game. Trying to stay alive in the upper bracket. Haven't seen them play in, like, I don't know, 3 years at this point. Feels like how long we've been in that lower bracket, Gibbs.
It's been a while. It's been a while for both of these squads, so we'll see how the scrims went, obviously, yesterday to regroup after their 2-0 first day. But K-Corp, obviously, huge favorites coming in. Moist was the 5th seed in Europe, and everyone said there's 2 tiers to Europe. It was 1 through 4 with Liquid in there. Now they're gone. But Moist, they're still here at number 5, you know, tier 2 Europe, but they're performing exceptionally well.
Cole, welcome to the desk, by the way. First time
Thank
in
you.
3
It's
days.
the first time I've been here since the opening pre-show. Now I've got 5,000 more friends, which is lovely.
Yes.
So hello, everybody. It's a lot better now, a lot more full. So I'm having a good time.
They're all chewing on their snacks right now.
Okay,
So
well,
they,
yeah,
they heard you there. They were like,
they're
like,
he's
Cole's
European.
Great. He's great. He is, folks. Let's take a look at the bracket, folks. 'Cause for the first time in a long time, that upper bracket is going to be relevant again. We have
That's right.
6 matches we're playing today. We're through 2 of them. The lower quarterfinals are waiting on the results of these next 2 matches. And again, we're playing best of 7s now, Bates.
Best of 7s indeed. Gibbs, it's interesting that you bring up that Moist is the number 5 seed coming out of EU. I believe they're also the number 5 seed at the Fall Major when they played Karmine. Karmine was the 1st seed, though. They switched up a little bit, but Moist, they've proven to be really good underdogs.
We'll see Vitality versus BDS in a little bit, but for now, it's time for the blue on blue Karmine Corp. The blue wall going up against Charlie and Moist here. I am excited to see this matchup, a rematch from Fall.
Winter Major champions in K-Corp, Fall Major finalists in Moist. The accolades are there for both of these squads, but only one will remain in the upper bracket.
The teams ready to get on the stage. They had some words for each other beforehand.
Wow, dude. It looks like it was, you know, I'm not going to say who it was.
Make him stop crying again.
Yeah, you think so? I will show you you're greedy. To be honest, I'm not going to curse myself because last major we lost to them.
I think it's free for us. You walk in the park like a dog.
I mean, you're playing with 2 rookies. If I just defend, they can't do anything.
What happened in Rotterdam, man?
Just a little mistake.
How many little mistakes?
Oh, it's fine. After this major, we won the San Diego land. Where were you? Good luck.
That's crazy, bro.
Fair enough.
First onto the stage, let me get some help from my friends behind me. What's the color? What's the color? I said, what is the color? Welcome your Winter Major champions, Karmine Corp.
Let's go, Moist, baby.
The team that brings an army with them no matter where they are in the world. Karmine Corp, the Winter Major champions, filled with a roster of straight Frenchmen, and they've been phenomenal throughout the whole entire year. They're arguably the most consistent team from fall to winter and now to spring. Karmine Corp, they mean business here.
A team disgusted by the
Do you
very
actually think
concept
that?
of being
Or are you just
the
saying that because I
second
say
best.
Moist?
They will not be happy about that at all, not for 1 second. And the chance to knock out a team that I suspect will be the favorites in here among the crowd, they'll relish that opportunity.
But a surprise spring split for K-Corp. No regional wins because of the Vitality perfection, but also the number 3 seed in Europe. They're looking to bounce back, get ready for that World Championship. They believe they are the best team in the world, and they want to prove it here again.
And they are the only team so far, this whole entire split, that has taken down Vitality in a series, and they have, in my estimation, the best player in the world on the roster. Vatira, 2 major titles to his name. One that been on the Moist legendary team, now he's on the Karmine legendary team. He wants to make it 3 to his name, and to do that, he has to take down Moist.
Well, Karmine Corp, they're ready to go, but they are not the only blue in this matchup.
And their opponents, they've brought a cannon, and they're here to break down the wall again. Please welcome Moist Esports.
Let's get wet, baby. That walkout looks so fucking tough, bro. Those Moist sweatshirts are pretty tough.
The creator-based orgs, and I think Moist Critical's got some fans in here. Certainly those three players have some fans as well. At the start of this season, Joyo said that he didn't think he was the player that Moist fans would want to stay on. He looks like it now, Gibbs. He looks like he believes that this is the Moist that can reclaim their past glories.
This is a brand new Moist squad. Juicy coming in, his first RLCS land. They made history in fall, being the only 5 seed to make it to a grand finals, but the only member that's left on that team is Joyo. Brand new team around him. They bring in Cash, and I think everyone was very happy to see him move up onto a stellar team. Joyo, everyone wave in the crowd.
Hey, I'm waving
Joyo.
Waves all around.
One of the most likable players in the scene. But these guys want to do it again. The EU5 seed want to make another Grand Finals push.
He'll also come into this one off the back of Gen.G, an NA 5th seed, causing an upset. They'll remember what happened in fall, up against Karmine Corp after Vatira had left. They upset them.
And not only that, they destroyed them. They won that series 4 games to 1. So that was domination. So Joyo's going to remember that and tell his 2 new teammates, let's repeat that.
And listen, you heard Stacks, they got a cannon. Kaz, one of the best offensive players in the game of Rocket League right now. He absolutely popped off when he needed the most, going up against OG and Fury and the likes. When he's on, this team is one of the best in the game, and Juicy's been playing well so far too.
And so far, he's been on 1 goal per game, number 4 out of all the players here. So the cannon is striking.
You know this match holds an extra special edge for Vatira and Joyo. The former teammates, Vatira leaves Moist to join Karmine Corp to try and win championships. They've won a regional championship, they've won a major championship, but they have yet to win the Worlds. You know that that's what their eyes on. Joyo would love to take that away from Vatira.
Yeah, I mean, Vatira, it just is never enough for him. If he wins this major, oh, win Worlds. If he wins Worlds, I'll win the next Worlds. I'll go on a dynasty. It just never seems to be enough for him to settle. Always pushing, always lurching his team forward. I'm so impressed with the way Joyo, though, has rallied, constantly bringing in new teammates, finding ways to excel them, and I really like this new composition of Moist.
And there's a lot to play here for Moist. They're battling BDS for a spot into the main event as well. So if Moist win here, they basically lock it up. So that is what Moist is looking at. On the other side, K-Corp, though, we talk about Vatira. They've already locked up number 1. It doesn't matter, but Vatira hates losing more than probably any player out there.
Yeah, I think when we talk about him being the greatest player alive, and if there's any X factor Vatira has, it's that. It's that nothing, even first is not quite good enough for Vatira. He wants to win so badly, he will continue to push himself even after the wins.
His teammates ain't bad either, though. Exotic, constantly performing well. The amount of mechanical surprises he's got up his sleeve always seems to shock his opponents. And Itachi, T-Bates, what a player he is.
What a player he is indeed. One of the best midfielders in the game, if not the best. He sets up both
I gotta take my Geos away real
and
quick.
Exotic is once again doing what he did back in San Diego, elevating his game every single series. They're going to need that to take down Moist.
Well, folks, it's moments before we get the clash up in the upper bracket again. Best of 7's on the way, folks, and we finally have a leader between Bates and Gibbs.
That's me,
Bates,
buddy.
congratulations.
Yes, Bates.
That's me,
well
buddy.
done, mate.
You're not catching back
Rare
up
Bates
either.
W. I love it.
And Nate's back on, and I'm back.
Not catching up to the lead of 1 he has established, folks. We'll see if we
still
can
time,
continue
still
on. There's still we got 2 more days here. How do you at home feel about it? Let us know in the fan vote in the chat. Hashtag KC, hashtag MST. I think Karmine Corp and Vatira have this one locked up. Cole, what do you think?
I thought that in full, and I was totally and utterly wrong. I think this is upset central. Gen.G have done it from 5th seed. It's Moist's turn this time. I'm backing the boys in light blue.
Okay, we have 1 for Karmine Corp, 1 for Moist.
I'll go
Bates,
next.
you're in the first.
Oh, you already know. Listen, I respect Moist. I love the cannon. I love Joyo. Joyo's been to every single Grand Land Final, but it won't be today. I'm rocking with the blue wall. I'm rocking with Karmine, and I'm rocking with Vati. They're taking down Moist right here and right now.
Bates, we agree on one thing. The best player in the world, that's Vatira.
That's right.
No question. I am also going
It's not
K-Corp.
first killer?
No,
Oh,
no. He's the best player in North America. He's the best player in North America. Bounty is the best player in the world, all right? So I am going to pick K-Corp, but if K-Corp beats FaZe in the World Championship, I'm picking FaZe. But we're going to go K-Corp here.
What does Moist need to do? What is the key to victory for them? For the Moist fans that are watching at home hearing this.
Confidence, belief, be arrogant. Don't make one mistake and then think, oh, I guess we're worse. Just come back out there, freestyle. Believe that you own that place on the stand and play like it.
They've got the crowd behind them, I think.
And that as well. That will help.
Majority.
The crowd are going to have to do a big job here helping out Moist because they start to get in their own heads. These guys will be their fourth man.
Well, how does chat feel about it? We got Karmine Corp up here on the desk. The blue wall's pretty strong in chat. They're going to stay strong in chat here as well. But Moist, you know they've got fans as well. One of the most popular teams from last year. Going to be now taking on one of the kings in Europe. Folks, we've been in the lower bracket with the hopefuls and the maybes and the underdogs, and I don't know, maybe we'll see a grand final sometime, blah, blah, blah. Enough of the riffraff. The real monsters have been sharpening their claws, and their time is now. The reigning, defending major champions, led by the greatest player alive, against the full broadside assault of Juicy, Joyo, and the Cannon. It's a creator clash. It's Charlie versus Kamado. It's Karmine Corp versus Moist. Let's brawl.
Boston, it's time for the run back. In Rotterdam, it was Moist Esports that took it. And that has stung for months on end. KC with a chance to put them down in the lower bracket.
A rare occasion where both teams are trying to get revenge at the same time. Karmine Corp for the land loss that Moist handed them in the fall. And Moist for all the losses Karmine Corp handed them. Oh my goodness. Vatira's not wasting any time. Only 6 seconds in, he goes 1v2, Juicy, unable to make contact. Joyo wishes he did.
Vatira wanted a sip of water. Didn't want to take some time for it, get the goal, take your sip, get back into the game. Moist Esports know exactly what they're up against. Had to jump through so many hoops to make it to this stage. For Karmine Corp though, they're the team that have sort of seen their place in the world fizzle out a little bit, but Vitality bringing in Zen, becoming that new favorite for the big spot. That was KC's spot for the entire season. They don't want to see it stolen.
The other all-important storyline we need to talk about, of course, which will remain relevant for just about another 2 to 3 hours, is version 1. They're going to be hoping that the loser of this match can take down Rule 1 later on today.
I was gonna chat. Sorry, man. I've been trying to see if I
the
could
series is close because the loser
figure out what's going on with DVD League, but that's not important right now.
One-sided loss will not be feeling confident against Rule 1.
That lets me know if I'm still casting this
Can he make
weekend.
the second goal go in? Not quite. 1 minute down. KC had the advantage is up to now. Vatira back in again. Exotic will wait in the midfield. Now caught in. Actually does whiff the ball. Juicy reset. What's his options? Gets it back out to Cash. Over the top of his head. Joyo's turn. And Vatira, well, the love is now gone. Clattered into.
I mean, there's no way that Vatira could play the ball, so he just collapsed Joyo the way.
Oh, Cash!
How has Cash got the ball through everybody? It almost looked like Karmine Corp were stunned as well because he's just hit this one time and then flown behind it, and it's actually completely missed. Vatira bumped out the way, but Itachi's got to play the ball there. Bit of a mistake by Karmine Corp.
Cash went up with a flying nothing, and it ended up being the most dangerous thing he could have done. Joyo's turn. Well, that's actually playable. Here's Cash. Reset. Can't get it past Itachi. Juicy. Probably the player with the most question marks on him coming into this game. How does he step up to this? I've seen so many players having very different reactions to being on this stage in front of a crowd. Exotic. Where's his options? Vatira moving in to help out. Down the line. Oh, it
Oh!
first. Juicy.
Oh!
Juicy! That was ice cold!
Juicy just faking it on his own goal line after his teammate completely misses the ball. That is ridiculous. And now he's got a chance to get
Juicy drops it down low to Cash. Let's go!
What's a turnaround?
Damn.
Question answered. Juicy's a land boy.
I still can't believe that mind game in front of his own goal line.
That might be the bravest thing I've seen from any player.
I mean, he's in his LAN debut. Only his second day playing. Oh no, 6 X is too easy here. Karmine Corp
can't
did
give him
really
that,
well
though.
to win the kickoff over the top.
of Joyo. That's a big win. Joyo had no time to react. I mean, Joyo there, he's got to try and bump Exotic. He just drives off and leaves his third man with no chance. That's just too easy. Moist did so well to score, put themselves in front, and now their lead's completely gone in the blink of an eye.
Karmine 2 off of kickoffs. Moist Esports 2-0 from open play. What will be the X factor? You would expect players like Cash to really play into this one. We know how he does on live events. Had a fantastic performance with Quadrant over at the full major. Really felt like he was the player that most people were looking at coming out of that event. Now have a chance to prove everyone right. Juicy doesn't quite catch the ball. Over to the wall. Went for the pinch. Exotic cast the play and actually hit it into Itachi. So now Moist Esports might be able to keep going here. Although boost totals overall were running pretty low.
You know, I like what I'm seeing from Juicy here. He's playing a possession-based style. Easy save there for the aforementioned. Quickly turns around to clear the back wall as well. And if he's the question mark coming into this match for Moist, this really is firmly answered already. And Juicy's landed inside the net there, so he's going to be back for this. Bit of a tricky position. Karmine Corp are so good, as we know from watching them all season, at keeping teams stuck on the back foot. Moist break free.
Vatira does well, gets the ball out to Exotic. Question mark from the backboard. Joyo more than even to it. And Moist Esports are not panicking in their own side of the field. Taking their time, playing the ball. Juicy moves in. Backboard easily covered by Vatira. With Itachi to his right-hand side, but Vatira seems happy to solo play quite often. There's a player gone. Cash against Exotic. Exotic does well. In comes Itachi and up to Joyo.
Yeah, good cover at the near post there by Joyo. Knew the shot would be coming quickly. Karmine Corp, never a team to slow down the attack when they've got good position. Itachi looking to neutralize the ball in the box, but it's well deflected by Moist. Oh, Juicy looked for the bottom corner there. It's thought he saw Vatira off his line. Vatira looks like he may have had it covered. Juicy keeping them honest with these long shots.
Juicy has been incredible in game number 1. Cash waiting for his chance. Oh, wait a minute. It's a bit of a catastrophe. Itachi recovers well.
Remember, in the 7-game series, game 1 isn't as important, man,
but Juicy was on the way.
If you're Moist, you feel bad if you get into overtime and lose this thing off a kickoff goal.
Did get bumped, but still recovered it. Exotic straight over
you know
to
what I
Juicy,
mean?
and now they break.
Another big
Sorry, Chad, again, I know I've been not talking much, man. I've been...
Sit back for the third man. Lots of heavy hits from Moist.
Got some homies going through some stuff that I'm trying to see if I can help them out with.
Looks like the back ball defense has been more than sufficient for Karmine Corp. As they keep this at a deadlock.
I don't think I can, though.
Attempting to find a teammate in the middle in 0 seconds. It's complete
Unfortunate,
work by
man.
both teams. I don't think anyone is expecting that. Into overtime we go.
Kickoffs have been for KC so far. It's happened again. Tachi can't be Juicy to the ball. Exotic up the wall. Doesn't get hit either way. He's off the challenge.
Oh!
Tachi!
Ice cold.
And especially on something like that, too, bro. So you lose off the kickoff, or you get the equalizer on the kickoff, and then 14 seconds in, just a little dribbler. That's so tough. Yo, shut up, Ducky.
Absolutely perfect. KC takes game number 1.
Just kidding, I love you.
We are over to the best of 7s. Timeouts are on the board. And we have a Moist fan right in the middle of the KC lot. That, you know what? Juicy is no longer the bravest person in this building. It's that guy.
Yeah, I think it should be a relatively safe place to be. One of the more friendly rivalries off the pitch. I feel like there's a lot of mutual fans between these two teams, but on the pitch there's not really been a lot of friendliness to speak of. Vatira opened the scoring in 6 seconds. Cash fired back. Bit of a mistake by Itachi, leaving that one all alone to Vatira, but it was Exotic actually finding Itachi in the middle with a 50-50 pass that Moist were not ready for. You've always got to watch out for the low 50s when you're playing Karmine Corp.
For Moist Esports, the story has been the same ever since these roster moves came in, which is when it goes wrong, it goes really wrong. It needs to not be that way at this sort of stage.
I feel like these first 90 seconds in this next game really tell you a lot of how things go. You got to show a strong mental coming out.
They've shown that they've got real focus this weekend. They've shown that they can consistently perform, 3-1 wins in both of their upper bracket series so far against North America's 2nd and 3rd seeded teams, Furia and Optic. Moist not a team that are just going to fall over here. Juicy has, like we keep mentioning, played very well. We know what to expect from Cash.
The RLCS merge booth looks pretty lit. I can't lie.
One of the most consistent land finishers in the open era.
I saw Cookies posted it on Twitter.
Yes, 3 of the most consistent, all coming from the same roster. That is just slightly wide and the worst possible bounce for Joyo to see. Takes all the sizzle out of that play. Juicy now back to the corner. Up against Exotic. Exotic does well, now against Joyo. Slight battle over in the corner for the time being. Those boost totals become so important very soon if this keeps going. Joyo with a good boost steal. Vatira up on the challenge and Joyo's through too. Can he get something else? Not quite.
Now you do ask, what are the chances for Moist right now? I think they're still pretty good, but if they lose one more game,
oh, that's not what you want. That was filthy too.
What a recovery, immediately back onto it. And how about that for placement?
You had everything going for you, apart from one thing. You don't have Vatira. KC do, and that's the difference maker for goal number 1. Joyo, oh, that's a good kickoff for him, and Itachi, I think would have had a
good start.
He's got a slight miss, actually managed to leap himself off the backboard. Moist, will that last goal just settle in the back of the mind? They've been here a few times, tried to get the ball dropped down for Joyo, now the breakaway. Juicy, there first, missed from Itachi.
To be fair, I feel like Gen.G has a better chance against Moist than Karmine Corp, so it's like, yeah, I mean,
just waiting patiently for these chances. I like that they're taking their time. I like that they're looking for passes in the final third. Karmine Corp really warming up now. Great bump. Exotic just strikes it off. What play by Exotic. One of the most solid, consistent players in the world. He really does encompass no-nonsense gameplay.
Karmine Corp is doing a good job, though.
You're not going to get anything free against a player like him. That's just so frustrating to go up against.
Exotic, backboard, reset, goal!
And that's just again too easy. It actually rips it into the middle. Exotic up quickly, stealing reset, and then bounces it past Cash.
Chad, I told y'all the first 90 seconds going to tell us a lot.
Really needed some help there. Karmine Corp are running away with this now. I mentioned
105 seconds in, they've allowed 2 goals and haven't really had much of any offense going.
Significantly more difficult for Moist to come back is because Karmine Corp are one of the best teams at winning after a timeout. They've got a ridiculous record, and that has to be. No, not quite. Vatira again in the way of a point-blank range shot.
Tachi wants to get the ball to Vatira. Not quite going to work out for him.
Karmine Corp, yeah, I mean, they're just really good, dude.
Too much of a look in order to get their goals. It's been no build-up. It's just been, here's what we want, here's how we'll do it. And
the Karmine Corp Team Vitality upper bracket final is going to be crazy.
This might be a great chance, and he took it too early, but Juicy provides the support.
Let's not get out of ourselves, though.
Nearly a disaster for Moist, but Juicy's done well here. Karmine Corp getting a bit caught up in the near post. Cash wanted to force an own goal there, but actually nearly ended up pinching it off the post to safety. Juicy there to finish it off, and a lot of time left in the game. Moist have had plenty territory to play with. Karmine Corp still looks so consistent. A little blip there in defense. You're not going to see many of those.
Joyo tries for the ground pinch. Exotic. Bit wasteful from him. He did have Vatira on the right-hand side.
Still plenty of time to be able to even this thing up. It'd actually be a big turnaround for Moist.
As we have from KC,
you think BDS is going to beat Vitality? I don't know, man.
Drops the ball down. Juicy over to the wall. Wants to get the ball by himself, but Vatira well ahead of him. And now Vatira well ahead of another one. And actually, what on earth is Moist doing?
Why do they have 3 people on the line?
That is a massive, massive misplay.
2 people on the line, sorry.
Straight into Vatira's stealing challenge. Joyo
no.
up at Juicy, and that prevents either of them from jumping to save a simple shot. A complete disaster for Moist. They've got to forget about that right now because, I mean, for the wrong reasons.
Good news is in a best of 7, back-to-back losses don't put you on match point.
Call it what you want.
Okay.
We'll call it
although
still in the balance.
Well, that was
far from over, I guess.
Huge goal for Moist, just to completely reset after a disaster in defense with a quick goal back. Again, 1 goal difference and over 2 minutes to play.
Kick off again, 2 minutes and 1 second left. Back lost it, Tachi. Oh, that first touch asked quite a lot of himself. Now Cash time. Full options. Goes backboard. Vatira's got to get there in time. See the respect from Moist Esports. They knew as soon as they saw Vatira that they're going to have to back down for now. Moist Esports done a good job so far of mixing up the pace. From slow plays to just hard hits and try and chase down. Can they get one more mistake from the usual steadfast KC? In field and well read by Juicy. Exotic, you've got to get there quick enough, and he has done exactly that.
Exotic is luckily for him, he could see exactly where Juicy was coming from. He knew the timing that he needed to make.
I'll be honest, I haven't noticed Cash's car. I'll look at it next time it comes across.
Still really well played by Juicy to spot the Karmine Corp infield pass and turn it into a Moist attack.
Boom and clear there by Cash.
Ooh, demo.
Unfortunate for him, he is demoed. Brings Juicy into the play. They've got options midfield.
Oh, I think he was trying to search for the other one after the touch.
The confidence that KC have got in their defense. Off the backboard.
Oh, Doyle, you're disgusting!
Now that is a goal and a half. Joyle up immediately.
Oh my
goodness. No chance for Vatira on the goal line. He's had some spectacular saves in the series, but you're not saving that one. That is why Joyle is such a dangerous player on LAN.
Joyo just turned what the desk said is the best player in the world into a spectator. Off the backboard. Moist Esports will think that they need this game. They would be completely right. Joyo, he waits.
Over one.
Who dares stop him? It's Exotic that meets him.
Oh, if Joyo had 10 more boosts, that would have been really scary for Karmine Corp. Luckily, he couldn't get behind the ball to block it. In the closing seconds, still Moist are the team who are probing. They've had midfield control. It's
faking.
Oh my goodness, what a save by Exotic. That pass was brilliant by Moist.
Boost totals, Itachi's low. They needed to get rid of it. Exotic's done exactly that. Cash for 0-second heroics. Over to Joyo.
Oh, Itachi.
And we have
overtime, baby.
It does feel like a must-win.
Remember, last one's only 15 seconds.
Karmine Corp are looking for the overextensions, but Moist have played it so carefully in offense.
Oh.
Joyo. Good challenge. Exotic there in time.
And once again, the goal line. So close.
Joyo gets a demo, 3v2 for a second. Did Joyo get another one? Is it just Exotic? No.
Back out. There's time. Joyo, a little bit too much to work with from the ceiling. But it has been all Moist in this overtime. Back out. Cash from the backboard. Joyo's waiting, sees the ball over the top of his head, and now it's KC's turn.
Exotic always looking for the easy option, just shooting directly there, thinking, well, you know, we scored a pretty easy goal earlier on. Maybe we'll just test them once again. This time Moist are okay, but oh,
no! He whipped it!
To win it for Karmine Corp, and all it took was one miss for Moist in defense. Joyo trying to double it, but he didn't have any way to get there. Juicy under pressure.
Is that the new Nissan?
Easy. Karmine Corp break the defense pretty much for the first try.
KC had 42% ball touches. They made every single one count.
Damn.
We were saying that one was must win for Moist Esports. We're going to find out whether that is
I don't know
correct,
about must
Moist
win.
Esports have managed to run this close twice, and twice they have fallen short.
And it just goes to show how difficult it is to defend against a clinical team like Karmine Corp. They did not need that many chances on net. They put 4 out of 7 shots into the back of the net. As soon as that ball's bouncing towards Exotic, Itachi knows exactly what to do. We have had a timeout called by Moist. I think that makes a lot of sense. These games have been close, but they've both been losses as well. Exotic underestimated at the Winter Major, underrated by many. I think continually throughout this season and throughout his entire career, he's such an underrated player because he doesn't air roll as much as your average Rocket League fan wants him to. He doesn't air dribble as much as your average Rocket League fan wants him to. He just plays such effective Rocket League. I mean, if there's one player that 99.9% of us should be copying in our own gameplay, it's Exotic. Very replicatable playstyle at any level of gameplay, and it works, even at the highest level.
I mean, we can absolutely look at any of those goals that went in, and for KC, it was all about just having that trust. I mean, there was the opportunity at the very beginning of that overtime where we're thinking, it's done. Moist Esports have got this. They put it into the bottom corner. They already managed to fake a play before then, and somehow, some way, KC had the read, they had the discipline, and they got the save. So for Moist Esports coming off this timeout, it's huge. It's absolutely huge, and because that lower bracket you are playing later on today, that is so little time to reset mentally.
Yeah, and this one is getting away from them. They've played well. I think Moist all weekend, they've played very well, and I like what I'm seeing from them for the most part. Just nervous in defense is how I would describe them. That's what they need to be talking about right now. Don't change anything about how they're attacking, because I like what they're doing. They're actually making Karmine Corp look vulnerable. They're holding the midfield against a team who usually dominate the midfield, but when Moist are pushed back, which is, you know, inevitable, it's going to happen. They've got to communicate. They've got to stay calm. We had a horrendous third goal that they conceded in this series, in this game, sorry, that's really not acceptable at this level. Will they keep the nerves under control in defense in game 3?
The storyline for Moist has always been that it has to go their way throughout the entire series or they crumble. That's not been the thing in this match.
All right.
Time to
we said the first 90 seconds
they are to take down KC. Left for Itachi.
Was big in game 2. I feel like it's 60 here in
That's huge for Moist. Early
game
on,
3, man. You need to be up after 60.
Push, and it just looked like a classic KC attack there. Nothing too crazy, just setting up a shot from point blank range that you expect to just fire into the net, but no, there was a Moist defender there this time, and that's a great sign.
Sounds like people are home, chat. Hearing stomping from the Z-Man.
Need a little bit of support. Here comes Vatira. It's open for everybody at the moment. Joyo.
So that means in between series, I'll have to go bring groceries.
And now he can continue onwards. The wall recoveries from KC have been exceptional. KC never lands in a position where there is not the chance to get back nice and quick.
And even there, Exotic taking a 50-50 mid-air. He's trying to deflect it towards his teammate. Such a selfless player. Not trying to force it through the opponent. He's not worried about putting it on net. No, he just knows exactly where his teammates will be. That's where he wants the ball to go.
Oh, second touch actually my front Juicy off, but he still managed to play it. Over the top, it's trundling towards the net, but Juicy's there in time. Demo's starting to come out here from KC. Ash powers the ball long. Itachi down to Exotic. How good have the passing plays from KC been so far? Not a single one has been off target.
Yeah, right there, Juicy was covering the middle pass just in
Feels like the longer this goes, man, it favors KC. Moist gonna start feeling more and more pressure. Unless they can start putting some sort of inkling of offense together, man.
Quite happy to move in as third man there, knowing there's not really any threat.
That's a goal. Nice. Yep.
He just stays out.
Unfortunate, bro.
Finds his teammate in the middle, and it's just too easy for Itachi.
I mean, just look at Itachi that entire time on the replay. He picked his spot, he stuck with it, because he knew the ball was going to be on a dime.
I mean, it's just first class delivery from Exotic. It's unbelievable. Itachi perfectly times his arrival. You know, we have to give him credit as well. It's not just about the pass, it's about the attacking player arriving at a good time to make the pass straightforward, but Exotic absolutely nailed that. And I feel like the Exotic Itachi passing plays have really complemented Vatira's solo plays in this series. Moist have not had an answer. You know, they've had answers with goals of their own, but when it comes to stopping Karmine Corp from scoring, yet to really see that happen.
There comes Cash, and
nope, not this time.
Not the sort of shot that you expect to see from him. Easy enough for KC.
Itachi with another shot.
Itachi to try and double up.
Nice save by Juicy.
Does well off the challenge, goes for the recovery. Infield, and unfortunately, KC know what the infield looks like. They've been scoring off it. You're not going to get one against them.
This is a big chance for Juicy. Fires it well, and it's in!
Wow. That's a big response by Juicy.
Juicy, downfield, receives the cannon's pass, and adds a little bit of power to it.
Bang!
Damn.
Moist Esports back in. They've run KC close in both the games. That's not been the problem. The problem is this moment right now. Can they clutch it up? Oh, that's so awkward. Juicy has to go. Gets there before Itachi. Now he's unleashed Joyo. 1-on-1 for now. Infield
Joyo?
doesn't want to take it.
Oh, that was a big demo from Exotic.
Just demoed, so no follow.
Yep.
That's a great try by Joyo. Vatira really did well to block the attempted dunk.
Otherwise,
by
there's a
Joyo
good
as well.
chance off that rebound.
Joyo faking a immediate shot.
Assist in.
No one's back. It's simple again for Karmine Corp.
Damn, dude.
Just so difficult to keep them under control.
It's okay. Again, Moist is probably the best chance for Gen.G to keep going and get top 4. So,
If you're a Moist fan, it's
as
easy
much
to
as
call
I would
that
like to
lucky,
see
but if you've been following
Moist win
Karmine
here,
Corp season, you know that's just what
want to
they
see
do.
the boys from Gen.G keep the story going.
Match, you know that's what they do. Every challenge goes lateral. Every challenge has a player on the end of it. Every challenge results in a goal. A mountain of work here for Moist Esports to accomplish. And so little time to do it. Cash stealing, he's got Joyo up already, too much to do. Juicy holds the midfield, that's a bit of a heavy first touch though. Itachi will take over, leaves it for Exotic!
Yeah, it's over, guys. It's just over, bros. It's over. There ain't no way. Karmine Corp's really feeling themselves now.
Just leaves it for
Sad, bro.
Exotic, who slots it bottom corner. Moist brought the firepower in the first 2 games, but it seems like their timeout call only helped Karmine Corp figure them out.
Just over a minute left here. Look from the recovery. Cash has to play for the double tap. He's actually got it on target. Exotic well aware. Exotic going as far as Joyo. That could be interesting, but Itachi has it covered well. Over to Exotic yet again. It's like a magnet. Every single time Itachi plays the ball, it's straight to Exotic.
You just know what you're going to get. He's such a great teammate to Itachi and Vatira because they know exactly where they need to position in order to play around Exotic. And you do need players like that in any Rocket League team right now. You can't just have 3 loose cannons. Oh, but...
Oh,
it's a good one.
that would have been a good one to get, bro.
Just can't get the second goal. Still time. Juicy's up, but
Yeah.
he's easily beaten by Itachi.
They need to make the play right now. They need at least 1 second on the board. Cash. Down to Joyo. Has to go in. Off right now, but they have run out of time. Nothing for consolation either.
Damn.
1, 2, 3, 4. Match points to KC.
Timeout already used for Moist.
Reset it here real quick. I'm going to go grab at least the first load of...
What chance could you possibly have against such seasoned veterans? Karmine Corp may have started slowly in this event in their first 2 games, but ever since then, they've been non-stop. In fact, they've been improving step by step. 3-2 in round 1 against Ground Zero, 3-1 in round 2 against Space Station Gaming. Now they're looking to sweep Moist in the upper semi-final and guarantee a top 3 for themselves. Sky's the limit for Karmine Corp. We already knew that going into this, but okay, this is getting very worrying for Moist. I said, if you're a fan of version 1, if you're a fan of NA Rocket League having as many teams at the World Championship wildcard as possible, and the World Championship altogether, you're probably going to need Moist to beat Rule 1 later. I don't see a comeback here, if I'm being honest with you. How do you beat Karmine Corp 4 in a row? And if Moist are going to play Rule 1 later, they better get some momentum in this match, even if it's not a full comeback, even if it's not a reverse sweep, just something that they can be positive about before going into the lower bracket.
I mean, even taking what we've seen from this split aside when it comes to Moist, gameplay-wise, Rule 1 looks like a nightmare matchup for Moist Esports because we're seeing so many of these challenges being aimed towards the midfield from KC. If we're going to talk about a team that's got a phenomenal challenge game, Rule 1 is pretty high up on that list.
Yeah, Rule 1 looked like a completely different team today. They've confirmed their form on the penultimate day of the competition. Moist were promising early, but have yet to really prove that they're the full package. No respectable losses can only take us so far. That's much better. Juicy slots the tight angle shot for 1-0. More of that is exactly what Moist are looking for.
It's important to remember that 2 of the 3 games that Moist have lost were relatively close, fought to the bitter end. That last game that really puts the question marks out there. A big win here will go a long, long way. Juicy over to the corner, Itachi. He gets hit a little bit, but Juicy's still on the warpath. And actually, Moist Esports are just trying to take over the blue wall. Exotic has been automatic whenever called upon. Off the backboard this time around from Itachi. Oh, good fake out actually from Joyo. Now where can he take it? Itachi's gone! Cash looks for the top corner! Surely this goes in! So much good work, nothing for it!
I mean, that's a class 1v2 play from Joyo. Mind game and an air dribble bump pass as well. The finish just wasn't there for Cash, which is so rare to see. You think in those kind of positions that he'd be able to go 1v1 with the last defender. Now here come Karmine Corp the other way. Infield pass to Exotic. Actually does not get anything on the shot, but it looked like Moist had that one covered.
Thinking as well about what this means to KC in this, because they are a team that, against what we know from them, did not win a regional this split. The two teams that have been considered above them are also in the upper bracket. This is all about throwing down the gauntlet on their side, beating Moist Esports as much as they possibly can, sending the warning shot to BDS and Vitality. Juicy, good challenge. Vatira just far too quick. Moist Esports, they're just slowing this game down a little bit here. It has been chaotic in the matches that they were playing close in. Good cut rotation there from Juicy. Joyo.
Ooh, Moist got the first.
This time shut down. The possession-based game of Moist Esports has been an improvement on what we have seen.
Just look how low Karmine Corp keep the ball
Will
for
they?
extended periods of time. Joyo recovering well off the 50-50. It's a shot for Juicy, and it's in.
That's not what the bracket looks like.
Joyo is a problem. And he's the best problem for Moist Esports to have.
He just got his flip back by landing on his opponent and then used it to outplay the last man. It's fantastic by Joyo. Great creativity, brilliant awareness. Juicy again, the finisher.
Why does that?
Kickoffs again for KC.
Oh, it's this match, not like which where in the bracket they're at. Oh,
tries to
okay.
fake out Cash. Cash just delays himself on the backboard. Interesting to see now how KC plays from 2 goals back. The time will tick away very quickly. There's going to have to be one more to spend everything, but Moist Esports can be wobbly on occasion. And instead this time they kind of weaponized it.
Well, that was nearly the luckiest back pass I've ever seen, because I don't think Juicy meant to hit the ball in that direction, but it nearly ended up in the
No, I don't think so.
Much to the surprise of the blue wall, I'm sure.
Because
Joyo always sticking
they won't
around,
have a
trying to make
team
it
play
free.
back-to-back.
Cash, backboard, went for the reset.
Which means Rule 1 will be playing the winner of the last
Always recover quick.
upper bracket game. Or loser of the last upper bracket game.
Just keeping the ball on this side of the field is all Moist need to do. And KC, they were scrambling. They knew they had to get rid of it. And it's gone against them.
It's just these little extra touches by
Oh,
Moist,
no, you're right. You're right.
Karmine Corp. Exotic there thought he needed to play the ball to deny a shot, but it was actually his goalkeeper that was coming towards the ball, not an opponent.
Well,
Moist up
shit.
by 3. He will get one on the board by looks of things.
Well,
When you
no
are
sweep
trying
at least,
to
chat.
reverse sweeps, you would love to start it in the fashion that Moist have. You look at games like this and you say, okay, you can replicate that. It's not scrappy. Oh, it's Cash. We have a reflex test for him. Still a long way to go, though. Land reverse sweeps are unheard of. Could Boston be the place for it?
I can't even begin to imagine the noise if we get a reverse sweep for Moist, who do appear to be the fan favorites in the upper bracket right now. I think that will probably change later in the tournament if Gen.G keep on making a run, maybe Rule 1, who knows, with the underdog story, but Moist getting a lot of love in Boston.
I mean, this is definitely the start you'd look for, right? Kind of like they were saying. It's not like you're just barely scraping by in game 4.
Clean sheet. Wouldn't that be nice to show that they're ready to defend at that level, as well as produce?
I'll feel better about it. They can keep themselves scoreless here for the last 40 seconds. Or keep Karmine Corp, I should say, scoreless for the last 40 seconds.
Has not been an option whatsoever.
Nice.
Completely taken off the menu. Joyo.
Everyone's bumped back.
Such a nuisance.
Damn.
Every time he gets the ball, he just slows the play down, hits the pause button, and makes everyone on KC take a huge breath in. Now Joyo tests Itachi. This is just trying to rub salt in the wound. Moist Esports look like they've got the first one on the board. And it'll be 3 more after this.
And they've actually held Karmine Corp to just 2 shots. We might get a third one in the last few seconds here. Indeed we do, but that's a great result for Moist. Easily the best defensive game from them. There were no panicky moments. I think maybe one accidental back pass by Juicy, but apart from that, they were fantastic.
Not gonna lie, I was kind of expecting Moist just to roll over.
They're a quarter of the way there.
Those of you joining us for your first ever Rocket League event and maybe thinking, all right, it's 4 games in a row. We've seen sweeps all the time. Like, surely going the opposite way is ridiculously hard. If we do see this, it would be something special indeed, but we are pretty far away from that for now. Reminder, KC still have their timeout if they ever want to take it.
Yeah, and that's the scary part, is Karmine Corp, after timeouts, are 15-3. That's 15 game wins to just 3 losses after they call timeouts this season. Moist actually just 4-5. They're one of the teams with seemingly the worst timeout records, but Karmine Corp's timeout records are easily some of the best in the world. They're actually one of the teams with the best record against their opponents calling timeouts, which is echoed by today's result, easily beating Moist in game 3. Yeah, if we see a timeout for Karmine Corp at any point, statistically their chances to win go into the 80th percentages, and that's almost unheard of in Rocket League. Their goals per game for timeout stats in general across all teams on LAN go from 1 goal per game to 2.67, comparing the games before and after timeouts. Goals against from 3.05 to 1.43. I mean, the stats are very consistent on this. So when Karmine Corp decide to do that, that will be the most difficult game for Moist to win.
And that's if KC even needs to do that. Oh, there's the pass, and well played by Vatira to get that one read. Had a lot of power on it. Exotic trying to get the ball down. Him and Itachi have been the duo throughout this series. Now the pass.
I was looking at the bracket based off of how they're playing it.
Best friends anymore. Back down, here comes Cash. Beat to it easily by Itachi. Leaves it. Vatira goes up. Joyo under pressure. And under no stress.
Yeah, crucially, flicks the ball away from danger. Cash looking for the mind game. I think the mind games have been maybe a bit too predictable by Moist as this series continues. They were brilliant with them earlier, but Karmine Corp have clocked onto it. Again, what they do is just they hit the ball. If your opponent could be mind gaming you, just ignore them. Just hit the ball. That's what Karmine Corp are doing right now. Juicy looking for a more direct outplay. Nearly had it.
Joyo now up. Beats Itachi to the ball. Looks to try and continue onwards. You can see Juicy waiting. Decides to now take his opportunity. Exotic looks to try and get rid of the ball. KC were stuck in their own side of the field. Well, certainly an attempt, but it's now over to Joyo. Vatira has to play the ball smart. Goes straight up to the ceiling. He's having absolutely none of it.
Oh, that's good positioning by Cash. He spotted Itachi's intentions. Cash offloads to Joyo. A common combination for Moist this season. Karmine Corp are well aware of that. They've been shutting the majority of those passing plays down.
What a bounce.
Itachi's on the end of this quickly. Joyo beat into it, but Cash actually, again, just hitting the ball so hard into his own back corner. I mean, that's risky. If you can't get a second touch, Karmine Corp will be taking a shot.
We want to highlight as well just how much of a good job KC have done on the transitions from their own side of the field. Whenever they just sense danger, just popping the ball up. They've already left somebody on the backboard. Made their life so much easier as 2 players needed to stop Itachi. Sort of maths that KC will be happy about. Back to the corner. KC now probing.
Karmine Corp doing a really good job right now of just keeping them pushed up into their defensive half. Look at that, even Exotic able to meet that ball at midfield.
Everyone's just loitering around. It's hard to not keep your eyes off the ball. Trying to see those bump plays as Exotic does get one. Juicy drops down. Cash, he's got time. Looks to go off the backboard. Who's there first? Nobody from Moist.
I still love that from Cash. He knew he had all the time in the world. It's actually bumping here. Cash dodges it. The time taken by Moist is staggering in offense.
Ooh, good shot.
Critical save. Actually calls Exotic off of it. Vatira's back onto this one. just really shows Karmine Corp are allowing Moist to hit the ball at them. It's not really characteristic of them to allow shots, but seemingly they think Moist are going to overextend.
I mean, when you think KC, you think instant challenges. You don't think anybody's going to slow down their play. Everyone should have to be at supersonic just to reach them. Moist have at least had those gaps. Now the drop down pay. Oh, Cash drops it back to Joyo. Boost total's running low overall on Moist, but can they still create something from this?
Yeah, Moist looking for outplays this game. Relying on those mind games at all. Karmine Corp not allowing any just yet. Still very promising signs for Moist that they've kept Karmine Corp scoreless for almost 2 entire games. Demo from Juicy opens up so much space on the right side of the field. He's got options here. Decides to go straight for goal. It's covered by Exotic, of course. Still half a chance for Moist. Got a decent look at this. It's into the middle. Itachi covers it.
That was a huge jump in as well from Juicy. A little bit too much of a commitment. Solid challenge from Itachi. Our second one. Third required to take it away. But what a third it is!
Oh no! Oh no!
It's happened again!
Joyo did not think Itachi had a free shot here. Juicy's probably calling in comms that he's bumping. All of a sudden, Itachi jumps over the bump at the very last second and shoots it past Joyo, who thought he probably had the shot covered anyway.
Moist fans will be thinking not like this. Not like those goals. We've got 30 seconds to try and send us to overtime. Vatira in to try and put the dagger off the backboard. Triple commit from Moist Esports, the last thing they needed to see. Here comes Exotic. Doesn't get a hold of the ball. Joyo beat to it. Time ticking away for Moist.
Itachi with a big 50 into the middle is defended by Juicy.
I thought that would be another one.
Get the ball into attack right now. Juicy and Cash do have boost, so the counter attack is available. What can Cash do with it? Looks for the pass out into the middle. Itachi knew it was coming, and Karmine Corp will win. Again, the passing play is shut down on transition. A convincing 4-1 win as KC advanced to the winter final.
BDS, Vitality. There's the gauntlet. We'll see who picks it up later on. But for Karmine Corp, a team with so much that they want to prove, they want that momentum at the end of this event, and they want it going into Worlds. And what a moment that is from the ex-teammates.
Still, you have to remind yourself every now and then, we've got the entire former Moist roster in the top 6 of this event. Moist down to the lower bracket. They're not done yet. They're going to play in the 5th match today. We've just played 3 matches. So Moist will play after about an hour break against Rule 1 to stay in the competition. As we've referred to earlier, there's more to it than that. If Moist can beat Rule 1, version 1 will qualify for the World Championship wildcard. If Rule 1 will beat Moist, it will be Twisted Minds from Middle East, North Africa instead. It is as simple as that. One match to decide who goes to Worlds.
I gotta pee, I gotta go bring in stuff. They're gonna have an interview here in a second.
And even without just that, it's a little bit for Mina about getting that revenge for last spring, where Moist Esports took away their best opportunity for a major title. Back then it was Falcons, this time it'll be Rule 1.
The other story for Rule 1, they're trying to collect a 4th region. They've beaten OCE, beaten South America, beaten North America. Now they're going to play EU to try and get top 4. Moist, the team in front of them. Karmine Corp waiting to find out who's going to win the next match. BDS and Vitality up next on the stage.
Well, we saw throughout this series, KC, when they had the chances, they were at automatic. We're going to hand you over to our other automatic man. Subi is on the stage.
And once again, the Winter Major defending champs, showing that the blue wall stands tall. I'm joined up here by Itachi, and Itachi, you guys know how dangerous Moist is on land. What were the talks about last night when you're prepping for a team like this?
Yeah, obviously we know they're really, really good. We played them in the last major in Rotterdam, the 4th split, and they played really well, and we know what to expect, and yeah, we just played better today.
Yeah, you definitely did, but it was a close series. But throughout the spring split, you guys were 1st in all of Europe for goals per game, 2nd for assists per game. What about this team makes it to where you guys just find offense so easily?
Yeah, I mean, we are all very creative in the team. Like, we all know how to make some good plays, and we play together to be able to produce all the good plays and to follow each other, and that's why we're good in offense.
Now you guys forced Moist to call a big timeout there after game 2. A lot of people don't realize you guys get that timeout as well, and those timeouts seem to favor you so much. Johnny Boy was talking about the stats. It seems like your goals per game go through the roof after those. What do you guys usually talk about in those timeouts? Is it all about like mentality, about calming down, or is it on-field stuff?
It's a bit of everything, to be honest. Like, we're good at timeouts because it's situational. It depends on the game we're playing, and sometimes it's just the problem of mentality. Sometimes it's a problem in game. We do something wrong and we try to fix it. It just depends, but we always find the good words between the games to bounce back and come back.
I love that. I love that you guys are always there for each other on the pitch and off the pitch. But like I said before, the blue wall just always stands tall, and it seems like regardless of where we're playing, right now we're in Boston and it seems like we're in France. What about this team makes it worth it for these fans to travel to all of these events for?
Yeah, I mean, Karmine Corp, the organization is like amazing. Like the fan base is crazy. Like, we can hear them, they make a lot of noise for us. And they're really supportive. It's really good to have them on our side, and it just makes us really happy.
No, it makes me happy too to have all the fans from all around the world represented here in Agganis Arena. But one thing stands true is once again, we'll see K-Corp on Championship Sunday.
The defending Winter Major champions advance to Championship Sunday, looking to repeat. They've got a little bit of a road to go, but they've gotten over the road bump of Moist here. A 5-game series. They dropped Moist to the lower bracket. Moist now will play against Rule 1.
K-Corp looks scary. We see Exotic and Itachi. They were involved in 8 goals each. And Vatira, he was only involved in 4. So it's not the Vatira show that we all thought it was. This is a 3-man squad. Itachi and Exotic performed admirably throughout this series. Moist fought back, but it was a little bit too late.
Any past demons have been well and truly exorcised as well. We saw just now Exotic and Vatira at the front there with the blue wall. And Itachi's just joined them as well. High fives all around. A great bond between players and fans, and between the players themselves, teammates. A real synergy.
Oh, they got the synergy indeed. They just know how to elevate. Itachi and Exotic. Exotic in particular, arguably the MVP of that series. You talk well, especially me, I talk about Vati all the time, but these two on land, they keep stepping up, they keep performing. They play a little bit lesser on the online regionals, but on land, they've been balling out since Rotterdam, and it doesn't seem like they're gonna stop. Moist to go down, you got a date for Rule 1, and Karmine awaits the winner of BDS Vitality.
Man. And now K-Corp is guaranteed a top 3 finish as well. They'll go to the upper final. If they lose there, they play in the lower final. So I think they'll be happy to play either one of those teams, Vitality or BDS. They feel pretty confident.
I will say by the scoreline, 4-1 in a best of 7 seems like a pretty dominant win here. It was only 11 goals to 9, though. Only a 2-goal difference here. Did Moist look that bad in your mind, Cole?
At the start, yes. It was a bit of an outclass, in my opinion. Moist improved. They got their game as well. But
yeah, I feel like in the
think there was
first
a
3
disparity
games, I mean, they just kind of got their
teams.
cheeks clacked.
But Moist
you
will
know?
learn something from that. You know, it's more experience. It's the first time that this roster have played in front of a crowd, and they will take that into the lower bracket.
That's very true. First time in front of the crowd for many of the players here, folks. If we take a look at that bracket, you will see Moist dropping from the uppers to the lowers up against Rule 1. We will play that match today. Both Rule 1 and Moist have to go and prepare for their match. They'll be here in just a little bit.
And now we got Vitality and BDS coming up. And like, if you're gonna buy a ticket to watch one player, I think it might be Zen. That's the player you want to be seeing. The Prodigy coming out in spring. It's his first split, and he hasn't lost a tournament yet.
Man, this is an impossible question, Bates. But for Gen.G's hopes,
what's up?
Which team gives it the best shot?
Oh, BDS.
BDS?
Oh, wait.
The reigning defending world champs with Rise?
Yes.
Look, I think it's the opposite, because if Vitality loses, I could see them tilting out of the tournament. It's
I didn't think about that one.
That's very possible. Like, I don't think BDS will tilt if they fall.
Yep.
But Vitality, I think, could.
Okay.
It's an impossible task either way, though, and we do have to have Vitality play BDS before we find out, and that will be our next matchup here. Cole, you know, are you up here with us?
No, I'm going to be down there. I'm
You're
going to be in the snake pit casting it, so I'm incredibly excited for that one.
So since you have to keep your biases to yourself once you're down there, tell me who you Tell me who you want to win.
Who I want to win?
Vitality.
Oh,
Wow,
wait,
that's
but
no.
why do that?
No,
one
who do you
to
think is
me?
gonna win? Let's not do wants here.
Yeah, right. I'd be scared that one. There's players all about that will be staring daggers at me. I think that Vitality will win it. I believe in the power of the sort of narrative, and I think that Vitality going to the upper bracket, being the big bad in the grand final, that's your narrative right there.
Well, folks, only one way to find out. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the first time the reigning world champs are playing in front of a crowd since they won the world championship. Can you believe it's been this long? I'm excited for it. I know you are too. Stick around. It'll come up right after this.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Furia and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Rotation back. Forced it. Hit one another. Rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking steps inside the field. On the reset, can he have everybody? That was otherworldly.
Yo, what up? What up? What up? How you doing, Sam? Yo, are you seeing the drama on? Oh, you're not on Twitter these days, are you, Sam? Crazy, man. So Good Day got fired from DVD League like at the beginning, towards the beginning of the season. He copyright struck DVD League for their assets and logo. Apparently, they got taken off the air today during the start of playoffs.
In January, where he packed his bags to replace version 1's comm in North America, who in turn seemed all set for Optic, sending Magic Bear to, I don't know, like Cosmic Aftershock, I guess. But Rise stayed in Europe, joined Oxygen, benched poor old Oli, and left V1
Dude,
and
Monkey
Optic
Moon's pretty
somewhat
nuts.
awkwardly still together. Eesh. So, everything
He's
kind
kinda
of
carried VDS a bit
in
this
the
event.
most chaotic way possible. Until literally the very next split, as he then hopped to BDS, benched poor old Extra before salting social media's fructuous soil for good measure. Finley Rise Ferguson, not just the iciest man on the pitch, but one who scorches any earth he finds himself standing on.
So here's the funny thing, Sam, is the original logo is Will's. So if he's using that as the company name, especially because the company was originally Will's as well, and just went and wrote it as his own business, he can get in trouble for that. Especially since he doesn't own the actual original logo. The question is, how much trouble do Will and the rest of the folks really want to go through, right? Also, I'm pretty sure if you create art under the banner of a company, oh, 100%. Oh no, you and I had several conversations about that. I think the team changes this year, you saw, Ducky, were a lot of residual change from the influx during COVID. And I think we're about to see a lot of more changes in NA for rosters. For the same reason, and also because in NA you've got a couple of Who, DVD League? Doubt it. You can try though. I think all their stuff is mostly volunteer at this point. No, like I'm pretty sure even like the prize pool this year was all like crowdfunded. I don't know that for sure, so don't quote me on that. I'm just a caster over there, and very rarely a caster because I've been kind of moving on to other titles, you know what I mean? No, agreed. I just don't think that they have the money. And I just don't think it's going anywhere, unfortunately. Yo, what it do, King? How you doing, man? Yeah, but if you would have had DVD League, you would have used your own assets. So I guess that's a change in the issue here, right? So this wouldn't have been a possibility. Would be my retort, right? You going out to watch the fights, or you watching them at home, King? Oh yeah, chat. By the way, if y'all are enjoying the vibes, do me a favor, make sure you hit that like button. It seems to help with the algorithm, especially while we're live. Appreciate you, love you. Going over to my neighbors to watch him and barbecue? Hell yeah.
Let Them Pray and Hope by NF are now available in the featured shop. Team BDS, reigning, defending Rocket League champions of the world, going up against a former World Championship organization, Vitality versus BDS. The next match here in Boston. Welcome back as we are heading on through the upper bracket matches. It's been a while since we've seen these teams, and I'm excited to have them back here. This is going to be a big one, though, James. This is the one I saw it on the schedule yesterday. This is the one I've been waiting for.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is the all-French showdown plus Rise, I guess.
Yeah. Plus Rise, yeah.
This is a really interesting matchup in that Vitality is
I have not been keeping up with
right
MMA since
and BDS, I mean, they
Andrew
had
got
to fight
released, if I'm being honest.
Make it to the World
El
Championship.
Dirte.
So Rise, I think
And I barely even kept
completed
up with
the
it then,
job
to be fair.
that he was here to do, but this match is going to be fireworks.
And it's a they match up for the ages. RLCS X is BDS and Vitality. Then Vitality somehow won that grand finals after what BDS has done. Now it's a brand new Vitality. We're going to talk about Zen a lot here, obviously. The new Phenom, Spring Split, he comes in, wins all 3 regionals, never done before in Europe or North America. A huge feat.
They're trying to go for the clean split sweep, folks. Let's get them on the stage and talk about them. BDS, though, is going to be trying to play spoiler to Zen and Team Vitality. BDS is going to have their hands full.
BDS are going to have their hands full. They haven't been in this Vitality squad since they've added Zen. Even with the addition of Rise, it hasn't been enough to overcome the Killer Bees. We'll see if they can do it.
2 World Championship organizations clashing here in Boston.
We just won like 4-1 against you, 4-1 and 3-1, so I think we're the better team.
We're better. You're lucky, bro. You're lucky to be here.
I would say our offense is better. BDS is probably more like a defensive counter.
I don't mind watching fights, right? I'm not a big fan in the sense of
and then you just like
keeping up heavy with it.
I think whoever plays best on the day just wins.
Yeah, whoever scores more goals, I guess. Either 4-2 for us or 4-3.
Good luck, bro.
Good luck to you as well.
Introducing first, your reigning champion du monde. Welcome to the stage, Team BDS.
It has been almost an entire year since BDS has played at our RLCS LAN in front of a crowd. The last time they did it was down in Fort Worth, Texas, where that man right there hoisted the World Championship. Monkey Moon started his career basically at the pro scene in RLCS X, domination that whole entire year, and that continued into RLCS 21-22, and now he's back on the LAN stage, trying to get the momentum going to defend his World Championship crown.
And then in the middle seat, you have Rise, who's been on 3 different teams, but has made the major with all 3 of those teams. Not only that, the team he left missed that major as well. Rise, an extremely valuable component for BDS, got him to the World Championship.
Oh yeah, Rise, a key part of the resurgence of BDS, but then you also have to watch out for the French phenom, Seiko. Seiko is one of the craziest players on the ball. If you give him space, you give him boost, you might as well sign your own death certificate. This guy is wild.
In his rookie year, he won the World Championship MVP. Absolutely insane.
Incredible, incredible performance from these people, but they missed every major since then. Rise has been the difference. Can they be the difference now against Vitality in a LAN setting? We're about to find out.
And their opponent, 3 fois champion régional, mené par un nouvel jeune star, Team Vitality!
Vitality equals perfection. 3 regionals, 3 regional wins. Zen does not know how to lose. They scrape by on day 1, but still, perfection is up for grabs.
You know, we talked about how Vitality upset BDS in RLCX to get that title. Well, guess who was still part of that team? It was the one and only Alpha 54, the captain of Vitality, the heart and soul of this team, the really huge first French prodigy that broke into the scene.
That's right.
Alpha having his resurgence.
That's right, Alpha Goat 54, as I like to call him. A lot of people, they claim that he fell off. Nah, he never fell off. He just needed the teammates to bring him back up to the top. He got Zen, the young prodigy, arguably the greatest prodigy of all time. And he's got Rodosin, who's elevated his game. He's been one of the best players in the spring split. We'll see what he can do now that he's going up against BDS on LAN.
When you have teammates with Alpha and Zen, he has been performing like crazy. Rado is just sitting there like, I can keep up with you two, and I will show it. That is why they are perfect.
The players are all ready. Each one has a reason why they are important to this matchup. But thinking about the match overall as a whole, thinking about who these teams have beat to get here, BDS took down Gen.G and Rule 1, the only 2 teams that have survived the lower brackets so far. Meanwhile, Vitality went up against Elevate and Complexity, both who have seen early exits.
That's a fair point. Vitality, we talked about them, day 1. They weren't supposed to beat Complexity. It was 1 goal away from losing, being in that lower bracket, but they somehow pulled it out. But they've had a day to go over their game plan. 1 month ago, they played BDS in the grand finals of Europe of Regional 3. They destroyed them 4-1. They also beat them in the upper finals. They destroyed them 4-1. Zen was involved in 1.8 goals per game through those 2 series. BDS only put up 1.4 goals per game as a team.
You know what was different about those 2 series versus this one, though, Gibbs?
What? Wait.
There wasn't a crowd that gets up to 105 decibels loud when they want to. 106 guys. 106.
106.
And we were talking about it yesterday. We were talking about it the day before. Zen, he played on the B stream. Then he played on the main stream. Now, this is the final full realization of what it's like to play on LAN. Can he handle the pressure?
And so far, the questions about Zen have been answered with a resounding yes. This guy is the real deal. He's already proved it by sweeping the regional events in Europe, being a core part of that team. And Gibbs, you already talked about the stats. His hand in crushing BDS the last time they matched up in the Spring Invitational. Right now, Vitality are on top of the world, but BDS, they know what it takes to get there, and they know they have what it takes to knock them off.
Vitality's only 3 match wins away from the perfect split, the split slam. No one has ever done that before, but Zen was not here before. He's here now, and he is writing the history books as he plays. If you bought a ticket here, you want to watch Zen.
This is going to be a great match. I cannot wait to see how this one goes. I said this was the one I've been waiting for, and it's about to start. We are moments away from kickoff between Vitality and BDS. And how's the prediction bracket going? I actually forgot what you guys predicted last time.
I'm pretty sure Gibbs is losing.
17-16.
Gibbs, are you still guessing?
I'm just going to take a drink of water.
Okay, all right, cool. So Bates is still on top right now.
Sure
Let's see how this one goes. I'm actually very excited to see, because I don't know who you're going to predict on this one. Vitality versus BDS. Chat, who do you think is going to win? Let us know in chat. Hashtag BDS, hashtag VIT. James, who you got?
You're putting me on the spot right away, huh?
That's okay. Our votes don't matter.
Okay, all right. Well,
it does matter.
I'm just going to go Vitality. I feel like you cannot go against Vitality at this point. They have swept the European regionals. They've owned BDS in the past. And on LAN, I think they're going to do it again.
Well, I think BDS has got this one. I think Rise has the strongest mental in the entire game, and I do think the crowd is going to be a factor. It can't not be a factor. I think BDS has got it. Bates.
Alrighty, BDS, Vitality. Vitality, you heard Alpha go, he said he beat him 4-1, 4-1, or some of those type of lines. And I do think that won't be the case this time around. I'm going to roll with BDS, the reigning world champions. They've been improving throughout the whole entire split. Made the grand final, lost against Vitality, but it was a lot of one-goal games. The script will flip this time. Rise on land, I'm going with them.
You did rank Zen 10th best in the world, right? So you kind of have to go for BDS there. But Zen is number 2, right behind Vatira. First killer's 3. So I am going to go Vitality here. Until they lose, I cannot pick against them.
Until they lose, neither of these teams have lost, folks, but one of them has to drop to the lowers here. We're split on the desk. How do they feel in chat, though? Who is usually the favorite here? I think Vitality?
Vitality.
BDS, baby.
Wow.
Wow, that's a big
3-1 favorite.
Credit. I need to close Twitter. My bad, chat.
Goodness. The players, though, you can see them getting ready. The coaches behind.
Miserable people like to make miserable people, chat.
The
Just remember.
they're about to do. Gotta win 4.
Our miserable people just like to make people miserable.
Here, folks. We hype up every match and every team because every team is strong. Every team's got a story. Every player's got a reason why they're here. But these are the Titans. 2 of the biggest names in the history of Rocket League are throwing down in a battle of attrition. The reigning world champions are in the house, baby. And this time they ain't leaving. But the Swarm's got a Hornet unlike anything we've seen before. The nest is rattled. The dragon is awoken. This is the big one. BDS.
Let's go, baby.
Versus Vitality.
What are you thinking, BDS, and how many? Ducky, 6 or 7? Ain't no way 5, right?
Vitality. Winner faces Karmine Corp.
It's a battle that the top of Europe has seen time and time again in Vitality. 3 in a row since picking up Zen. They have taken it every single time. A 4-1, a 4-1, a 3-1. BDS being able to take a game each time, but that's just not enough. And you're completely right, Cole. The Bees, they are buzzing. The Dragons are alive. Let's see who can take it here in our upper brackets semi-finals. Oh, here in Boston.
As for Team BDS, who start well with that infield pass, they've been hoovering up the medals. Some bronze, some silver, but never that elusive gold. They have a chance of guaranteeing yet another top 3 this split for themselves. But my goodness, are they going to have to work for it? The work has already begun, though. Rise coming into this side. What a turnaround he's provided.
He's like a chimera of rosters. He changes his skin every single split, it seems like, into a brand new jersey. And yet he succeeds every single time. Yet to take that championship since joining Moist all the way back a year ago, or over a year ago now, but winning it back in spring last season. The BDS, they look all the better for having him. And what a teammate he has been to Monkey Moon and Staker. Monkey Moon here sitting very pretty at the top of basically every single stat that you'll be looking at in this event so far.
As for Vitality, we expected them was then to burst onto the scene and charge teams down, but relatively defensive, happy to play this counter-attack style. This right now, believe it or not, even though they've been camped in their own half, is their game plan, because they know when players like Zen get it, when Alpha gets it, they can strike. He charges down the 50-50 challenge. Redosin's arriving, but Rise gets the save.
Those low 50s being so integral to this LAN, it feels like. Every team focusing on them, and Zen takes a convincing shot on target, saved away by his counterpart in Seiko.
You can tell how close this one is set to be. Gibbs and T-Bates on the desk are split. The chat less so. 75% going for Team Vitality, but Team BDS will stop that in its tracks.
I think we talk so often about that blue wall, but Vitality, they are a phenom in France. They are everything. When you look at young esports players over in that country, they're always thinking, I want to be on Vitality. That is the org that I see myself competing with.
And the professionalism that comes from Ferrer as well. You were talking me through what you saw of their tactics at the start.
Earlier on, I was walking through the tunnel trying to come out here, and they literally had about 4 sheets of paper, sellotaped to the wall, and Zen was speaking, Ferrer was speaking in rapid French. It's telling them this is our game plan. They're all discussing it. They are one well-oiled machine. They have sheets of tactics. BDS, though, I'm sure they had the exact same, but just seeing Vitality go through that was incredible.
BDS, too, have had to fight every step of the way, even so far in this event. Was not easy earlier on against Rule 1, even though it was 3-0. As Rise comes into the center, pushes it forwards. Redosin's already up. One improvement from him as well, Redosin. When it was the question of Sizen or him to be dropped for Zen, there was really no question in the end. He's improved.
Redosin's made sure that he, throughout the regionals, has been an incredibly strong player alongside 2 of the best players in the world right now, and Alpha proving the mechanical genius. Gets over the top of one, Zen challenging, throwing his face at that ball, and Seiko now picking it up in the 6-yard box. Zen removes Rise from the pitch. Seiko can't get it further than Alpha. Can't quite chip Monkey Moon in the process. And with 2 minutes remaining, it is deadlock at 0-0.
Rise tries to tee up Monkey Moon, one of the top performers so far in this entire event. For Redosin, shows his calm, steely determination, getting that one off the backboard, sending it forwards as well. It's been a nervy start between these 2 teams. Tight, slow Rocket League, just trying to prod at each other and open something up. I compared them to Brawlers at the beginning, but this is no slugfest just yet.
Yeah, Vitality having the advantage on the shots, having about 6 compared to BDS's 3 so far. But none of them finding its way in. 90 seconds now. Monkey Moon sends it long in the midfield. Rise to carry. Redosin from that backboard intercepts beautifully with 30 boost. He carries on. Forgoes the ball, goes for the man. Seiko, he aims straight for that ball, however. And Alpha forcing Monkey Moon towards the backboard. This is a nervy first game. Monkey Moon, though, that statistical leader heading down the pitch, challenging versus Alpha. Finds well out very nicely towards Seiko, but nothing still for either team.
Monkey Moon once clear, the best player in the world. Now it's all between Zen, all between Vatira. You know, first killer in that conversation too. He'll be desperate to put himself back up there. But it's his teammate Seiko, the fellow Frenchman, that gets a touch to the ceiling. Monkey Moon turns it down, so Zen's clearance is only as far as him. Holds it down to the center. Alpha puts it up again. Very aerial game so far.
Yeah.
Trading solo plays, but so far no blood has been spilled.
That's why boost control is going to be so important going through as well. You see all the fancy plays, you need boost to be able to actually secure them. Alpha, again leaving the ball, but bumped off the play is Vitality.
This is so back and forth right now, Chad. I don't know how to call it.
Pass off the ceiling, Rise to find it, to shoot. But then the
Nice
Prodigy
shot.
diving in front of the net. Again, then the pass to the backboard. Finally, BDS have some pressure, but immediately turns straight back round. Monkey Moon to save it. Finds Seiko in the corner, 100 boost. Chips it round 1. The 1v1 between Zen, Seiko. Instead, Redosin, he punts the ball straight back into the orange corner. The final 10 now ticking down.
As
I thought Monkey Man was going to be able to get that second touch off the back wall.
Whoever scores it will surely take the first game in what could be an epic best of 7. Alpha's going to try and make it.
I hope we get all 7 games, baby. Give me all 7.
And it's overtime.
And exceedingly rare, a 0-0 against 2 incredibly offensive teams. Both BDS and Vitality looking like they always try to outscore their opponent by a large margin, but neither of them being able to break that 0-0 deadlock. Rise! Stronger than one defender, but the second comes in to provide backup.
Yeah, Redosin will say he had it covered. He knew Zen had crept up behind him, so would have the low 50 that was lost safely to the side. Here he is again, Redosin, always storing their boost of Vitality. Keep an eye on the bottom right. Very rarely will they go towards 0. Supposed to think to picking up pads and then stealing hundreds as well. Zen in the corner. BDS maybe about to be a little bit starved with all these steals. Redosin across. Monkey Moon loses the 50 and Rise. He shows what he can do.
Has to go in with 20 boosts.
Pass to Monkey Man.
Monkey Man goes up by the second.
Second
Nice save.
Blocked out by Redosin on the backboard. He stays up there, sends it long again. Now, Vitality on this counter-attack, relatively open, but Monkey Moon with that rotation keeps it strong and firm. A minute in overtime. Seiko to challenge versus Zen. Oh, gets rid of Alpha. No second touch on the counter-attack. And that is what is going to be the controlling meta in this game. The counter-attacks from BDS. So the Alpha referenced in our pre-video. And Rise saying, no, we can beat you no matter what we do. And Rise with a pass back.
That's a great pass from Rise to Monkey Moon, who's coming forwards. How's BDS?
Oh, didn't get the pinch on the wall.
They look to Seiko to be the man who can break this kind of deadlock. Alpha is that man for Vitality. He couldn't quite get there. Rise, put it to the side for Monkey Moon. Redosin in the skies, gets the flip reset. Is anyone arriving for him? It's Alpha 54, who just waits for Seiko's touch. Things starting to open up a little bit. BDS grounded, Vitality have the boost.
Double 50s from Zen as well, maintaining that ball control in the midfield, allowing his Vitality players to come back again towards that backboard. Zen with 70, actually lets it go. That's a lazy touch. And gets caught out short by BDS. Now Redosin sending it high once again. 2 minutes in this overtime. 7 minutes without a single goal till Monkey Moon tries to get involved with one ball coming down.
Woo! BDS, baby!
The ball, top corner, BDS lead.
Finally the seas parted and it was via Monkey Moon's touch. Redosin, he was backwards, he was awkward. Couldn't do anything with it. And
So what,
Team
2
BDS
minutes
get
of overtime?
Exactly what their game plan needed. And that is game number 1.
Stoicism as they sit down as well, not trying to make too much of a fuss of one game. They managed to get one versus Vitality in their 3 that they've played against them throughout spring so far. What they now need is the other 3 to then allow them to win the series.
It was so nerve-wrackingly close, though, between these two. I mean, I was expecting goals, I'll be honest. That was probably some of the cleanest, most rotational Rocket League we've seen so far. To me, this becomes a question of which team dares challenge that, breaks through that, because it was maybe a little bit clean at times.
I mean, in this Mobile 1 high performance replay, we're going to see a small snippet of the 15 shots that we saw go on target on either side, but only that one finding its way in for BDS. Big celebrations. Rise knows how important this is, and Vitality didn't look shut down by any means. Neither team looked shut down. It just came down to them taking that chance. And Cole, what an honor it is to be in front of one of the greatest sections in esports. The crowd is loud. The teams are getting up. It is absolutely game day.
You guys can't see it on your camera, but that's actually section 103 and 104 directly behind
Real
us.
ones know.
Real ones do
Real
know.
ones
Those who've
know.
been following this scene for a while will know what that means. For everyone else, though, keep up the volume, keep up the noise. It's just brilliant, isn't it? It's always amazing being in front of a crowd like this.
Boston's beautiful too. We've had a nice time going around the city.
Lovely old
enjoying
buildings.
ourselves. Beautiful buildings, very English in its own way. Everything's rather imperfect in a wonderfully perfect kind of sort.
The England of the America, as they proudly say, maybe.
Probably
Zen
call it
nervous?
New England.
Yeah. Zen. I don't think after
Game
one
number 2,
game. Probably not
kicking
after
off
one
on
game.
Forbidden Temple. Vitality. Shockingly
I think
looking
Vitality is the
to
type
win
of team that
this
wouldn't really start to
Yeah,
feel it
well,
until they're
yeah,
down
they
2
have been
games to
conceding
nothing in the
games
best
in
of
scrims.
7. No, Monkey Moon!
Keeps up BDS's momentum.
The
Damn.
50 in the sky from Seiko too, coming in through his own half. Sees Zen, knows that he flies up awkwardly to an Alpha. Can't get the touch on the goal line. What a follow-up from Monkey Moon just to get the tap in. 15 seconds, BDS.
When Seiko started this tournament for Team BDS, they beat Gen.G 3-1. And at the time, I'll be honest, I wasn't particularly impressed with either team. It was a slow beginning, but the further Gen.G have got, the better that result is looking. And Seiko waking up. Remember when he burst onto the scene with Endpoint? How dominant he could be. A player that could take a series.
Seiko! And now they just take the top off this piece. Let's go.
30 seconds, and what a link up between the two players. Rise taps it central, and a delicate deft touch from the opposing Frenchman.
Vitality are gonna have some serious questions asked. They already have, of course. They dropped a game versus Elevate against Complexity.
Yeah.
I feel like AJG will have nightmares about that overtime for a long time to come. And they're almost 3-0 down here. The upgrade that other teams have had around them.
You might be right, actually. Kind of looking at how
Vitality
game
with
2's
these
shaping
two
out.
goals going to need to try and fight it back, and Rise in the midfield is going to make it even harder for them. Zen with one touch, but Seiko throwing himself at that ball convincingly, gets one challenge. Redosin left wall with Monkey Moon and Alpha going at it. It flies out in possession of Vitality. A few more bumps finding their way through though, and a double demo coming in favor of Vitality. No reset on that chance then, not enough boost, but the shot from Redosin.
just wide of the net.
Even Zen
I think Gen.G, especially because Gen.G will have the crowd behind him. I agree. Oh, but let's not knock him out yet. Alpha gets the goal here.
Alpha 54, allowing that B on the logo to erupt from the net. And there's a lovely challenge coming in from Zen2. Sender, he is probably one of the best in the world out at the moment. It's those low 50s and popping it out to a teammate. We saw it throughout spring so far. Is that when he gets those 50s, he knows where his team are. He's got that LiDAR around his head. And he knows, cool, Alpha's around the back of me. Seiko sees that there's no one around the back of Vitality's net. 3-1.
I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. Rise over the top of his monitor, staring down his opponents in yellow, trying to get under their skin. He's been calm so far in this event. He's been pretty chill by Rise standards, agent of chaos that he is. But he's starting to believe, Stumpy, and so are Team BDS.
Belief is a scary thing on either side that you have it. But Rise, my word, he is absolutely
Still plenty of time here for Vitality, but they got figured out quick.
Up for one.
Zen drops it down, no one there to be able to follow up.
Gets the ball contact. Now Seiko to the sky. Gosh, he looks confident today. 60 boost, a triple tap. Unable to find his way in on the air dribble. Rise up now with one reset. The second.
Oh, it's over, baby. Yeah, BDS is just rolling it up.
Rise, look at him go. Zen's trying to get as much height as he can from within the goal. Rise picks
Agreed,
his
Blitz.
and Rise
I think
picks
especially
it.
because Gen.G always plays like their pace. They never like
in the first minute 45.
try and overpace you. They just play their game. You know what I mean?
At the end of a game, let alone with more than half left. Vitality, what is
It's not like you can just say, oh, if we just go out there and play faster than them, or oh, if we just go out there and push them around, we win. Because I don't think that's the case. Whereas some teams, if you just go out and like bully boy them, you're fine.
They always have extra gears. You think you're on top of them, they have more to offer. They change their rotations, they adjust their play style. Never down, never out. At least so far. They've lost one series in the entire split. It was in the grand finals, and they ended up winning the reset. Some would say they still remain unbeaten, but this game they're a long way away from being
couldn't cut it over.
Vitality
I also think that BDS is just like right now very much in their bag and on a hot roll, hot streak, whatever you want to call it, right? Like the question is, can you hold that momentum and harness that through Worlds as well? Because we were talking about that, was it yesterday, chat? Like sometimes it's all about a team getting hot until they're not, you know?
So brilliantly executed too. Knows when to fake it out by a few seconds. We'll call that one a fake. I'm not sure if he mentioned this, but Vitality shouldn't be able to score from it because Team BDS did get back quickly. And here's that man back on the ball. A little breezy flick. Seiko to the backboard, wants to get the second touch. Radosin, all he can do is send it towards Monkey Moon. Vitality there for every second ball.
Set up for that double touch though. It was going to be heading somewhere near the target. Instead, Rise is able to clear it away. Nothing too convincing. Seiko up high, again finds Rise. The deadly duo can't quite get the third. And with this 90 seconds remaining, Vitality answers, you need to get them on paper.
Zen tries to take out Rise, but he wriggles free yet again, dances around the ball and wins the challenge. Everything he's doing is made of gold right now. And Team Vitality, their alchemy is struggling. It's not working for them at all.
Monkey Moon corner bound yet again, trying to burn time off this ever ticking down clock. See Zen in the midfield waiting for a chance, waiting for his time to pounce. The teamwork is unbelievable from Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing, oh, that's wide open. Monkey Moon!
Monkey Moon, the fifth, taking down
wide open.
Their French opposition.
I'd be intrigued how many times this split, how many times with this team in other tournaments, Team Vitality have been 4 goals behind. I'd gently wager it's not happened before, unless I'm forgetting something. I'm sure our statistician will be able to help us out there soon, but...
Shout out Direct.
A 5-1 lead for Team BDS. This is their final form.
Radosin wants to try and sort something and get a little bit of confidence coming into game number 3, because losing that first one, we said before we started how important it was going to be for BDS. They need to begin strong. You can't go down to Vitality because they will continue. They are bloodthirsty and they are hungry. And BDS, my word, they have made sure that any wounds that they have got are completely covered up.
I mean, you speak of wounds, Team BDS, they were the blunted sword, the world champions. They were struggling. They didn't make a major until this one. Rise joins, and they just remind us how dominant they could be. This game's probably over, let's be honest, but momentum is important.
It's good speed from Alpha, taking it to the floor, fakes out Rise, sees him on the sidewall, even more awkward than Seiko diving his way in. shortcutting it down to just a 3-goal deficit, but near impossible in those 24 seconds, especially considering the defense that we have seen coming out from BDS so far. Only 3 saves that they've made, but compared to the 6 shots that Vitality have had, they're saving half of what's being put on their net.
I mean, I feel like now Team Vitality
Yeah,
are
but
already in
and
next game.
let me save a point until after this
Sure.
game.
We are, of course, as well in the best of 7, which means the tactical timeout should be upon Team Vitality. If they don't take it now, I will be flummoxed.
We've just had confirmation that Vitality have already called their timeout as well. They know a 5-2, that is not acceptable. That's not the Vitality way. Ferra didn't scroll on those pieces of A4 instead of taping to a wall to come into this series and lose 5-2 in game number 2. And we always talk about Ferra and his magnificent mind.
And speaking of Ferra, perhaps what he's telling his team is that actually they have gone 4 goals behind 3 times, twice to Liquid and once to Karmine Corp. And you know what? They won all those events, so nothing to worry about. This one's still guaranteed
So anyways,
to be theirs, as was the narrative.
In between game here, so I want to get y'all's thought, chat. So when we talk about how Vitality kind of getting smacked in the mouth right now, right? We have seen in esports in the past where teams kind of get on this run and they need to get punched in the mouth once before they continue their run again, right? I'm looking at teams like Fnatic and over in DCT, right? Or, yeah, I mean, that's the biggest one like most recently, but even like TSM had to get punched in the mouth during this last split before they probably look like they're going to be going into London to go back to back. Sometimes you need to be like woken up so you
Exactly, and that's what it's all about, right? You come here,
you get woken up so you stop being complacent because you're, I don't want to say too good, but you get stuck being so good
Make sure it's
that you feel like you don't have to
And we
improve.
saw up here as well.
And people catch up to you.
Standing up and looking and staring directly at Vitality. Even if you don't make eye contact with him, you see Rise stand up behind his monitor and you're thinking, oh boy, we are in for a bit of a world of hurt right now.
I want to see Team Vitality trying to take the pace a little bit more. So far, it's been Rise. He is the player that's the ticking clock in the center of the pitch. And all the Team Vitality players, for all their ability, for all
And
their
I guess
achievements,
more so what I mean for
young as
that,
they
maybe
are,
not even so much
really one
for
of them
this
is
event,
desperate to
right?
get the ball on their card
But if
and slow it down when they
Vitality
want to. You know,
go to
the
lower
ceiling,
bracket
try
and then
get to a
even
couple of
lose
players. They're playing
immediately,
fairly
kind of like Ducky was saying
average
earlier,
straight to the
you lose
Rocket League.
immediately
They need something a
to
little bit different.
Gen.G
They
with the
have
home
the players for
crowd.
it. The firepower
But
is
then you
there,
show up to
just not
Worlds
using it at the
with a
moment.
big
Yeah,
ass
that's
chip on your
needed. A
shoulder.
little bit of spice, a little bit of
You know what I
spark,
mean?
because right now, BDS have got all of that. They're making sure that they are controlling the pace of the game. They've got decent amounts of boost control as well, which I think is probably the biggest part that's shutting Vitality down. They try and go for the plays. We saw a couple of times Zen was going for a flip reset. He gets near it, and he just runs out right at the final moment. He just can't quite arc his body underneath the ball to reset it over any of the defenders. But game number 3, this is where we see how Ferra earns his paycheck. Do Vitality bounce back, or are BDS romping home?
The reigning world champions are starting to get positive deja vu. They've been here before, up against teams that just can't break through them. They made a career out of it when this org first burst into the scene at the start of the RLCS X days. It's beginning to feel like that all over again, but Team Vitality, they look a little bit different than they did in those days, apart from Alpha, of course. And Zen wants to get it to his teammate Alpha. The Monkey in a huge pinch, just wipes out Rise, puts it forward. Radosin was already up.
I think Radosin thought the ball was going to go higher, but did well to meet it down closer towards the ground. Zen from that backboard, again, just finding Monkey Moon, who sends it central. Radosin playing laterally along this play. And Rise again high. Seiko called off by Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon back down towards Rise.
Vitality do?
But a great interception from the Prodigy. Alpha, one reset, goes low. And Seiko, brilliant defense.
Yeah, even when he's not been working attacking, in an attacking sense, Seiko, his defending has been great all split. It's kept him
I mean,
going
Radosin's
now
been
in
around
this
for a
series.
year now. I think he's
Getting goals again.
can't really call
He's
him.
back on the scoreboard. That one's
Oh, I
gone
guess you're talking
maybe
about more
over the top
Zen,
of Alpha,
huh?
but Zen was there. And the redirect not quite on point. Monkey Moon will have a clean touch though. Tees it up for himself. Alpha's
Or are you
already
talking
up.
about
Alpha misses,
BDS?
though.
I don't know
Monkey Moon gets
BDS's
the touch.
roster.
2 Vitality players back.
Like
I want
that,
to
I
change
should
from
say.
this counter-attacking play style. Try and push Team BDS forwards. Try and knock them back.
Well, this is exactly what Alpha was saying to Rise in our pre-interview, saying, you guys, all you do is counter-attack. That's your entire thing. We don't need to do that. But look at what's happening. They're making sure, BDS, that they are not counter-attacking. They are just full ball attacking.
So, I mean, Radosin's been around for a little over a year now. He started in spring last year, I thought, right?
Expecting it. This synergy
Like
they
Spring
normally
Split was
have,
his
the
first split
matrix
last
that
year, or he'd still be
floats
considered
between
a
the
rookie
three
this year
players
because
seems
of
to be
that.
disintegrating.
I don't really know the
neural
rules.
network that links Vitality is experiencing connection issues. And again,
Oh, man.
Rise, making sure that they know that kickoffs are part of this game that BDS control. A huge error for Vitality. Zen tries to find his way back into the midfield. Anything to block it. Minute and a half. Vitality, what are you doing?
What was that about tactical timeout, Stumpy? 65% Vitality have after taking one, something like that. It doesn't look like it right now. Team BDS breaking through every narrative we can chuck at them. Fate means nothing.
You call it a
to Monkey
4-0.
and Seiko.
Decent shot on target, just trying to get a couple there, make sure that BDS know that you are ever present. Rise, though, passing to the net. I thought it was going towards Seiko.
Best place to pass to the net.
Naturally. 2 minutes elapsed, and Zen wanting to work his way down the pitch, sees a couple central, but Monkey Moon eclipsed by that ball and sneaks his way through. Rodosin sees Alpha central, but before that, the face of Seiko.
Rise is up. Rise is going to get the save as well. It's just all too simple for Team BDS, reading everything Vitality are trying. The most creative team in the world being suppressed by Team BDS.
It's a masterclass right now, what we're seeing. BDS have shut down Vitality. These game plans, they don't mean anything. They've taken a lighter to the A4 that Ferrer crafted so perfectly.
Rise from the ceiling. He was shuffling his way down and almost managed to breach the defenses once more of Team Vitality, who, for their sake, kept it alive at least. Seiko and Rise a double commit, but it's a positive one. Rise chases it down, doesn't quite get the read. Monkey Moon eased up. Does he have the shot? It's to the backboard. Vitality should be able to get it away, but look how still they all are. They're static.
They're waiting.
But he's going for the ball.
Happy to wait in net.
So he's like a Ben Simmons rookie then, right?
Counter-attack. Alpha finds Rodosa into the 50-50, but Monkey Moon strong yet again.
Unbelievable from Team BDS, and they'll go down the other side maybe and score it. Seiko, not quite there this time. One more goal would surely put Team Vitality in need of 4 games in a row.
Unreal.
I've not seen anything like this in all the EU regionals. Team Vitality as a whole, with Alpha, haven't looked like this for a while.
If BDS manage to win this game as well, that they've equaled the amount that they have won versus Vitality in their last 3 series combined. A 4-1, a 4-1, and a 3-1, and those 3...
Chet Holmgren rookie,
yeah.
Well, Chet didn't actually play like at all though his 1 year, right?
They need an answer. They need to write it down. It needs to apparate. That's one up high, but
Didn't Ben like play a couple games before he got hurt or some shit?
Moon, yet another interception.
He's so fast when he goes up into the air. Rodosin, though, he puts it wide above the goal. You've got to think that. Once again, a chance. Vitality goes begging. Rodosin charges his way in. Seiko buckaroos it towards Rise. Zen intercepts.
Inception utterly needed. The final minute ticking down. Alpha Central, Zen to pass. Alpha to shoot.
Oh my.
Shanks it wide of the target.
I just can't believe how many shots Team Vitality are missing. This is probably the best game they've had, certainly since the first one. But they just can't hit the net. Team Vitality cannot pull the trigger correctly.
Alpha gets the 50 towards the top corner, but as we approach 30 seconds remaining, BDS in full control of this game, this series. The fate of Vitality. Whoever loses this, they're not out. It's double elim. They have one more chance down in the lowers. Zen gets beaten by Rise.
Wow.
Rise beats them all. The net is open. Monkey Moon destroys Zen. And it's 3 against Vitality.
From Rise again, look at the pace of him. Rodosin, where are you, mate? You're nowhere
Against
near
them Geminis, is that what it is?
Time after time after time. Team BDS, the cleanest victory they've had so far. But Vitality have had chances. They'll be kicking themselves, Stumpy.
They've had 4 shots on target so far. It's just not been enough. Only 2 of them have been saved. Zen actually fakes it low.
Oh, okay. At least you get yourself one. You got yourself one. I mean, one, you know.
Woo! Well done, boys. Does not matter. We're still winning this one.
I can't believe that Rise, even
I did not,
Rise,
Ducky. I haven't been
concedes the
watching
goal
much Summer
and
Ball, to
goes,
be honest.
Yay, you did it.
Yeah.
Against Zen. You don't patronize Zen, Stumpy.
Oh, Rise does. Rise do not care. Final 10 seconds. Rise waits patiently on the floor, sends it long. It's going to be 4. Seiko with a steal, does a fist bump and all. The sheer confidence, the audacity for BDS to destroy the narrative of Vitality being the outright dominant team here, forcing them to reverse sweep in our upper semi-finals.
Team BDS are a team that traditionally have peaked at the right time season-wise at LANs. You know, they had two absolute shockers last season, in winter than in spring, being the second team to
Oh,
ever
really?
be
No,
perfect
I didn't
swept
see that.
in winter.
I'll have to look it up.
And then they ended up winning Worlds. Just when they were starting to be written off. This time, this season, it's the same old story. They missed the first two majors. Bryce joins them in an attempt, in his words, not just to make Worlds, to win the World Championships. And what happens again, Stumpy, when it matters most, the one you want to win, the one leading up to Dusseldorf, is the one they're starting to look like they may well take.
Not a huge amount on the line here for Vitality or BDS. They both made Worlds. They've both made sure that they are going to be heading over to Dusseldorf. Vitality, all they're doing right now is playing for that second seed.
I did not, no.
Oh, my word, what do they do? 4-1.
Crunching.
In the Mobile and High Performance Replay, it is a reel after reel of BDS being brash and brave and just boastful.
I'd love you to tell these players' collective heart rates that there's not much on the line right now because, you know, these are competitive people who... Yeah, exactly. You know, they could be playing a game of Tiddlywinks and they would get into it. If they lose it, they'll go back and study it and come back better.
Years Pro, 1 month. Surely
1 month, and here he is.
Surely literally not.
Yeah.
Because this has been going longer than 1 month, this regional so far. These regional events.
Are you calling out the stats, Stumpy?
I'm calling out our production, saying it's probably not 1 month, probably like 1 month, 29 days or something silly.
Right, I
this
see.
is still mad, by the way. For game 4, BDS, the chance to 4-0 Vitality and deliver them their first series loss outside of a grand final bracket reset. Can they do the unthinkable?
They'll believe it. They'll be certain of it, in fact, but Team Vitality have to charge through that belief. Radosin's going to send this one high. He's bumped out the way. Seiko arrives in, and already early doors, it's BDS of all the clean touches.
Full aggression, that's going to be on the cards of BDS. We see teams get here multiple times. We've seen OCE teams, sorry CJ, go a couple of games up, they get on series point, and then they just flop.
You think so? I mean, Rule 1 has been looking really good. I would like to see Rule 1 at least win one more game, one more series. That way Mina gets another spot at Worlds.
Seiko shying away from that one. Radosin up high. With Tenny Boost, he can't quite beat Rise away from that ball, however.
Yeah, not quite on the same wavelength there, Seiko with his teammate Rise, but managed to get back in time and make something from it. Now here he comes, a solo play attempt. Alpha and Radosin, the two of them crossing paths. Monkeyman ends up with a shot. Radosin can't quite get there. Alpha, he was in the center. The ball fell to him.
Ooh, nice shot. Nice save as well.
Bottom corner, Vitality's defense.
I have really been enjoying Rule 1's games, though. If they can make the lower bracket run, I'm all on board.
Side of Vitality within 1.5 minutes, and the ball barely finding the blue half. Seiko finds Rise. Monkey Moon now, that midfield is going to be all his. Sends it high towards Alpha. Challenging again and again our BDS, letting Vitality have no breather room. But an error, Monkey Moon, Seiko, they team up. And Alpha above that crossbar. Immediately though, BDS find their path. They don't get caught out.
Vitality searching for something. They just can't get the ball to roll in their favor. The dice to land in a way that works for them.
Yeah, I know.
He's already up this one. That's a huge clearance then. Now,
I think I'm okay with that, though.
Seiko to the side. Radosin wins the race. That one's almost going on target. Monkey Moon just higher. There's still danger here for BDS. Alpha and Seiko, the two of them. And look where it ends up. It's rises and it's clean.
Let's be honest. I just want to see Gen.G make a good run in Boston.
Send it towards the Vitality goal.
And if Mina can get another spot, I'm all for it.
Patience, not getting rushy. There was one double.
Mina getting another spot as this newer region makes a better case for SSA should be getting guaranteed spots as well, which I truly believe.
So low for him. He can't do anything with it apart from just
even if it is just one, let them earn the second.
Halfway through a game that could see Vitality go to the lowers without winning a single game in the series. It's somewhere there I did not expect us. I thought this was going to go to 6, maybe 7. But Rise gets on the end of a shot. Alpha to save it away, keeps Vitality alive. Zen does the same. Seiko high towards Monkey Moon. Caught out by Alpha on that chance. Rise on target!
Woo! Rise up, baby! Let's go.
Banger top left.
It was a good finish. Radosin's got to save it, the Rise. He did what he had to do. I don't think even he expected that one to find its way into the back of the net. But when you're 3-0 up, when everything's working for you, those are the sorts of moments that tend to go your way.
They still all count as one, and BDS and Vitality are equally aware of that fact. Vitality find themselves chasing again. This Zen flash of brilliance.
Oh, there's an equalizer.
Vitality, a well-needed equalizer.
And it is from their talisman, it's from Zen to the ceiling, getting the reset. Alpha 54 just slams the ball down. It doesn't matter how it goes in. It wasn't the cleanest finish in the world, but who cares when you get your equalizer?
They still all count as one.
There's been a couple of dodgy goals, like we say. 1-1's all that matters.
As a wise man once said, they all count as one. It was me about 20 seconds ago.
You're very clever, Stumpy. Very wise indeed. Here's Seiko. He's pretty wise himself. He's almost put it wide.
What a save!
He gets his team alive.
Acrobatics from Alpha sees Vitality keep this one level. Minute 40. But the push from BDS has been brashed previously. Vitality holding on for dear life. Rise to shoot low.
Rise up one more
time.
time.
That one, Vitality.
They just can't be broken. Their spirits can't be kept down, Team BDS. The Wonder Save comes in against them. They recycle the play. They keep the boost going. They keep the attack going. And there, in the end, was their new star Rise.
The Chimera finding his way through to dominance against one of the
There's
world's
still time.
best.
You got 90 seconds.
Rise shooting yet again, just forcing Alpha to use a little bit of boost. Get rid of him, Radosinio.
Radosinio. Go on, Sunset. Into the corner, Monkey Moon. Sends it as wide as he can. Alpha's up there against Rise, though. He's got 14 boosts. He's using it as best
BDS
he can.
4-0 this, like they just
Radosin
ride that
beats
momentum
into
to the
ball,
end,
his
right?
teammate. But Radosin's pull side. He's got no angle to play
They
with.
have
Seiko
to.
forces the fake out. Monkey Moon into the corner. One more goal will sting Vitality here.
Minute remaining.
Because to beat Vitality 4-0 is really impressive.
Rise. Finally, waiting goal bound is Seiko to shut down chances.
I know this isn't the same Vitality that we've seen earlier in the year, but
Then pushing it into the center, Monkey Moon, incredibly quick. Up against him, he is rapid.
like they just
Set up
haven't
against
felt quite
Seiko,
the same.
speed
I don't
of
think
Team
at the Spring
BDS.
Major, but
Surprising Vitality at every turn. Radosin a poor touch. Alpha does whatever he can with it.
Monkey Moon, chance to get the third, chance to seal this deal. Rise with 150, sends it high. Seiko touches it towards his own net, and Radosin. He won't be missing them. And
Rise getting a revenge for Vatira, you think?
Reaction from their coach.
I love it.
Over the top of Seiko's shoulders. Let it go. It happened. It's a mistake. You're 3-0 up. It does not matter. And that is the new version of Team BDS, the spirit that's unbreakable.
30 seconds. Chance for Vitality to keep their dreams alive, but Rise is going to be the man in their nightmares for days to come. Monkey Moon takes it back left, shuts them down time and time again. Gets those low 50s. Now Seiko up high, sent to receive, up for the double. It's saved away.
Yeah, but it's Radosin's turn now. A breath of fresh air for Team Vitality. They got the luck, but Zen, he has to be aware for that doink.
Zen finally, final 5 seconds. It's loose, it's waiting. It's scary for both these teams. A touch potentially, Monkey Moon keeps it high. That's brave. It's Zen to keep it even braver. Monkey Moon again towards that right-hand side. Alpha, chance to kill. Lots of boost on both sides.
All right, let's go.
In the end, overtime. Will we bookend this series with golden goal?
Team BDS 1 goal away from Esports. Maybe that's the moment there. He had to scamper back as quick as he could. Radosin charges Rise down, but Rise gets it back towards Zen. Radosin up against Seiko. The ball is loose. The ball belongs to Alpha. He takes it to the ceiling, but Rise sends it wide. Now Radosin towards Zen yet again. Vitality starting off the overtime superiorly. Radosin's a player he's going to fall to. He's struggled at times this series, but now he has to wake up.
Good demo from Rise. Shuts down the counter-attacking play from Vitality.
Oh, that's a big whiff.
With one miss, the ceiling.
Second touch at least sends that thing back to midfield.
100 boost, takes it high, gets bumped to the ceiling, one reset, Rise to shoot, but Zen to clear. It's a long shot. It's
that's just in!
It high. It goes straight in! Of course it's Zen! Vitality, stay alive!
Side of a champion is playing badly and still finding a way to win. And let me tell you, Stumpy, I've seen this Team Vitality play many times.
Reverse sweep? No, just imagine though. Imagine Vitality wakes up.
But they win a game. And that's where these comebacks begin.
BDS are battling brave. This is an extremely nervy time for Vitality.
Imagine though.
No timeout seemingly called. Mew, an incredibly intelligent world championship winning
Ducky would be so mad. He'd be hurt.
After 1. Yep, we don't take it after 1. 2, I imagine it will be. If this goes to 3, Mew, and you're holding onto your timeout, pal, It's like in a game. Don't wait to use your potions for the final boss. You need to use them a little bit earlier on. Make sure that you can spend them wisely.
Yep.
For Vitality, they turned it round and won at the overtime despite the late goal that came in favor of BDS.
I mean, Vitality's vital signs, they were flashing. It wasn't looking great for them at all. And then one touch from Seiko, and the way that equalizer came in, and the same from Monkey Moon as well. We used to call them banned touches back in the day. You remember that?
Yeah, a banned touch headed back into your own.
I wish I would have been able to find a way to get up to Boston, bro. It looks like it's so lit in that crowd.
They were dirty on the pitch.
They did themselves dirty.
Maybe it is just deserved.
Next year we're going to an event for sure.
A few bangers so far, Carl.
He's English, living in Portugal, playing on a French team.
Wow, he's a triple threat.
I'd actually say that's 3 fun facts. So I'd call that production again. Put an S on the end of that bad boy.
Well, you think he's English is a fun fact?
Yeah.
I don't think being English is that fun.
well, we'll leave that debate for another time. We'll leave it. Well, it is a fact. Anyway, we'll move on because we could discuss this all day long because that is who you and I are, but who Team Vitality are, Stumpy. Not losers. They do not give up in times like this. But Team BDS, they'll have got that one over by now.
The battle is going to be remaining strong for Vitality. Their hearts are going to be roaring with that French pride. Alpha getting in the way of Zen on that chance, though, and Seiko to shoot long. Rise is going to be chasing, but...
Who, you think BDS should have? Just to not overheat?
If they can take this
King,
down,
I agree, bro.
If they can get these shots in earlier, if they can crush that French spirit, if the drums stop in their heart, then what a series surprise this has been. A long shot coming in, but just shot wide by Radosin.
Radosin, for me, the key man for Team Vitality. He has been supreme the last few splits for them. Been excellent. Even after Zen came in, never shied away from the responsibility. But I think it's safe to say that this series, he's had a struggle.
Yeah.
If he can wake himself up, suddenly Vitality stop purring again.
I mean, we saw earlier on, literally like 3 misses a game or so, and them causing big problems.
Yeah, I wonder though if this the thought is just in case it gets too crazy the opposite way. You'd hate to try and like
Race now dropping it low, pretty much
cool the team down too much, and then you lose 2 games and kind of wish you had a timeout. Oh!
Right, shoots high. Does not quite find the angle
you know what I mean?
Looked for.
Yeah, BDS just getting that ball on their string, pulling it away whenever Vitality were nearby. The final flourish wasn't quite coming. Rise, great first touch. A demo opens things up. He's got the flip reset. Radosin's got the clearance though. Back to Seiko with him. Monkey Moon round the corner. Alpha gets it as far as he can. That's only as far as Rise. The first touch, as ever, is perfect, but Zen's charge down. It's going to do an incredible amount of work.
Not just in,
it's
just
going
a
to
bit
hit
high.
the crossbar. Monkey Moon gets the save though.
Minute 45 and Vitality looking alive. Radosin drops it down. That shot not being particularly threatening. Now it's Zen again. Holding, biding his time. And a miss from Monkey Moon. Learning from big brother Radosin. 2 minutes elapsed on this chance. Good pass is central. That's the 1, that's the 2. Will we see the 3? Not as Monkey Moon wants to find his way into the touch on that one.
Demos are starting to rain in now as well. It's been a pretty clean series of Rocket League demolition-wise, but as they get tired, as the mechanics become trickier, they're starting to open up the play by going for each other instead of the ball. Alpha smushes that one onto the backboard. Radosin's a little bit close. Will be able to recover. And now he goes again. Zen up in the air. That's where his teammates want him. He's going to get this second touch. He's going to surely, apart from the fact that Monkey Moon was the door he couldn't open.
Halfway through this game, and it looks like shades of the first. Overtime decided that one for BDS. Took 2-3 minutes. Well, we've still got 2 minutes remaining. Radosin, midfield, 1 touch wide. Rise, the only man to receive it. Alpha now in that back corner. Chances really starting to shut themselves down. Caginess emerging.
This is the
nice pass. Oh, Mr. Follow-up.
Until suddenly BDS changed the pace.
Couple of shots.
Let's go, Seiko.
Shame on you. Save it. Shame on you again, Seiko. He's going to be the 3rd. The finger pistols come straight back out. And
I love the finger pistols
there, a little bit more subdued, thinking, I'm not going to act out. I'm not going to be too silly. I mean? This is still on a nice edge.
Rise tries to tee up Seiko, but then he gets the read. He has been better the last couple of games. Radosin has 2 actually in this one after getting that
animation.
Last time out really
not
seems
emote.
to have soothed his
I don't know why
somewhat.
animation took me so long to figure out what fucking word I was looking for.
Seiko is found by Rise. But Zen's going up. This is happening more and more as far as Team BDS are concerned. You cannot keep giving that man this much space. Eventually he'll punish.
90 seconds, Monkey Moon in the sky, sees Rise Central wanting to go for that pinch. Instead, Rise removes Radosin from the pitch entirely. Alpha Central sees it open. Monkey Moon is going to be the defender on BDS's side.
Seiko wants to get past then. Team BDS starting to see the stairs. Monkey Moon passes it forward. Radosin with the reflexes.
One touchdown from
I
Monkey
think
Moon.
it's Alpha
Only
with the
towards
reflexes,
Radosin,
actually.
However. Zen on the floor removes Seiko from the equation entirely. Zen Central, Alpha to shoot, but Rise.
I saved my Rise.
The man just reads everything. And now his
Oh.
teammate Seiko's doing some work. Rise goes for the pre-flip, the redirect on the floor. Another great idea from him. Alpha comes away with the ball, but it'll be Team BDS pushing forwards for the last 50 seconds until the tackle comes in.
Demos more and more prevalent. Seiko removed multiple times.
What's going on there? They're tackling each other, getting in each other's way. It's going to fall for Rise somehow. He can't score again. It's saved. Radosin, does he have the pass in the center? Does he want to go solo? It's Seiko to the ceiling. Zen's there as well. This chance looks appealing, but Rise, every time the thorn in the side.
The double commit, it's floating long, it's towards the orange.
Ooh, got just enough.
Absolute death.
Can they make it happen? Zen.
Side gets tackled by Zen. It's up.
Oh!
It's vitality! Never count them out. Even if there's 1 second left, even if there's 0 seconds left, when Zen has the ball and Alpha's arriving, Team Vitality are thriving.
We said shades of
Yeah, if they win, Rise definitely is the MVP, but let's not count it out yet.
Vitality have bought themselves that opportunity. Monkey Moon, though, he wants to rip that ticket up. Midfield, Seiko low, out to shoot, that's above the net. Rise with a spectacular save.
Who's the ball gonna fall for? Will we see this overtime? Alpha to the ceiling, there is gonna be one more
There's gonna be an
chance,
overtime,
maybe,
okay.
Until Seiko says no.
An intelligent touchdown leads to an overtime. BDS sweating. They've lost from here before. Alpha challenging versus Monkey Moon. Battle of the French. Rise up high. Monkey Moon Central. Rise wants to
Rise!
go. He does not.
Oh!
BDS topple the kings of Europe.
Series MVP, just like you said, Ducky.
We thought it couldn't happen. Team Vitality.
Right off rip.
Favorite.
Damn, bro, that's disgusting.
Not care.
Sheesh.
Emotions rising high, but they knew they could do it. To them, this isn't a shock result. This was expected. They know that it's a possibility. And BDS have been delivered their first series loss outside of a bracket reset in a grand final.
Top 3 guaranteed for Team BDS. As for Vitality, they're gonna go down and take on North America's darlings in Gen.G. And I'll tell you what,
that's gonna be a fun series.
They will make it hostile for them.
Oh, they will. It's gonna be great.
On the side of Europe this time.
Do you reckon it's time?
Right, guys, time for Europe, yeah? All on the side of Europe, yeah?
Yeah.
Good. They're all off to get some hot dogs or burgers, whatever Americans eat.
It was a friendly game. It's fine.
That's fine. Vitality.
They're off to get hot dogs or burgers or whatever Americans have to eat. That's funny.
Make it 4, make it 5. There's more that can be done. Vitality, their streak has ended. They were 19 series wins in total.
That's crazy.
Throughout spring, apart from that bracket reset by KC. All the way back in the second spring regional. BDS have delivered a result that they could not fathom coming into this tournament.
Yeah, you have to go win here soon, don't you, Ducky?
Learn a lot about themselves, but BDS, they have all the understanding. The game plan for them was perfect. What impressed me the most was, ironically, the game they lost, how they rebounded from it, because the mistakes from Seiko and Monkey Moon, BDS teams of the past collapsed there, head-in-hand style.
I just like seeing how teams change when you see a brand new player on BDS come in. Rise, that difference maker. He has been a sublime character for the 3 teams that he's competed on.
For some reason, I was thinking 4-3. I was like, man, that man's cutting it close.
Makes that difference. BDS, they take it versus Vitality. And on the stage with Subi is the Chimera, the agent of chaos. It's Rise.
The defending world champs derail the hype train of Team Vitality and get it done.
Let's turn this up a little bit to listen to the interview chat.
On stage and Rise, there's been so much talk about Team Vitality. A little feedback there. Team Vitality, Corp. It seems like they've forgotten about you. What does that do to you mentally? What goes through your head when you hear those talks?
Well, I mean, honestly, it makes me happy when I hear people underestimate us, because
you opening
we know
tomorrow,
how good we can
Ducky.
be, we know how good we are, and I think we've just proven it.
Yeah, you definitely did. I mean, you said it wasn't a 4-0, but 4-1 is pretty good as well. I mean, you guys were doing so good, you scored on both ends of the field, so hey, you know, you're doing pretty good for yourself. But for you, it seemed like the goal was to shut down Zen. I don't know if that was talked about before the match or if it just kind of played out that way, but was that something you guys discussed prior to this series starting?
No, I don't think it's beneficial to shut down one player on that team because, you know, they're like literally a three-headed monster. They can all do everything. So it was just a case of play our game, and if we play well, we know we can beat them. So.
Well, speaking of monsters, you seem to turn into one anytime you're in front of a crowd, such as this one in Boston. What does it for you? What is it? What is the difference for you when you get to play in front of these lovely Rocket League fans?
Look, man, they just give me energy. I don't know. No matter how I feel, like backstage in the prac areas, I get on this stage and I just feel
Is that
like
Moist critical?
In my zone. I don't understand how, but.
Hey, one thing's always true. When you take the pitch, you're as cool as a spring breeze. But I gotta ask, and I hope you can give me a little answer here. There was a lot of cross-stage chatter coming from you. Anytime those player cams popped off, you were popping off against them. While we keep it E for everyone, what were you saying, trying to get in their heads?
Well, I was just saying that they're bad, really. I was just, they tried to kick off strat and we scored straight off it, so Ferro was getting a piece for the strat book, but yeah. No, it's just, you know, it's all fun and games. All love to those boys, like nothing personal. It's just, you know, if I can get in their head that way, then we'll take it.
Respect,
I mean,
respect.
we've seen that from you on social media, on the pitch. It doesn't matter. Like, we know all of you are friends off the pitch. You try and get in their heads as much as possible. Rocket League is a mental game, but for you, the mentality when you take the pitch, especially in front of a live crowd, you had something like 70% goal participation. How do you continue this domination every time we see you play on stage?
Trust my teammates. Said it the other day. It's just trusting your teammates, working together. As Jack said, you work as a three. You have two other people with you at all times. So
True.
Yeah, it's great. I have great teammates.
Nice.
Well, Rise, yourself and Team BDS have officially made a date with K-Corp on Championship Sunday. Look forward to seeing you there.
I'm not sure whether it was me or First Touch or somebody somewhere overpromised on this match. I thought this was going to be a lot better gameplay than it was.
You know, I think we were all expecting it. We saw this Vitality team go on a tear in Europe. They looked unstoppable. But you know, it's easy to forget sometimes that Rise is just the certified land boy out of the four majors he's been to. He's made the grand finals in 3 of them. So Rise stepped up in this series. There was one play that you could just feel the difference that he made. That flip reset, triple
on this
tap.
map.
And yeah, he really was incredible.
So he was involved in 2.2 goals per game. It was absolutely nutty. But I think early on, games 1 and 2, Zen looked a little bit off.
All right,
on
I gotta pee real
defense.
quick, chat.
Seemed like the nerves were playing a factor. The Medosa, like, he had a terrible series. I'm not gonna lie. He looked bad at times. Like, that is an easy save. That has to be saved there. He was involved in 1 goal throughout the entire match. I think they have to go back to the drawing board and get him pumped up before they have to play in about 1 hour's time.
Yeah, and then they're going up against a Gen.G squad who's going to have the whole entire Agganis arena screaming at the tips of the lungs, so it's going to be interesting to see. We need to talk about, though, Vitality, they have not looked the same this whole entire tournament in comparison to their EU regionals. Against Complexity, probably should have lost down, got away a little lucky. Yeah. Had a suspect this series against a team Elevate who really shouldn't be competing with them. I need to see Vitality step up in his next series against Gen.G because there's going to be a lot of question marks about how this team plays.
And you know, speaking of Gen.G, I was talking to Johnny back there. He's like, man, BDS, Gen.G's lost to BDS and Rule 1's lost to BDS. Don't look that bad anymore. Like, no, like, my goodness, are those the strongest teams? We'll see, and we're about to head back down there and watch both those teams play.
And I got to say, I think Vitality going into that match are underdogs at this point. Like, after what we just saw, that was not pretty.
Well,
that was not pretty at
just
all.
in terms of the gameplay, they've looked a little bit suspect, and I think everyone who watched that Complexity series would agree that, you know, they were kind of given that series by Complexity not finishing in the final moment. And we really, you know, we were wondering, is Vitality going to amp it up? And I think this was our answer. BDS, I mean, that really wasn't close. I mean, the series
probably should have been a
close.
sweep.
The one game they gave them went to overtime, and they gave them two own goals. So who knows what's going to happen with Vitality here, especially with the way the crowd is going to amp it up in front of Gen.G, folks. Here's the bracket. We've got 2 lower quarterfinal matches left to be played today, and then the final 4 will happen on Championship Sunday. Gen.G, 1 game away. Rule 1, 1 game away, 1 match away from playing on Championship Sunday and punching a ticket for Twisted Minds. That would be crazy.
Oh, yeah, and all of the fans here, I'm sure, just watching in terror as Rule 1 has been taking people out left and right now. The last hurdle for them in the MENA region to get that extra spot is Moist. So will Moist be able to step up? Will Moist defend version 1? I mean, yeah.
It's time to get wet. Let's get wet, baby. That's how I'm rolling the rest of the way. You already know me.
EU help NA? We'll see.
Are you rooting for V1 or Moist?
Right.
Let's be clear here.
He's rooting for Moist, clearly.
Let's get wet. I'm rooting for Moist.
He's rooting for Moist. Com's rooting for Moist, too. He was tweeting about it earlier. Folks, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more excellent Rocket League Middle East trying to continue the
I want to see MENA win this, man.
Tournament. They got to go through the cannon, though. Moist versus Rule 1 is next.
I want to see Rule 1. Chat, while we're going into break here, do me a favor, man, if you haven't already done so, hit that like button. Seems to help with the algorithm. Has us start popping up on more people's feeds. Remember, we are going to be doing watch parties throughout the rest of Boston, as well as I'm going to be watching all of Worlds, including wildcards. And of course, we're going to be doing watch parties next week. Over here for RLCS as well. I'm going to see what's going on midweek-wise to see if there's anything else we'll be doing watch parties for. All right, so tomorrow, what time does it start? At noon tomorrow too, right? Yeah, noon starts with the upper bracket game. Upper bracket final. Tomorrow we'll do another watch party for grand finals, and then like as soon as it's done, I'm dipping. There's a good chance I'm dipping out to go check out a basketball league and chat with their production squad and things.
Drofi. Moi je m'appelle le Zen. I think well,
pseudo c'est Mookie Moon.
The way I got my nickname was random name generator when I was like 7 years old. And I was like, Torso is such like a cool sounding like group of letters, and I didn't know it was a word. I just added an S to it and I'm like, damn, that's crazy.
Riddle Slater backwards.
Franchement, l'histoire, elle est assez bête. J'étais
So original, Slater.
Qui commence par la lettre V, parce que je sais pas, je trouvais ça stylé. Et en fait, j'avais vu une pub de Faritas comme ça. Et genre, je sais pas pourquoi, mais le AIA dans Faritas, j'aimais bien. Et du coup, je me suis dit, je vais tout faire pour mettre le AIA dans mon pseudo. Et du coup, j'ai mis un T entre deux et un R, et ça a fait Vatira. Donc c'est ma sœur qui est arrivée et qui m'a donné un pseudo comme ça au hasard. Et moi j'ai dit ok, je vais le prendre. Ouais. Et du coup ça s'est fini sur Monkey Moon.
My brother's called James, and his name was apparently James. I just wanted a new name, and I just stole it. It's really boring.
Joyo is just the first 2 letters of my first name, Joe or Joseph, and then the first 2 letters of my surname, which is Young, Joyo.
My name's Lachlan, so the latch is actually Lockie, it's just a nickname for me.
I really do wish I went with just Slater, my name, but too late now. It's too late. We're Reddles.
Gotta go. He should go Slater and just embrace it,
No
honestly.
hate to Brad, but Brad is just not a name.
Brad, yeah, but it's not bad, like, that's just his name, it's just default.
All the creativity you could have if you chosen Brad. Like, what is that?
If I was to change my name to anything, probably think Mr. Moist would be a good one.
Eu não tenho vontade nenhuma de trocar meu nick.
Wet Man.
Wet Man.
Super Moist Boy.
Oh my. All right, so we got 4 minutes and 40 seconds till this thing starts back up, and we're getting ready for some Rule 1 versus Moist. Moist. So we feeling Rule 1 this next one, chat? I think so. I think we're just going to see Rule 1 and then Gen.G. I think Gen.G is going to have that place rocking for the last game of the day, dude. Gen.G just might fuck around and go to the grand finals and lose. Honestly. Because Ascension for Americas ends this week. I think also for EMEA, or is EMEA next week? No, but that doesn't start until what? Thursday? Yeah, we're already going to be watching ALGS by then. When's LCQ start for VCT? So first game's on the 15th. The 16th. So we'll probably watch then upper bracket semis and on for LCQ Americas probably. We'll probably watch all of EMEA last chance qualifiers. And then I gotta get on a rhythm back into like long form content. We're trying to get back into that this week. All right, let's go.
Back to the lower bracket we go. Time to send more teams home. In Boston, Massachusetts, the spring major has been incredible. Upsets galore today. Results nobody expected. Brackets busted left and right. Welcome back to the best, folks. Wavepunk, Fates, and Gibbs keeping you company as always. Daz, how was first touch this morning? You enjoy that?
It was good. Yeah, it was good. Obviously, we had a lot of energy here on the first touch pre-show. There was a lot of yapping back and forth, but I'm sure after that last series, a lot of earlier thoughts, especially from my main man who usually does the interview, Subi, probably feeling a little differently now after that loss that Vitality just took.
That's true. That's true. The path to victory for Gen.G all of a sudden glimmers to light.
Oh, well, as a Gen.G fan, let me tell you.
Wait, you're a fan of Gen.G? Well, okay.
I didn't even mean
You're on the payroll, you're not a fan.
I'm a paid fan.
You're an employee.
Actually,
a little bit of both.
You're an employee.
When you love what you do, you don't work a day in your life. And I absolutely love what I'm watching out of Gen.G.
Yeah, please throw up the bracket.
Put the bracket up, folks, and look at it here. So, with that loss, Gen.G now will be facing off against Vitality at the end of the day. And you were saying this earlier, Gibbs, that might be the best case for them.
Absolutely, but then we're going to have teams that have already played in front of the crowd, so that's a positive. The problem is they both lost 4-1 in front of the crowd, while the other team has won a series in a best-of-5. It's tough. Like, momentum is obviously with these lower bracket teams. It all comes down to that hour break. Can you figure it out in that time? We'll see if Moist has done that.
Well, for two of those teams, the hour has ticked down and is in the final few minutes. Moist Esports dropping from the lower bracket, going to be taking on the underdog story of the event. Rule 1, if they win this, they punch a ticket for a third MENA team to the World Championship. They want this so badly.
Let's go, Rule 1, baby!
Rule 1 will go to the main event as well. That's huge for them.
A huge event here, folks. This match means so much to so many people in so many countries. It's time to get it underway.
Introducing first on the blue side. Back
Who
for
we
the
feeling here, chat?
second match of the day. Ready?
Is it Moist?
Set, let's get wet. It's Moist Esports.
Yo, this anthem goes so hard, bro. It just has so much like bounce to it. Love it.
There they go, already getting ready to sit down and get into action. That man right there, the cannon. I'm telling you, if he gets going, Moist are going to be on top, no problem at all. This is his second time playing in front of a crowd in his career. He's locked in, he's ready to go. Moist don't have any room to drop here, and I'm keeping my eyes on Cash all series long because Juicy and Joyo, they have been stepping up and they've been really playing well, but Cash is that big X factor for me and Moist.
I don't know. Who's Joyo? Because I know him as Mr. Moist himself, the wet man, super moist boy. Here is ready to play. He made history in fall. The EU 5 seed going further than they have ever gone before, making it to the fall grand finals. He wants to get back there again.
Exactly, and to get there, he's got to have to play better than he did earlier against Corp. Joyo only averaged 292 a game, 0.2 goals per game. He needs to play better than that, and they got the land rookie on the, all the way at the end. Juicy, he's been playing admirably throughout the whole entire event, holding this Moist team together, but he needs the superstar in Joyo to step up in order to move on.
Absolutely right. I mean, the way we've seen this Moist team come together, they all have had their own kind of ups and downs as the season's gone on. It's been very phenomenal to see them at this stage, though. They got to leave it all out there.
And introducing their opponents, the Twins are back looking to add a new twist to the World Championship picture. Please welcome back Rule 1!
Oh, oh, oh.
The MENA #1 seed, the only seed that they get, but they make it count when it comes to spring majors. Last year, Falcons made it all the way to the grand finals. Rule 1 has been going on a tear as well, taking down South America, taking down OCE, and taking down North America. There's only one left for them to take down, and that is Europe's Moist.
Come on, man.
The best they had.
Let them show up, show that it's all about
One
these
came out against a
nice,
complexity
beautiful.
squad that a lot of us here in the venue, a lot of us on the desk, a lot of fans at home and thought looked exceptional. Barely lost the vitality, had beaten Liquid and everything else in between, and now they're playing. And they're still going, and now they have so much on the line too, because Twisted Minds, they're waiting in the wings. If Rule 1 gets this win, Twisted Minds will be in Dusseldorf.
Boston here. He's got so much weight on his shoulders. I was talking to Mo, the translator, in the back. They all feel the weight that everybody looks at MENA, and there's so many fans out there that think it's just Falcons. Falcons is really good. They're the outlier. A win here, a movement here in Boston says so much about the region, and a win here in this match, sending a third team to the World Championship, such a huge moment for the region.
It's definitely important too, because you think about Rule 1, a lot of talk in the spring about just how good is this team, can they take the place of Falcons? We're looking back at Falcons' previous performance here, the couple 9 through 12s at both majors that they attended. Rule 1 has surpassed that, and they want to continue to survive and advance here. That being said, as further they go, makes them and, of course, the rest of the MENA look that much better.
And, of course, if they win, that is 3 MENA teams in, but they move to the main event. And last year, the top 8, only 2 teams out of the wild card made it to the top 8. So they want to be a free ticket to the group stage and try and perform there. Yes, it's important to bring another team from MENA, but more importantly, you skip that wild card round.
Man, we were just talking about how their loss to BDS all of a sudden doesn't look as bad, given how good BDS is looking here. Thinking about this matchup, though, Rule 1 taking on Moist. This is the most difficult matchup they've had so far yet. Are they the favorites? Are they still the underdog? How would you rate them?
Let's go, MENA, baby.
It's really hard to tell, because even though Moist, I'd say, will probably be the crowd favorite overall, or the more popular team, Rule 1 has definitely looked very competitive. And even, like you said, even in their losses, they have been very close. I think this is going to be really based on what we see out the gate. Because, again, Rule 1, we have seen them suddenly, sometimes start slow. Think about the series against Power. Drop 2 games, they have to struggle, again, to fight back. If they do that against this Moist team, Moist is going to take the series. They will not be reverse swept.
Oh. Gibbs, what's happening?
I trusted in Zen, and he failed me.
No.
Many people did.
Now
Folks,
Bates is
who are
up
you trusting
too.
in this match? Let us know in the chat. Hashtag MST,
Rule 1,
hashtag
baby.
R1. Daz, I'm going to have you start on this one.
Well,
who you got?
I talked to Cannon yesterday, and
What did he say to you?
He didn't say anything.
Oh.
Instead, he gave me this right here.
Oh, he bought you out.
First of all,
Hey, you know him. Hey, the money talks. Whoever the money is, the more goes.
Keep going.
Listen, I believe in the Cannon. I believe in Moist, and I think that they're going to take this one, and I'll give it 5.
5?
Moist and 5. I'm totally believing in them all the way through. You saw the tweets out from Joya. They said, again, that lower bracket run is going to be so much better from them. Gotta go with Moist.
Let me join in on that. Give me Moist. Let's get wet. I'm rolling with the Cannon. I'm rolling with Joya. I'm rolling with Juicy. Again, it's Arena. Let's get loud from Moist. This whole entire series is gonna be rocking.
He's only rooting for EU because it helps V1, all right? It helps NA. I'm down by 2. I'm desperate. I think Rule 1, I feel like it's a coin flip, so I have to pick them to try and catch up to you, Bates.
Alrighty.
ooh, it's gonna be close.
So your only reason is because of your prediction game?
No, like I was going back and forth. I'm not sure who I would pick, but for the prediction game itself, I have to. I have to.
They beat Complexity
Yeah.
in front of an NA
Rule
home
1, let's
crowd.
go,
I
baby.
think Rule 1's got what it takes to play on the stage, and they mean it, folks. Give me Rule 1 on this one. We're split on the desk. We don't know who's gonna win.
Nah, we're going with Moist. We do know who's gonna win.
Who's gonna win? You know who you think is going to win. That's not the same here, folks. But Rule 1, the favorites in chat, 2-1-ish. Oh,
Wow.
going close to 1-1 there, folks. My goodness, we're ready for it. You guys are ready for it. I'm so excited. For the first 2 days, the upper bracket was ruled
All right, let's go.
by Europe. It's just
Nina.
been them the whole time. But eventually, all but one have to fall to prove their medal. And the other regions, they're lying in wait
I
to
wanna see
prey
it,
on
baby.
their mistakes. Moist, the first to stumble. Make sure to grease your bumper because the first rule of the game, it's not only gonna be honored, it's gonna be enforced. 2 dreams enter, only one can remain. Europe versus Mina.
Let's go,
Moist
baby.
versus Rule 1.
Woo!
Rule 1 has marched through South America, taken down Oceania, and knocked out North America's finest, and now a European giant of Moist tries to douse their hot streak.
Can they do it? A main event spot at the World Championships on the line, V1 at home. Boy, oh boy, they're gonna be nervous.
You would think that.
Come on, Rule 1.
Based on
You should take that solo. It's fine.
Rule 1 seemed to have their wits about them, where Moist, they were thumped pretty badly in their series versus Karmine Corp. See if Juicy can get off to a good start. Rebound there from Cash. Cash trying to force that to the middle, picked up by Mawson. Mawson over to Rawas. Rawas
I love
to
it.
Kaliers, and Kaliers continues his scoring streak.
Let's go, baby.
This team after the Complexity win, all the confidence in the world. Whereas Moist, on the other hand, they were dismantled a little bit by K-Corp. Perhaps they're still feeling those losses in game number 1.
And that's not going to help you feel any better.
No.
With Kaliers sniping the top corner once more in an isolation play, but no boost. What'll he do? Goes for a
No boost,
rebound
though.
out to Rawas, but kicks out to Cash. Now Cash.
It's open, it's
Gonna
open.
try to dribble that right to net, but Mawson from underneath comes up and saves that. But now another shot saved by Kaliers.
It's a rinse and repeat from the Complexity series. Rule 1 again. Defensive masterclass. It's been 50 seconds into the game. More shots. Juicy fires it high. Kaliers can't quite get the touch where he wants. Joyo keeping the ball in. Another 50. Rule 1 permanently in defense. As I said, Complexity series rinse and repeat.
Rule 1, a tough nut to crack. And now offensively, we see another play coming up. It's a rebound out to Kaliers. Kaliers high off the bar. And now Juicy racing downfield. 2 boosts, picks up a small pad, goes for the pass, gets demoed for his efforts. And now Joyo, double tap. Cash helping out. Back to the middle for Juicy.
M80
Juicy
versus
towards
Union.
net, forces a double commit. And it
For a
stays
lower
well
bracket
enough
finals,
to slow
apparently,
down
in
the Moist
BCT
attack.
Ascension for anyone who was keeping track.
Pretty deep here in defense. They do have the 1-goal lead. Joyo, he's trying to cook, can't quite get in the kitchen right there. Kaliers on the side wall. Cash is pre-jump, couldn't get the touch. Another shot on net. Juicy can't get a bar down. Joyo has to fly. Rule 1 almost getting their second. They're low on boost. They're trying to work it out. Cash the cannon, launching it forward now. Kaliers awkward on the post. Rawas working it out. Rule 1, they do look comfortable. Even when they're so awkward in defense. More shots on net. Moist, they need their first goal on the board here. 3 minutes on the clock.
And you can see Joyo trying to get the bump
Oh!
on the finds himself in a 1v1. There's the air dribble.
Oh, he tried to get the body block, but he
Stepping out
couldn't.
early, he's able to dodge
Couldn't
it,
get the
but there's
bump.
those demos. We saw those used and abused in the last series. Rule 1 played against Complexity, and already they're getting physical.
He's the aggression, Joyo. He's only got 12 boosts, but he's trying to push forward. They want to force this offense here onto Rule 1. Will low boost themselves. Kaliers taps to the corner. Tries to make it work. Joyo now gets the touch, the intercept. Again, Rule 1 in defense, but as I said in the last series, James, they love it this way. They want to be there. They want to overcommit, or at least let Moist overcommit here. What can Joyo do? Blocked out by Mossad. Another demo coming through. A bit of pressure now, a bit of presence up front from Moist.
Well, that's a nice tip.
Was a good center if there was someone there.
To a Moist possession. Cash try to take it airborne. Kaliers will launch it over to Mawson. Mawson on low boost steals the corner. Goes for a bump as well. Rawas
That's big.
There's a demo. Rawas going for it.
That's big. That gives him an open net on the rebound.
Oh! Doesn't make contact on the shot. Surely you thought he had it.
He was so worried about Joyo coming in off the ceiling of the net and just didn't get contact. Fantastic defense from Moist, but they need to get a goal of their own. Joyo throws it across. Juicy's there. He's got a reset. Doesn't quite get the touch, but can the cannon?
Damn.
And finally Moist break through. We see Rawas and Monson both jumping up there. Clear's trying to sneak near post. And this shot was well placed, a little bit far post with height to freeze that defender in net. So Moist stabilized.
It's a reward for effort there. They've had so much offense. 3.5 minutes gone of game number 1 here. And well, they've won the kickoff. The demos are going to help this Moist offense if they can get it down the other end. Joyo, spying time in the corner, gets around 150, around 2 as well. Rule 1 all tracking back. They want to be down there. As we said, force the Moist to overcommit.
Really nice tip there by Monson.
Yeah.
Made Oil use up.
Oh, 100% Ducky.
It's working with nothing.
Faking.
Right there. Juicy does go for a stealing pass, but Clears will easily hit that over to Monson. Waiting on the side, broken up by Cash. Backboard bounce. Juicy up, but it's tipped all the way back. One-on-one. And you see Joyo ready for it. Monson's shot wasn't even on target.
He couldn't quite get the touch that he wanted there, Joyo. Or Boston, should I say, here is Roas working the ball forward. 45 seconds left. Are we going to get another OT? We know what happened in game 1 for Rule 1 against Complexity. A 0-second goal. Maybe they want some of their own here. 35 now. Roas pushing forward. Rule 1 trying to get some offense, but Joy's got to get a counter. He's off the spot. Oh. He's got a musty. Boston's awkward off the backboard. Moist again, pushing forward, more shots on net.
In some trouble. They got to get out of this corner here.
Backed up into their net, and they do work it out. 20 on the clock.
Joyo trying to get around the ball to rip it. Forces Rawas to hit it to the corner. Moist having much more possession in these final moments. Backboard opportunity. Drop down in front of net. Clears. Staying behind the ball, goes for a 50. Monson will collect it. The mid boost is there for him. Monson off this steal.
Then make something here.
Going for the tip down, but Cash will hit it, and we've got overtime game 1.
Hey, you know what? My gameplay will get there. I'm going to need you to relax.
It's all about the kickoff presence. That's what Johnny loves. Boston now, Rule 1, winning the kickoff. Early aggression, 50s coming through.
It's a demo.
It's a demo as well is going to help out Moist. The more bumps, Rule 1 this time, taking their turn for the aggression for the offense. As Cash working around the board, offloads it to Juicy. He's not boost, he's got to fake it out. What can Joyo do? He's got the flip reset.
Nope.
He locks out everyone.
Not today, buddy.
Rule 1 setting up defense on the goal line nicely. Setting up for that flip reset push attempt from Joyo. And there's a shot. A rebound out.
Nope.
And it kicks out to the corner. Cash with a cheeky touch there.
Rule 1 are just so casual in defense, even just there. Happy to 50-50 right in front of their net. Joyce, oh, that's an exceptional touch there. Khalees is ready for it off the backboard.
Ooh.
Joyo waiting in the wings. Cash is awkward. Has to parry it up front. Let's get the touch and the dunk as well. Moist pushing forward. Minute gone now in overtime. It's in front of the net.
If only Ducky's gameplay was good as his trash talk.
More 50s in midfield.
Yeah.
More presence.
Thinking about that one.
Cash has to back it off. There's an infield, but Juicy's ready.
Cash trying to go for a 50. The lead to a rebound. Joyo. Flip reset now behind the ball. Infield attempt, but Ross.
Oh!
1v1.
Oh! He's disgusting!
With the overpower.
Himself in the overtime.
Oh, not like this.
And Roas, the hero, over the top of Cash, taking out the first.
Bigger, better, faster, stronger.
In an isolation play, and we've seen Rule 1
You'd be goated then? Facts, though.
In the complexity
Big
series,
facts,
they're
Ducky.
very happy to bring that ball airborne and either go for the bump or go for that 50. They are so comfortable in those situations.
And if it's anyone in that 1v1, you want Roas. I know these guys are incredible individually, all of them, but Roas, he is that 1v1 player. We know the record that he has in that game mode, and he just has so much confidence. He looks so comfortable in that situation. Cash, unfortunately, tried to make the save, but it's so hard in that situation, tracking back. Moist will not want to be exposed to that sort of a situation again.
And this is another situation where Rule 1, they are the underdogs. You could even see it on the desk. They have been having to prove to everybody over and over that they are world class. And with that game, I think it puts everybody on watch, especially the Twisted Minds fans in MENA, and also the version 1 fans in North America. This is where seasons end in this series. And for Rule 1, they're not just playing for that extra slot, they are playing for that main event spot, and it looks like they deserve it.
And V1 need another EU team to try and save them as well, to save their world spot. So some of the North American fans might be converting to Europe for this series. However, Rule 1, I mean, what a support from the MENA region.
All right, let's go.
Obviously, Sunless Khan, he's here in the arena. Shout out to him. I'm sure he's nervous right now, but he's pretty happy with that game number 1.
Oh, no doubt about it. It's been, I'm sure, stress-inducing watching Rule 1 play this event, but it has been entertaining to say the least. Rule 1, they get that first game, and I'm sure now they believe they have what it takes. Moist look like they are still reeling even after that loss to Karmine Corp. The offense not yet to come alive.
Well, they didn't have too long to reset after that series. There was just one series in between that loss.
All right. Settle down, Ducky. Settle down.
As we said, Rule 1 had such a fantastic showing against Complexity, taking them down 3-1. So you just feel like this snowball, this momentum. We know what Rule 1 can do with confidence. We saw it against Power to complete that reverse sweep. But Joyo, it feels like Moist, they have this land buff no matter who's on the side. They're never out of a series.
It is still quite early. We'll see what Rule 1 can do. Juicy poking this ball downfield. And there's a demo. Juicy demoing Clears.
Unfortunately, though, it got cleared down to their side, so they couldn't take advantage.
Did he get the flip reset? Tough to tell. Still behind it. Leaving space for Clears. Now back to the middle. Joyo down to Cash. Cash has that play broken up by Mawson. Now Mawson finds Clears. Great first touch. Into an air dribble, going for the demo again.
Oh!
Clearing the way, rebound out, it's too much.
That was a really good read by Joyo.
See that threat form once more.
And Mawson just not quite ready for the touch. A little bit crept up there. Juicy does get a great sideball double, but this time Clears is ready. Juicy with the follow-up now. Moist, again, trying to build that offense. It's a scary thing, though, against this Rule 1 lineup, as we said. We saw what Rawas did in the counter-attack situation in those one-on-ones. Moist don't want to be over-committing, but they do want to be sending these bumps through. Rawas again forcing a challenge on Cash, third man for Moist. Now it's Rule 1 pushing forward. Clears gets 50'd out there. Joyo doing it all himself as the demo's coming through on the side of Rule 1. Rawas a huge beat. Clears is circling, but Cash just does enough.
Cash on the respawn, able to get boost. Now we see the passing play off the board, out rebound to Cash, and Cash can't get around it. Golden opportunity there for Moist.
They're still alive here, though.
That one back.
Lost it now, working it out in the corner. Juicy getting a 50. How about another one? Cash is working it in there as well.
They're making Rule 1 work this game, man. Rule 1 hasn't got to spend much time in the offensive zone.
As Mawson just gets the beat out, Moist another double commit. Perhaps a little bit nervous, their structure falling apart. Rawas now in the air, more 50s coming from Rule 1. They are certainly looking in control of this game.
Especially Rawas, we saw him score.
Nice pass to Juicy.
Game-winning goal for Rule 1 by playing that 50 in the air. Rule 1 happy to do that. They have been dominant in that aspect of the game. Joyo trying to retain possession, but Rawas again breaking up the passing lane. Juicy dodging the bump attempt from Mawson. Clears up around Joyo. Putting pressure on Cash. Cash back down to the ground, will pop it high. You see Joyo swerve for that back corner boost. Rawas leaves it for Clears, who gets a flip.
I love it.
He's waiting to use it, finally does, but Joyo got up high on the challenge.
Yeah, forced out a double commit from Moist as well, though. Rule 1, they're starting to win this midfield game. They're looking comfortable, as we said, throwing those handoffs in the air. Again, another fake through. The delayed flip reset, perhaps an opening. Or down, it's down the other end. Joyo, can he hook it through? Juicy's in the center. Pass across. Moist get the first in game 2.
That was really well narrated by the caster there, too.
Bump attempt that he knows
he saw it coming.
So he jumps early, and it's a perfect
pass
really well into the middle. Moist are starting to get their feet under them. They get that go-ahead goal, but will it be enough? Rule 1 has been a tough opponent to put down.
It's a fantastic touch there from Joyo. It was very awkward there. You want to capitalize on those counter-attack open net situations, but the ball wasn't in the best spot. Juicy, however, positioning fantastically, and it is Moist capitalizing this time on a counter-attack. Usually it is Rule 1 doing the counter-attacks to their own. Clears going low, faking everyone. Ground pitch as well. Joyo so awkward, but Again, the mechanics getting him out of that tough situation.
And a team buff.
More bumps, more double commits as well as Kaliz has to buy time. That's not great, Juicy. The 50-50 coming through. Moist pushing forward. Cash wants another one. Roasta's meeting him in the air. Kaliz underneath the ball now. Rule 1 with 45 on the clock. James, they need to start an attack
Pass
right
over
now.
to the side.
Mawson does that by winning.
Nice.
The 50.
To the middle. Let's go.
Where did that come from? Where is this open net? It's Mawson with the 50. Joyo going for corner boost, then just completely beaten to the ball. Roast doing all the work.
Joyo did not expect that touch off the hood of Roasta's car. Roast putting that into the most deadly spot on the pitch. And the shooter is the shooter for Rule 1. Kaliz has been incredible all tournament long with his scoring.
It was an overtime in game 1. Are we going to see another one here in game 2? This could be Moist with the last attack. Having said that, here we go. Kaliz throwing it forward. Moist happy to sit back. Cash throwing it up. Joyo's got space. Up in the air, off the ceiling. Again, pre-jump by Roast, meeting him to the challenge, meeting to the task.
Rule 1 rising to the task. All event long, Kaliz, the
Ooh, no!
Joyo with a heroic save, and now on the other end, beats it. It's gonna
That looked like me trying to. Oh no!
The ground, Joyo was there. He was ready to put it away, but the ground has saved Rule 1. Moist almost tying up the series, but we are in overtime, and again, it's Rule 1 straight off the kickoff. No room to breathe here, ladies and gents. Roast coming off the sidewall. Juicy waiting down a great low 50 there, but right now it's Mawson. Oh, Joyo.
Oh, that was Mawson, disgusting.
Opting for the chip. Joyo stretching out, but not far enough. The lane is open, and Mawson strikes true. And Rule 1 now have a 2-0 lead over Moist. And Moist, they are on a 4-game overtime losing streak right now. They lost those 2 overtime games to Karmine Corp. Now they lose these 2 overtime games to Rule 1. That has to affect you mentally. Though you don't forget about those, CJ. I mean, even when you're playing ranked, those overtime losses, they sting. And when it's back to back to back to back, it's like getting hit in the same spot on your shin over and over again. And it hurts so much that Moist now is calling a timeout.
I mean, you have to call a timeout here, 2-0 down. You don't want to be going 3-0 in this best of 7. It's so hard to reverse sweep, let alone on land. So maybe a chance here, an extra minute for Moist to reset and just figure out what's going wrong. Again, that goal, it seemed a little bit avoidable. I know that Joyo was caught out, but Cash going in off the ceiling, I don't think he needed to go in from the roof of the net, and just made it a lot harder than it needed to be.
And just looking at the scoreboard from this last game, Kaliz had 5 shots. All right, guess how many Moist had? They had 2, both of them from Juicy, I believe. But Moist, they just were so flat on offense. The physicality from Rule 1, their 50s are so good. And they're just breaking up every single play. Roast, every time you go for a passing play, especially a high pass, it seems like Roast is already there and beating you by 2 or 3 car lengths.
I mean, Rule 1 are a confidence team, and right now they have a world of confidence. As we said, it feels like ever since that Game 3 against Power yesterday, starting that reverse sweep, they absolutely stopped that team. They beat Complexity handedly earlier on today, and now...
All right, what do we think, chat? Does Moist pull out Game 3 here?
Moist, what can they do off the timeout, and can this man keep on squatting for the next 20 minutes?
I don't know. It is NA, and NA has been running out of gas. So
why is he squatting?
The timeout, but regardless, all the version 1 fans at home watching, frightened because they think surely Rule 1 can't beat Complexity. Rule 1 beats Complexity. Surely EU will save version 1 yet again. And now we see Moist falling to Rule 1.
Come on, get louder! I mean, this arena is absolutely electric. And as you said, James, the fairy tale run, you just feel like it has to come to an end at some point. But it's just not. The train keeps on rolling. Game 3, here we go.
Moist, they called the timeout. They tried to stop this Rule 1 team that's been on a hot streak. Will we see adjustments? Will we see progress? Or will we see
double.
more Rule 1 double?
Oh, Rule 1 right on the board first, baby.
There's that question. You just can't stop the kids. Right off the timeout, they don't care. Bang. 21 seconds into game 3. It's Rule 1 again. This team, well, they're just staring down the barrel of a top 4 at their first major.
And what a major it has been, Rule 1. They've been doubted. They've had a slow start. They lost to Team BDS. They struggled a bit against Power. But like you said, CJ, after that game 3, this has been a different Rule 1 team altogether.
They've been phenomenal. I can't believe it. The nerves just seemingly not affecting them. And every game they play on land, James, they're just getting better. They're growing in confidence. And they're putting away teams like this, world-class teams from Europe of all regions. As Clears parries it to the side, a great touch. It gives room for Roas to work with. An instant challenge from Cash. Interesting to see how Moist changed it up off that timeout.
But there's a nice demo from Cash. Opening up space now for Moist. The ball down, 2 go for Rule 1. Rebound now for Cash. Cash is denied. Clears and Roas.
Yo, Rule 1's just feeling themselves right now, man.
Absolutely huge. They're Rule 1. And I mean, this team, if we're looking at defensive MVP of the tournament, give it to all of them here.
Oh, Clears with a big save.
It's Clears, the hero for Rule 1. A counter-attack now down the other end. Moston straight on there. Roas is in there as well. Can Cash get it to work? Have they overcommitted on you betcha? There's always someone back from Rule 1.
No, they haven't overcommitted.
Wow, bro. Look at that. They're just in sync right now. Oh, it's wide open. Yep.
What a play from Roas. Cash doesn't get the touch, and he knows there's a defender back, so he doesn't go to the post back for double. What a go-ahead goal. What a play there from Roas, just in the moment knowing that he has to do something special to beat that last man, and executes correctly.
Another pass that's broken up from Cash. Cash on the dominance. To an air dribble off the ceiling.
Okay. All right. Let's give us a little bit of the game in game 3. I'm for it.
Flip. He got the reset off the ceiling, and he just held it. He waited for the challenge. Eventually, Khalil's bit. Roas in net, hoping that he'd get a touch, that his teammate could get something on it. But Cash, a little bit of individual brilliance brings the margin back to 1.
The shock paddles from Cash's shot starting to bring life back to Moist. They're still trailing. Juicy will lob it towards the backboard. Nice tip there from Roas all the way down. Cash to Juicy. Juicy will keep it. Now a drop pass, and that's broken up yet again by Roas.
I mean, these guys are so good in defense. I don't know how they do it so consistently. They just get a body in the way of every single shot. Even if it's on the goal line here, Cash tries to wedge it off the bar. Roas meets him. Front post players right now, all of Rule 1. Look at them. They're going off the ceiling. They're waiting in the wings, waiting on the backboard, and they get the reset. Cash throws himself forward, but it's getting desperate now from Moist. The touches aren't what they want. They're just not quite getting the value. Can Cash get a dunk? No, again, Rule 1 are just so frustrating in net.
Cash, no boost. He had a little bit, maybe could have adjusted on that shot. Now an infield pass will be ripped wide. Roas back to the middle, awkward for Juicy. Juicy tipping it straight up, will be able to get back for a challenge. However, Kalir's still going. Forces Joyo out. Joyo snagging that corner boost. He's got 100. Tries to take it down to the ground and ends up pinching straight back towards his net. Juicy demos Roas, but Moston will be there for the deep clear back to Moist tap.
Yeah, Rule 1 are just ready for everything right now. Joyo, what has he got in the locker? Can he pull out something new, something Rule 1 haven't seen before? Right now, the answer is no. Juicy, last man, has to get a good touch. It gives Cash an opportunity. He just flicks it early. Joyo redirect sidewall corner double. It goes wide. Juicy pull up again. Another body in the way. Moston getting something.
No boost though, really, for Moist right now.
Juicy meeting it in midfield.
Juicy's the only one who had it. Cam's coming from back, so he's not going to be up front.
Are they going to go down 3-0 here? Joyo ceiling, reset, one more.
Oh! I was wrong. Joyo just is...
10 out of 10 from Joyo. The flip reset to hit the ball off the ceiling. He lulls you to sleep and then drops that dream on you. I asked if he had anything else in the locker. Did he have a new bag of tricks? Well, he just found something else entirely. Joyo Some heroics there. The kid, the absolute weapon, the freestyle god, doing it again here for Moist. Back to level now. They need to win this game. They need to get their first game on the board.
You're certainly right, CJ. This is a must-win game from a Moist team that's been struggling to get their footing. But that shot from Joyo, maybe that is the turning point for them, similar to the Rule 1 Game 3 against Power. Maybe we'll see that here from Moist. Right now, we're positioned for another overtime, and the overtimes have not treated Moist well.
No, they're not quite going their way of late, as you said before this game. That's a big whiff coming out. Khalees has to bail out. His teammate does so. Again, more frustrations have to be coming through from Moist, even when Rua make mistakes.
I think especially going to overtime here because you're down 2-0.
Rule 1, the counter-attacks just come out of nowhere. They're so fast, so much speed coming through. 10 seconds now. It feels like Moist want the OT. They've got no presence. Roas.
Oh, it's in! What? What a save from Joyo. Wow.
Buckets, ladies and gents.
Oh, they certainly are. Moist. They can sense the pressure. Cleared out by Roas. Joyo hit one highlight shot, but stopped from doing another, at least for now. Cash back towards net, out of boost. Weak hit to the corner. Cash stays in the play. Try to pop it up before bailing out.
I like seeing some physicality now from Moist, throwing in some bumps as well. Cash just staying around, choosing not to rotate out is going to be handy, but Rule 1 still pushing forward. Cash meeting it in midfield now. Gets the skim across. Where's Joyo? He's got to wait for Khalees to go forward. Mostyn meets him in the air. Cash gets the huge demo. Gets the boost as well to work with. He's going for the air dribble. Roas is awkward. The dominance, the length, it's just going miles right now. Juicy faked out. Roas hits the ball forward. Can Joyo do it? Can he get another one on target?
It's a big game for Moist right there. That's huge. They got to be able to take this, though, and they need to be able to even it up this next game. You can't just be happy with the one.
Joyo, not only that shot, the flip reset off the ceiling, but then the overtime winner there to stop the bleeding for Moist. They were on a 4 overtime losing streak, and it ends there with the heroics from Joyo. Joyo, the clear MVP in that game.
It's Joyo versus Roas. Look at that scoreboard. 720 points, both with 2 sausage rolls, 2 goals to their name. And plenty of saves to boot as well. This is an absolute series, and what a game to step up. Coming off the timeout, James, 2-0 down. They were also down in that game as well. They had to fight back, and it was Joyo, the individual brilliance, not only in regulation, but also there in the overtime.
Joyo, I mean, you can see him getting hyped, and he was incredible to behold in that game. And like you said, it was a battle from behind. Roas was popping off that game. He had that close range double tap, but Joyo stood in his way. And the spring major, this is really where he shines. If you remember last year, he was the MVP, and it was a crazy story hearing about how he was there in season 5, watching that famous goal that Justin scored in London, and then eventually became a champion himself in that very Copperbox arena.
This is a phenomenal series here, ladies and gents. I just feel like something's in the air. I feel like we're going to see our first Game 7.
He's calling Game 7 already, huh?
Game number 4. Moist Esports get their first on the board. Do they use that momentum, or is it going to be Rule 1 to move on to match point? We're about to find out, James.
We certainly are. And it looks like Moist, they are not giving up. Despite the trials, despite the tribulations, the losses, the pain, they are fighting through it. Rule 1 has been a formidable foe. They've been taking down giant after giant. Will Moist be one more notch they can add to their belt?
Roas very awkward in the corner. Both of Rule 1 trying to work it out. More counterattacks coming through. The kids are pushing forward. Joyo meets them there. Mostyn very awkward. One more touch. A bounce dribble somehow. And a 50 to Cash. Is
that what a save by Clears!
How many times have we seen that from Rule 1? Streaking back with just enough time to get there for the save. They always make you think they're overextended, but they get there to make the save, and that has to be frustrating.
A big Cash whiff there in net. It felt like BDS last series. In midfield, should I say. Very awkward under the ball. It's leading to a couple of double commits. Both teams very nervous, very awkward now. Cash gets the touch, a backflip there. Coming through from Juicy is Rule 1 pushing forward. Cash now, hang on a minute, off the touch, no way, Dominus, Rowas meets him on the backboard. Juicy pushing forward as well, Moist. We've got a lot of boost to work with, but Rule 1 is set up as well. They've grabbed their corners, flip resets coming through, but all of Rule 1 in net ready to go.
They are ready to go, but I don't know.
They're in position though where they're going to give up a lot of boost though.
Space. We've already seen the damage he can do.
This goes back into their zone. They could be in trouble.
Win it down straight to Cash. Cash hovering behind the ball. Will go for the 50 instead. Mawson trying to work the sideline. Juicy going for a challenge. Joyo back up. Will chase after it into a flip reset. Did he get it? Don't think so.
Forward. There goes Cash though. Throws the Dominus. Mawson meets it in the air. Moist have been on offense seemingly for the last 90 seconds here. Rule 1 get their chance. Clear's awkward in midfield. Has to keep the
Rule 1 only needs a couple of seconds to strike though. They've shown a good job to be able to counter throughout the course of the tournament. Oh, like that there!
The shot, the fake out, double whifty. Absolutely love
it. Faking.
Coming through the rush off the sidewall, should I say. Keeping the ball in, more offense. Kalias drops the ball down. Rowas is underneath. He's faking everyone out. But Moist are up to the challenge, and they're on the counter-attack themselves. Huge flick, Rowas, huge save.
Rowas getting up, dodging that bump attempt. Rule 1 was opting to play keep away rather than trying to force that ball through. It looked like it was working out for a bit, but it almost blew up in their face on that counterattack. Fortunately for Rule 1, Rowas able to make that tough defensive stop in an awkward position. Now, we see if Rule 1 can break through this midline defense. Cash, big boom, all the way back to Rowas. Rowas leaving the corner boost for a teammate. Mawson with a pinch. Joyo has to bail out. Juicy moves in. Mawson to Kaliers. Kaliers with a 50. Down to Joyo. Joyo with a bit of a buffer. Trying to force it through.
Get stuffed, son!
Rule 1 helping out there, last man. Getting back in time. Cash now. Flip reset. Fake underneath. Over the top. Kaliers awkward on the front post. Gets a double save if you don't mind. Joyo keeping the ball in for Moist. What can they do here? Can they break the deadlock here in game 4? Minute 30 now. Cash pushing
Moist
forward.
is just not letting off the gas, man. They are just staying aggressive
it's
here.
End-to-end. Rocket League clears, gets a huge 50. Juicy back in time. And gets Demo for his troubles there, as well as Mawson. Has to work the ball out. Again, more midfield 50s, more pressure. A huge demo from Cash could open up an offense here for Moist.
Rowas with speed. Pitches that across. You can see Rule 1 is just trying to clear this ball out. Every clear is finding somebody from Moist. Rule 1 not able to keep as much possession as they'd like. Moist now moving in. The double tap from Juicy. Almost going in. And Moist still set up shop, trying to get this broken through.
So close there, but again, Rule 1, they're ready to attack. They're not worried about that chance. Boston over the top. Great touch from Joyo there. Rowas trying to keep the ball forward. Is it Rule 1's turn? Is it going to be their day in the sun? Off the backboard, fake out. Kaliers has to be worried about Juicy, and for good reason. Their demo's coming through. Now it's Joyo, last man. Again, there's so much time wasting going on from both sides, trying to wait for some support in defense.
That was a critical 50-50 win just moments ago with Rowas on 0 boost. After that demo from Juicy, they were at risk of letting Moist march downfield, but Rule 1 has kept this ball in Moist half. Final 10 seconds, 0-0.
Rule 1 with the attack.
Could be a chance shaping up right now, but Juicy dodges the bump.
Here we go, still going to be in the air. There might be one last chance here, ladies and gents, or are they going to put it down? You betcha. Another overtime. How many can we have?
Well, right now, that is 4 straight overtimes in this series. Every game going to overtime. Rule 1 won the first 2. Moist stopped that streak.
Oh, great fake.
Will they get another win here?
Such a good fake there, but couldn't get the second touch. Rowas working the ball down now for Rule 1. Cash meets him in the sidewall, and a flip reset as well. Mawson awkward, but does recover in time. A little bit of a breather now here in this overtime as both teams just get their bearings again. Khalil's very awkward on the sidewall, but again, Rule 1 seemingly not putting a foot wrong so far in defense. Joyo flip reset. Doesn't get it to work. Khalil's is downfield, and he might have a chance. The bump coming through, Cash waiting. And a great defensive play there from Moist, holding on for now. Rowas, 1 more, 2 more. Joyo just parries it to the sidewall.
Yeah, we'll see if Moist can keep up those smart bumps while they're on defense. Trying to shut down
Great
Clears,
pass.
who's been so good. That shot going wide, but Cash getting tangled up. That leaves space now for Mawson. Mawson, the 50. Cash trying to curve around. Will keep possession on the ball, going for the musty pass, and he gets some height on it.
I love seeing a little bit of flair there, even in overtime. Everything on the line here, lower bracket. Joyo now is the hero last game, and he's getting met straight away. Rule 1 know how dangerous he can be. They're going to start instant challenging when he goes for those solo plays. They're all backing up now. They're all in the same spot. This is the Rule 1 special, sitting so close. Low 50, staying behind the ball. Is it going to work out, though, because Cash is off the backboard. 2 of Rule 1 ready for it.
And you saw, though, that they did not double commit. Mawson, gone for that ball. Well, his teammate stayed on that back wall. That is critical. You can be close to each other. It's just the jumping part that can get you in hot water. And there's a ground pinch. But Juicy was there to make sure it didn't go into net.
Yeah, both sides ready just in case right now, and that's what you need in that overtime. A little bit scared of pushing too far forward. Joyo flipping forward, caught under the ball. It's BDS all over again on Utopia. Handing the ball back. This time Cash was ready. And Moist, they're going to get away with it.
Well, they're still struggling a bit with the side effects from that touch from Joyo, but Joyo almost ended it again, all by his lonesome. Mawson, the flick pass over to Ruas. Ruas to Clears, and Ruas and Clears both trying to work together.
I love it. I love the improvisation. It hasn't worked out just there, but it could later on in this overtime here. Rule 1, sending the ball forward. They do have boost as well. Clears. It's the 50 that he needs. A quick whip from Juicy, but Joyo's ready. Perhaps called off that one. Goes for the reset off the ceiling, gets a beat out as well. Mawson's having to back up. 50's coming through, Cash is ready. But this could expose Juicy, last man. They're going for
Clears! He's just built different!
Do not let Clears get in a 1v1 because he'll put you 6 feet under.
Onto
Damn.
match point, Rule 1.
Cash almost got there, man. Just couldn't.
From bringing their friends Twisted Minds to the World Championships, securing a main event slot for themselves, and ending V1's hopes and dreams.
Who would have seen this coming? Rule 1.
All right, I got beat.
Just a short time ago, it didn't even seem like they were favorites in MENA. And now look at them. They are taking down region after region and have really propelled themselves to the top of MENA.
I mean, they were the little brothers to Falcons for so long. We thought that even if Rule 1 made a major, they're not going to perform as well as the Falcons. They don't have the presence. They don't have the pedigree, the experience. Forget about that. These kids are 1 game away from Champ Sunday, 1 game from top 4, James.
And you could see in that Mobile 1 high performance replay, the solo effort from Clears in the one-on-one. We've seen that used to perfection by Rule 1. So comfortable with that air dribble bump play. It's not as easy as it looks to be able to get that space and execute it perfectly. You have to let that ball keep its pace, be in the isolated one-on-one situation, which itself doesn't happen too often.
Look at that as well. 8 months of pro for Roas, already potentially into a top 4 at an RLCS major. And then after that, who knows at the World Championships. But for now, can Moist do it? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Moist do it. Can Rule 1 do it? Let's go, baby.
Rule 1. They want Champ Sunday.
Moist. They need someone to step up. Juicy has been quiet this series. Joyo had that one brief moment where he was shining, but overall it's been quiet. Rule 1 already early on having chances. Clears will race to this ball.
They're panicking in net already here, Moist and Rule 1. They want to end this here. They don't want to give Moist any sort of momentum in this series. As a Mexican wave just goes circling around this arena here, the Aganis Arena in Boston. Spring Major. What a crowd as well. First day here on the Saturday. Cash gets the beat out. Can Juicy get a one-on-one? Joyo's going for the bumps. Roas again. They've been so solid in these little one-on-one mini battles.
Well, then there's an opportunity for a brief moment. Moist trying to throw everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. Mawson with a nice read will clear that to the corner. And Joyo's out of boost. Will have to bail out. It's a high pop, but you can see nobody from Moist wants to go. And finally, when they do, it leads to another one-on-one.
Oh! Nice save from Juicy.
Brother Clears.
Great positioning from Juicy to block that one out, but they're not done yet. Rule 1 pushing for Juicy again. He is the man. A counter-attack. Clears gets back in time. And it's been all Rule 1 here in this game number 5. Joyo meeting Kaliz in the air. Juicy gets some time to work with. Off the corner, one more maybe. Can Cash get to work? He's got a flip reset, throws it across. Juicy, boys still on offense, still with flips to work with and boost. Can they get some reward for this effort?
We will see. It's been a big push from Moist, weakening the defenses of Rule 1. But somehow, it seems like Rule 1 find a way to rebuild time after time. It's a bounce. Left for Cash. Cash. Back to the Mustang.
Faking,
Doesn't make
faking.
contact. Now corner pass over to Joyo Rawas there to break up that play.
They're always just meeting each other in the air and they're just learning from that early experience with Joyo. But that's a great touch from Cash. Opens it up for Juicy off the backboard. Joyo can't commit. It's not hard enough, but maybe he'll be rewarded for his patience. Great infield pass, shot across. There you go. It's Cash Karmine.
Cash coming up big time right here for Moist. The infield pass from Joyo was perfect, and finally we see them break through. Mawson
almost had that.
Close to saving that. How many times have we seen Rule 1 save that? But it just goes to show you that persistence is key. Moist have the lead. They're going to need to hold on to it for another half of the game.
Hey, Cash living up to his name there, the cannon, so much accuracy. Camera White stands up back, blocked out by Juicy. Rule 1 trying to get their first on the board, trying to tie it up here as Cash gets beaten out again. Mawson pushing forward, a counter-attack now for Moist. Not enough power on that one. Joyo meeting it in midfield now. Rule 1 backing up. Again, pretty awkward in net, but and they are awkward. They're so dangerous down the other way. Boston faking it out, clears. Joyo meeting him in the air. That's a great touch for Rawas. He's got a free double. Can he get it to anyone?
Oh!
Joyo! That was huge.
Joyo showing up big
across.
here in game 5.
You can see that Rawas was trying to play for that rebound out to the middle. Joyo expecting that, however. Mawson with a tip. Clears already airborne. Joyo jumping late. Joyo will tip it back down. Wide open.
That's a goal.
Nice.
Yeah, they just got a little
Or at least get into game 6, I'm sure, chat. Or I shouldn't say I'm sure, but I'm pretty sure. It's looking like.
Juicy to the mid boost. He needed to be worried about the net, about the counter-attack, because the touch from Kaliz wasn't quite what he wanted. And Rule 1 give up an easy goal there.
I think Mawson putting a lot of faith in that player that was airborne to at least get another touch. Joyo trying to force it through. This has looked like a much better game from Moist. Perhaps Moist can have some hope, even version 1 fans at home. A glimmer of hope that maybe Moist can bring this comeback.
He might be breaking the record for the longest Mexican wave, but it is dwindling in numbers. Can we get some people standing up in the arena as Juicy tries to get the third on the board here for Moist? Offensive power now again off the sidewall. Cash trying to keep it in. 1 minute
Mexican
left.
wave?
This game is Moist for the taking. They need it as well.
Oh!
There's life in this comeback.
Moist not giving up that easily. It's going to be a bit tougher than that, Rule 1. They were off to a hot start. Overtimes every game, but it looks like this game is firmly in the corner of
Moist might have woken up, man.
2 seconds now, Moist. This should be a clinical finish.
Rule 1 cannot go to game 7.
He's got to throw it on net. Great save from Joyo. Juicy throws himself at it as well. And now Joyo still has boost. He's still in the air. He's looking for a bump as well. Great save from Clears. They don't need to be saving it, James. They need to be scoring some goals.
And they might get one here. There's a hard
Nice
shot.
save from Juicy.
But Juicy there to block it out. Clears trying to read it off the bounce, but Juicy will air dribble it out to the corner. Austin, this is a wide open net.
Oh!
To be good. Rule 1, trim the lead to 2.
Yeah, this next
No
kickoff
shutout.
will be very interesting. If anything, just some momentum going into game 6 for Rule 1. But with 22 seconds left, I want to see some kickoff strats here for Rule 1. What do they have in the locker? Rawas on the double diagonal with Joyo. It's pretty standard. The bumps are coming through, though. Mawson throws it on net. I didn't mind it, but Joyo's rotation, or Juicy, should I say, was perfect there for Moist. This should be game right now and one back for Moist Esports.
Chance to surely end it. And with that time ticking away, Moist
is
made
over.
adjustments. They had to call a timeout. They had a tight game. They battled back, and now here, facing elimination, they stay alive for one more game at least.
You just
Game
know
6.
It's going to 7, don't you, ladies and gentlemen? Here
Oh,
in
if
the
it goes
arena.
nah, if it goes
It's
7,
going all the
Moist
way
is
to
in trouble.
champion. Rule 1 do not want that. They want to stop it here, game 6. But Moist Esports, this org, it doesn't matter who's playing on the team. I know Joyo's been there from the outset, but they've got plot armor, James. They've got this land buff. They always find a way, even when everything's looking against them.
And interestingly enough, CJ, we do not see a timeout called from Rule 1. Rule 1 is just going to let it roll.
I mean, not calling a timeout now, it shows confidence, but if they drop game 6, it's Moist Esports with all the momentum moving onto Champions Field. Well, let's just see if it pays off now for Rule 1. They're going to keep it in the back pocket just in case they do drop game 6. But I probably would have called it here, James. I know I'm a massive fan of the timeouts and the stats behind them. As this arena gets loud once again.
Come on, turn it up, baby.
This could be the last hope for North America in terms of version 1 making it to the World Championship. All that stands.
All right,
in Rule
game
1's
6,
way.
baby.
And an extra spot for Mina.
Rule 1 lets them win this one. I think Moist wins game
Trying
7.
to make this comeback happen. Game 6, Neo Tokyo, let's go.
It's EU taking on Mina, but this North American crowd doesn't seem to mind. As Juicy winning the kickoff here for Moist, offloads it, but Kaliz all of a sudden does get a chance. Early aggression here from Moist, pushing forward. Cash there, we saw last man. Happy to push forward as the chance ring around this arena now for Moist Esports. They want to see them take this one out, and maybe because of V1 with a World Championship berth on the line.
The main event spot for Rule 1 if they can pull out this win.
A lot on this game right now.
Joyo shut down by Roas. Mawson didn't really make contact.
Oh,
Chaos
Clears!
in front of net. Clears trying to go back for the 50. Still bouncing all around. Mawson going for the 50, rebound out. And Juicy will get a long clear, but Joyo has no boost and he'll have to turn back.
Rule 1 is
No boosto!
almost known for it. Just getting everything behind the ball. More demos coming through. This time it's Mawson on Juicy again. Rule 1 showing the aggression off the backboard. Cash whiffs. We don't like seeing that, especially with the pressure, with the stakes at its highest right now.
Big from Juicy,
A great
gets
demo
demoed.
again. Roas this
He's
time.
going to respawn
Rule
on the other
1
side of the
is
map,
just
so it doesn't matter.
giving
Or
each
battle
other
the
so
pitch,
much
sorry.
space through this physicality and aggression. It's going to be Roas
the
throwing
side
this
boost,
one up,
though.
trying to look for a teammate or a bump. Doesn't quite find it there, but Kalir's keeping the ball in. Mawson just commits. Gets
Starving
a
him
great
with
dunk,
boost
gets one
right
more
now.
as well. It goes one shot on net.
Oh, what a save!
It's all Joyo in net.
They still have no
Moist
boost.
in there. Flip reset. Boston one more. But it's got to be too far wide. Juicy is so deep in net. They're panicking, Moist.
Joyo's got
But
this
it's still 0-0.
reverse.
Joyo the Magician pulling a save.
I thought he was about to
out
come
of
up with
his
a nice
hat.
little counter there.
Is that an omen for this series? Can Moist really pull it back from the brink?
Great save there from Kaliz, throwing it downfield, but it is Moist again, getting a chance to push forward. Blossom throwing it to the sidewall, finds Roas. Finds a touch as well, delayed flip over to Kaliz, I love it. The brothers working together. Kaliz tracking back down the line, there's Mawson there, Juicy now, Moist throwing it forward, throwing the ball, getting on the attack. Roas very awkward in net, but I mean, they're so awkward, but they've never made a mistake so far. As Roas now gets a touch, gets a
touch for Clears!
Finds Kaliz, Juicy, huge save, Cash again. Moist hanging in there.
Moist.
Yo, this whoever's doing the free cam is doing a really, really good
goal
job.
line, but they managed to continue to save these. But how long can you play with fire before you get burned? Mawson getting pull shot into that hit. Clears excellent jump on that challenge. Joyo getting demoed off the ball. Juicy will also get beat by Mawson there. This puts Moist on the defensive. 2 jump for Moist. This is looking grim right now for Moist. If
Faking.
Oh, it's just
Oh!
He catches it on the dribble.
What a half flip there from Mawson. Moist almost stealing a goal there. Joyo getting bumped. The physicality, the change up from Rule 1. They didn't need the timeout. They still found something as Mawson makes a huge save for us there as well. Cash trying to work the ball forward, but Moist, they're in trouble again. They're in net. The speed in which Rule 1 can work this ball downfield, look at that even there. There's no third man, but they're still getting back in time, and they're still looking to do attack.
Rule 1's playing very fast.
Getting that hit as he was rotating back to make sure Moist couldn't set up an attack. But now Cash finds a flip reset potentially.
Oh, he tried.
It bounces over Joyo's head. Lost. Might try to pinch this down, but no, just opts to get that corner boost steal, and Joyo will clear it out.
Yeah, both teams giving the other opportunities, but neither can make the most of it. Neither can take advantage here as Roas gets a great 50. He's got boost to work with. Fake underneath. How about Mawson?
Oh!
Roas follow up, throws it up high. Joyo's been bumped.
It's wide open for Glenn. Let's go!
Austin, if at first you don't succeed, just bump.
52 seconds for Rule 1. The meanest seed on debut at LAN to make a top 4, to make main event at a World Championships, to bring Twisted Minds, or can Moist do something about it?
We will have an answer in just a few seconds. Cash. Over to Joyo. Back down. Cash will lob it towards that. Joyo's airborne. Joyo back to Cash, but Cash has zero boost. Still the flick pass, and that's saved out to the corner. The defense from Rule 1 stands tall.
Austin with a nice save.
Stops another chance here, Roas. They're fighting for their lives here, Rule 1. They want to lock it out. They don't want Champfield. Moist want every single part of Champfield. Cash keeping the ball in. Roas huge clear. Joyo has to track back. 12 seconds left. He's got boost. Can he make some magic? Can he be him? Can he get the ball forward? Juicy throws it. It's Roas. Is it going to be Rule 1 stay in the sun? Are they off to Champfield?
Let's go!
Oh,
hold on.
Rule 1.
Yeah!
The Cinderella story for Rule 1 continues. And just let this sink in, CJ. Rule 1 are going straight to the main event.
That's so cool.
Tainted Minds will be joining us in Germany.
That is so cool.
I'd love for Tainted Minds to be there, but it's got to be Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds.
I'd love to be back at the World Championships, however, what a showing from Rule 1. As Moist Esports, their time in the tournament comes to an end. A fantastic showing.
Damn, man.
In the upper bracket, getting knocked down, obviously, by Corp earlier on, and just facing all the momentum in the world against this team. They took down Complexity, Rule 1. And now they've taken down an EU side in Moist Esports.
And I will be honest with you, CJ. They have made a believer out of me. Rule 1, I doubted them. I was talking to Mo back in the green room before the Complexity match. I said, you know, this is a 90-10. Complexity has this in the bag. We can expect to see version 1 at the World Championship. And because, and even if somehow Rule 1 manages to beat Complexity, there's no chance that they get through whoever falls down from Europe.
Lands do special things, and special things happen as well. Could it be Rule 1's tournament when everyone thought that it was got to be Europe's time? We've still got Rule 1, and we potentially still have a North American team in Gen.G.
The only problem, though, is they gotta have to beat Gen.G next, wouldn't they?
The last one of this series, it was an excellent effort from Joyo. Joyo making some big plays, had an awesome stop. We saw so many chances come so close, but Rule 1, the physicality, the air bumps, the bumps in general is what put them over the top.
I mean, they've just been so impressive. How good is their offense? But defensively, this team has been world class. This team has got to be so happy with themselves. They're into the top 4, and we got an interview with Mo right on stage.
Chair at the main event and an extra chair as well in the World Championship by the hands of the champions of Rule 1 from MENA. How does it feel to win in the major and become in the main event? كيف شعورك وانت عم تفوز بالميجر وعم توصل فعليا باتجاه المنصة الأساسية يوم الأخير؟
صراحة شعور ما ينوصف والحمد لله انك قدرنا نفوز ومويست فريق معروف ودائما نلعب ضدهم.
Just sucks because they're gonna have to take down Gen.G if Gen.G wins next, and I hope Gen.G
A great
does.
feeling and an overwhelming feeling, of course, winning here. Moist is a respectful team, and it was a tough match to win. We played always against them, and it's good to win. Thanks God, we managed actually to win. Is the crowd, is the secret for Rule 1 to rally in this day?
That's pretty cool, man.
Well, I think that's the answer. So you did a statement. You said this major is yours. Where this confidence comes from?
زي ما قلت لكم سبرينج ميجر is the mini major sorry. طبعا بسبب ان فالكونز جابوا المركز الثاني ففالكونز يعتبر فريق عربي معروف وقديم وصراحة أعطونا حافز مرة إذا فالكونز قدروا يسوونها فإحنا نقدر نسويها.
Wow. So Falcons maintained the title for the highest achievement with the second place in the major. They are basically the motivation for us. If they can make it, we can definitely make it and reach the top 2 at least in the majors. That's a really nice something for the fans. A message from you from Rule 1 to your fans. رسالة طبعا للمشجعين والمعجبين.
صراحة الكلمات ما توفيكم حقكم يعطيكم ألف عافية على دعمكم ونوعدكم إن شاء الله إن الجاي بيكون أحسن.
Words will not give you justice. We will try as hard as possible to make it up for you guys. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your time, Crispers. Good luck definitely tomorrow. We will be thrilled to see you on the main stage. Back to the desk. Let's go.
The Cinderella story continues, and Twisted Minds, I almost mixed it up this one too. Twisted Minds can celebrate back home. They will be playing in the World Championship.
I would have loved if we had a camera on them just watching the match, because they must have been going crazy. You want to talk about ice. Rule 1 had it. The overtime winners, the aerial dribbles by Roas and Clears in huge moments to get the early lead in this series. We always talk about Moist in that light, but today is Rule 1's day.
Biggest thing for me is like looking at Rule 1, the physicality. Obviously, we talk about the ice there, but Moist did play a good game. There were some games where they limited Rule 1 to 2 shots. 2! And on one single individual would go 2 shots, but all it took was Rule 1 to get a little bit of space. They had excellent defense, and of course, they were just able to force their way through it.
So one more, man, I get feel I'm starting to get tired, bro.
Showing from them, they showed that they have the grit to test.
One more series, chat.
Yeah, their defense is phenomenal.
Team Vitality versus Gen.G. At least once this thing starts up, we're gonna be all in it for Gen.G. But
air dribble bump, look at it, consistent. Game 4 went off of that. Game 1 went off of that, and then game number 6, we haven't gotten to it. The bump, it was off of a mess up. They whipped the ball, came back, creativity, the ingenuity to then bump and out of the inside of the goal. That takes guts, that takes skill, and Twisted Minds are going to be screaming back at home. Version 1, unfortunately, will not be at the RLCS World Championship.
And the Europeans, though, are starting to look mortal. We thought we might even have the top 5 all be Europeans, even top 4 all EU. That is not the case already with Rule 1 here, and we'll see what happens next.
The ice, also, we look at the overtimes, the amount of overtimes they ran into early in this season, or in the series here, able to clutch up and win those. Rule 1, what a win, and the story for them, the chance of making it to the grand finals suddenly becomes so much more of a chance. It's going to become so much more of a thing. I'm so excited to watch how this resolves tomorrow as they now are through to the top 4. How about it? We got one more match to play here today, but look, this is just not how any of us drew this bracket up this morning, Gibbs.
Absolutely not.
This is great.
To bounce back after a loss, especially if it's 4-1. We just saw Moist.
Let's see Gen.G, baby.
To get going, and that's where Rule 1 capitalized. Now Vitality had about an hour break. They have to figure it out. The crowd is going to be against them. Gen.G has all the momentum.
We have, you can't quite see it here, but in the upper finals there, we also have Karmine Corp versus BDS. It's a story that I'm so excited about. BDS, Karmine Corp, you had Vatira having to go through Joyo. And now, Vatira is going to have to go through Rise if he wants to be in another grand final. The old Queso boys, the story couldn't write itself any better, folks. But That's for tomorrow. We have one more match to play today. Boston, I hope you're ready. Vitality and Zen back on the stage,
go,
taking
baby.
on America's last hope.
Gen.G,
Gen.G
Gen.G.
Mobile One Racing back on the stage after the break.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Rotation back. It won another rise on the pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking steps inside the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody?
Ooh, man. All right, so I used to say VCT cut some of the best promos, but I think Rocket League might be up there with them. In case I don't get back before they start playing the copywritten stuff. Although we're probably gonna be getting one of those promo videos here in a second, right? Maybe I can get back. it'll probably be somewhere around now. All right, one more series here left, chat. By the way, if you're in here and you haven't already done so, do me a favor, hit that like button down there. It seems to help with the algorithm, especially like even after the fact, just to get people come filing in here. We're also gonna be doing a watch party tomorrow. We're gonna be doing a watch party for all of champions, or not champions, of worlds, including wildcard. So if y'all enjoying the vibe, I'm gonna help you boys. We try and chase down that first 500. Hit that subscribe button as well. Turn those noties on. I appreciate you. So let's see, it is 6, huh?
One match more, and the favorites are coming back to the stage. Gen.G taking on Vitality. And I hope this one's a spectacular showing. We'll see what happens. It might be a blowout if the nerves get to another team. We don't know. We don't know what's about to happen, and that's why we play the game.
Let's
Welcome
go,
back
Gen.G,
to Boston,
baby.
folks. Day 3 about to close out.
It's going to be fun. It's fan favorites versus tournament favorites.
Absolutely.
But I think the fan favorites actually are favored now after what we saw from Vitality earlier. So anything can happen here, though.
This is going to be crazy. Turtle, we have on one side a team that has a streak of grand final finishes. They are trying to create the perfect split in Vitality. On the other side, all of North America's hopes.
Oh, yeah.
One of them ends here.
All of North America's hopes, and my goodness, do they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Vitality didn't show the best results against BDS. Maybe that changes, or the momentum is too much to handle.
I think we know exactly how this series is going to go within the first game and a half.
They knocked Complexity to the wild card as well. So Complexity would have been main event if they would have taken
Gen.G wins quicker, Vitality wins in a knockout Dragon Match. It's literally that simple.
Whole extra week of competition.
And it's going to be rough down there. There's a lot of good teams.
Complexity, SSG, and G2.
All wild card. So it's just FaZe and Gen.G up in the main event.
Isn't that crazy, folks? Well, that's a different tournament. We've got one more match to play here before we set up tomorrow. Gen.G taking on Vitality. I feel like there's so much to say about this match, Bates, but where to start?
Listen, where to start is Vitality trying to do something that nobody has ever done before in Rocket League. Win all 3 online regionals, then come to LAN and become champs.
Become champs, folks, but they're going to have to go through not just Gen.G, but all of Aghanis Arena. It's time to get the favorites on the stage.
Introducing first, continuing their lower bracket run, NA's final hope, it's Gen.G!
Gen.G trying to pull a C9-esque run out here over in Boston. They handled business earlier. The crowd got really, really loud, and they're gonna need them again. Jack was calling upon them. North America's the last hope to make Championship Sunday. Can they do it?
Come on, Gen.G.
Like all these lands, because these guys technically are the NA 5 seed here. They had to play a tiebreaker versus FaZe to even get here, but we know that they have the LAN experience. Fall major champions, they have the ice, they know how to play in front of a crowd, and apparently Jack knows how to get this crowd going.
Oh my goodness, and if you're talking about apparently Jack, this guy is simply a LAN boy. He showed up in the last series. This man right here was the reason they took that W and can move on for this lower bracket run.
That's right, he is the man. He elevated his game against Team Liquid, had 5 goals in a singular game, averaged 430 points. He was balling out, he's composed, he is not worried at all. I talked to him, he said, listen, we ain't got no pressure. We're playing with house money right here. We're trying to pull upset to every single European team that's left.
1.11 goals per game now number 2 in the entire tournament, and then we got the USA chants are going to be coming out for Chronic,
Here he is.
the last North American-born player.
USA,
His first
USA.
RLCS year, basically, on a quality team, and he's making it count. Gen.G, the only North American team to make all 3 lands, and they've made all 3 top 8s at the very least.
And their opponents, the new face of Rocket League's French takeover. Please welcome back Team Vitality!
Yo, honestly, bro, RLCS just does this shit better than VCT. I gotta be honest. Like you got people surrounding the stage. That's so lit.
There is a clear hero and villain in this match. Zen knows it as much as everybody else in this building. Turtle, if you were walking out and the crowd did that as a rookie, what would be going through your head?
To be honest with you, I think that's just going to fill him with more
more motivation
vengeance.
for sure, bro.
This man is coming
Hell
out
yeah.
here to make a statement, and he wants to prove everybody, every single individual in this arena booing him wrong.
So we polled just the users on Reddit, on Pickstop. It was about 1,500 votes. 72% thought Vitality would win this tournament. That is the biggest favorite there's ever been in the 2.5 years that website has been around. That includes NA regionals and EU regionals as well. There is no bigger favorite, but after what we saw, they're no longer favorites. They are 4th best here at best, I would say. So they have to find a way to pick themselves up and get ready for a very, very tough matchup.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. They finally lose their first ever series. They did lose to Karmine, but then Karmine had the bracket reset them. It wasn't enough. Eventually, Vitality came out on top.
Yeah.
This is the first time they've ever had an L with Zen, and now their backs are against the wall. But it'll be interesting to see also, because they know that the crowd's not with them. They know that people might be sleeping on them now, and maybe they need to just get that monkey off their back and finally drop something.
Every single one of these players you can look at and say that they could be the thing, they could be the person, the player that takes their team to the W. But Turtle, the thing that sets apart good teams from great teams is how you play when you're not playing your best. How do you get the win when you're not playing your best? And how do you bounce back from a loss?
The hardest thing is recovery in this profession as a player. You're going
This thing has to be tied up.
You're going to have moments where you're going to look back and think, I could have done something differently. I should have done something differently. But the only thing that matters is how you move forward. And for Vitality, this is their first step back to the top.
There's a lot of people that would say that, first land experience, it doesn't really matter. Most players perform. We saw Vitality in front of this crowd. Everyone was saying that they were nervous. They did not look like Vitality, but they got through that series. Now they had time to calm those nerves. It's all about the mental at this point. Vitality, we talked about them earlier versus K-Corp, that they got bracket reset, but they bounced back after that. That was an online regional, though. Now it's in front of a crowd. Can they do it here?
Speaking of bouncing back, Gibbs, you're within 1 game now.
All right.
Congratulations.
I'm getting there.
I want that sweep.
Getting a little bit closer.
I know, Turtle wants it.
Turtle's excited about it, folks. Here, who do you think is going to win at home?
Gen.G, baby.
GGM1.
Gen.G, baby.
Put it in the chat here. Turtle, who you got?
Ooh, listen, I passed by Vitality just recently after their loss, and the air was thick. It was scary. They
Gen.G,
are truly the
Gen.G,
villains who are
Gen.G.
hungry. But you know what happens? And I want to say most superhero movies, the heroes always prevail. I'm going Gen.G.
Let's go, baby.
Give me Gen.G as well on this one. We're gonna make it, for the first time ever, maybe Vitality won't be the favorite on the desk. Bates, who you got?
Again, it's Arena. Do y'all want Vitality to win? Do y'all want Gen.G to win?
Yeah.
Gen.G, please. Thank you very much. They'll be playing on Championship Sunday tomorrow. Come on!
Are we cursing them?
The full death sweep. Throw up Gen.G.
Oh, no.
I got Gen.G.
Not like this.
This could spell disaster. We'll see what happens. This chat also cursed them, though. It's the only thing that's left. They could possibly say.
They're definitely cursing.
Oh, they're definitely cursing
They're
him.
picking Vitality.
The French are in chat.
No, there ain't no way. Gen.G is getting like 72%.
Oh,
yeah.
Not quite 80, but they are.
Yeah.
The curse could not be stronger, but Gen.G also could not be stronger. Vitality, you know they look at this as a second opportunity, but they got to play against everybody here, folks. Oh, man. I'm excited for it. We're going to get into the game. The last match of day 3. One match left on the day, and the implications are massive. Strap in. We are careening towards either the end of a streak or the end of a region in Boston. The Tigers of Gen.G. They thrive in this environment. Vitality is bristling for another chance to prove themselves. The tournament favorites versus the entire Aghanis Arena. Time to prove them right. Gen.G versus Vitality for Championship Sunday.
Aghanis Arena is time for the last match of the day.
Let's go, chat.
North America's last hope.
Who's going against Gen.G? I need to know who I'm banning from chat.
And Team Vitality, who will take over?
could not get any better than this. An NAEU storybook ending on Saturday.
Yo, if Gen.G gets to play on Sunday, that play's gonna be going nuts tomorrow.
Alpha 54 over towards Zen as it got away from him. And Zen
Absolutely
gets
nuts.
away from the play. We are off and running in a very tense series. The stakes incredibly high for both squads.
Let's go! Yeah!
Jack with the demo on Redostin. Open lane. Chronic lands the shot. Gen.G up as we start things off.
21 seconds into game one, and the first salvo has been fired off. Here's Zen. All eyes on him all through the weekend. Would he deliver as advertised? What a win by Jack. As Nolly will bring that indirect to Central, but nobody else is there, so here goes Redostin. Redostin under Chronic, and Nolly there for the save.
You gotta keep eyes on Redostin here this series. Obviously did not have a great showing against BDS, and it was very evident. Can he also get back into these for Vitality? If he has a poor showing, this is gonna be a short series.
Chronic over against Alpha. It falls towards Zen. When will he come alive? He's got 10 goals so far. He does lead Vitality.
Oh.
It's Alpha's shot.
Oh.
Redostin high and wide as well. And now Zen. Throw it netward.
Oh,
Alpha's
shot.
there, and
Nope.
it's blocked away. Demos all over.
A lot of demos, though. Holy shit, another one. Jeez Louise.
Sends that away. Alpha to follow. Chronic
Yeah.
couldn't get to it.
I mean, you literally demoed every person on the field at one point.
Pressure coming through. Demos on the play, and the crowd can boo as much as they want to, but that is efficient out of Alpha 54. He gets up there in time, and this game's all equalized.
You probably hear those boos as far as Fenway. 1-all. Less than a minute and a half gone by. Jack opting for the boost, not going for the ball, so Chronic is there. Ollie is not after he's deleted off the field for a moment, and Alpha gets tied up on the side. Here goes Zen. Flip, reset. Left it for Alpha if he could follow, but he couldn't. It was well defended by Gen.G.
You're seeing Vitality just, again, control all of the space in the midfield. They've got Gen.G on the back end. Still haven't seen many opportunities for Gen.G to break out as they still are trying to fight for control in the midfield.
Wonder where the timeout factors in here for both squads. One team with the benefit of their coach standing behind them. And a very accomplished one at that with Team Vitality. You know Farah will play a
Why are you worried about timeout in game one?
One way or another. Here goes Redostin. Over towards Alpha in the corner, but he gives way as Jack is allowed to clear. Only as far as Zen. Jack still way up high, and Alpha pinches that one back into the zone. Here comes Redostin, and he could not break the tie, nor could Alpha. Zen will give it a look, but this should be cleared away. Redostin give it a look, and Nolly has it out.
Still worrying signs on the side of Vitality. Again, Alpha with that whiff. We saw a couple of those in the BDS series. Not necessarily back in form. It's a close strike. Couldn't get the touch. It's an own goal, and Vitality will go up.
I understand Chronic is a good goal scorer, but this is unlucky. Zen just threw it a little bit high and wide. Chronic,
unfortunate.
Unlucky. 222. Vitality jumps in front on a disaster class out of Gen.G. Nolly couldn't get this out of the zone. Redostin and Zen were there. Redostin there from the back to disrupt that play, and then Alpha eats a demolition again. Gen.G have been very, very physical here at this event, and it has paid off.
Need to get a little bit more physical, though, in order to keep Vitality up into their own end. They've been utilizing space real well. Here's an infield pass. Here's Alpha 54, forcing his way through.
Really well done.
Vitality up by 2.
They know exactly what their role is here. They know they're the villains. They are undeterred. Right down the middle, inside 2 minutes, and Vitality looking to seize control of game one. It takes incredible mental fortitude in this kind of environment for a team like this to perform at this level. You wouldn't know.
I love seeing how much the crowd's behind Gen.G, man. It's the way esports should be, bro.
And Alpha's got it calmly to the corner.
Vitality, you can definitely tell, again, that talk after the loss to BDS starting to show its worth. Everybody's a little bit more locked in on the side of Gen.G. Going to keep up the momentum from earlier in today. You know, that match against Lig was so long ago. Can they get set here in this series? Right now, Jack just trying to set something up. Chronic playing this off the corner. You're seeing Noah's perspective. He's just waiting for this to get centered. Tries to go for it, but Radosin has to clear.
Numbers advantage. Back the other way. Noah trying to scream back. He'll at least grab that corner boost. He's in position. So too is Chronic. Who's going to make the save? It's Nolly. As Zen is denied yet again. Didn't have a whole lot behind that shot. And Vitality might feel like they kind of let an opportunity slip by there after two Gen.G attackers ended up deep in Vitality territory.
Things starting to get a little sloppy here. Final minute remaining though. Vitality seen in control, up by 2. It's gonna be up to Gen.G to try to force the issue. They gotta stop Alpha there. Good on Jack to clear it away for the double, but Zen's right back putting that one on target.
Into the final 45 now. This one thrown forward. It is apparently Jack beaten by Alpha. And then the corner boost won by Alpha as well. So Gen.G gonna be handicapped trying to get out of their own zone. It's Zen now needing a second touch. He's got it. Now a third, and apparently Jack had it read the whole way. And Gen.G at least stays alive with a sliver of hope in game 1. That ball downfield won't be followed up, and Zen can collect it to the corner. And Gen.G are going to run out of time here in game 1 unless somebody gets a big, big win here at the midfield.
Time ticking down. Vitality just have to play the 50 game. Noli wants to set something up here, but as Alpha, who gets another challenge, and the clock is about to hit 0. Gen.G will try to get one for the road. Radosin says no. Vitality take game 1.
Gen.G needs to make sure they do not go down by 2. Vitality's not giving up a 2-0 lead.
Vitality didn't give Gen.G much hope. I mean, he had the own goal that put Vitality in front, and from there they never looked back. And it never felt like in the entire second half of this game that Gen.G had a path back into this game. That was clinical out of Vitality, and you couldn't ask for much more if you're Coach Farah.
Take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance replay. Even though Gen.G had that hot start, Vitality able to get that surge back. You got to start thinking about how things ended up in the midfield here, especially looking back towards the BDS series. Vitality really struggled in order to get control because a lot of challenges from BDS happened in the air. Gen.G ended up giving them that space in game 1 and was punished for it heavily. We'll see if they can make some adjustments.
Well, I know there are several thousand people here inside Aganis Arena who want to see those adjustments made. But they are up against a buzzsaw. This is a team in Vitality that won 3 regionals in a very difficult region in what many would say is the superior region. Isn't that right over there, Bates? So now they're going to take all that they've learned over the past month and a half and channel that in to just focusing on the game as we get set to go to Forbidden Temple for game 2.
Tension building, pressure in the lower bracket. Vitality has won. Can Gen.G equalize here? Game 2 underway.
Just got a piece of that. Zen then got demolished. Alpha for Radosin, and apparently Jack kept it out, but he couldn't give it out a second time. Radosinho gets one on the board.
This is right off the kickoff. Alpha with that possession ended up giving that straight to Radosin. Great initial shot from him. You can tell he understands the individual improvement that he's been able to make over the course of that first game, keeping that momentum into game 2, and now he's rewarded with the goal.
I think many would agree Radosin really struggled in their upper bracket match earlier today. It's great to see a bounce back from him, getting the first goal.
Radosin really showing up for Vitality is going to be big for them for this series.
On from Zen, and that's Zen only halfway out of the zone. Alpha did a good job keeping it in. Zen's got to get up to this as well. There is no room for rest at all on either half of the field. You blink once, and it could be all over. Chronic will bring this all the way across. Second touch. Look at how all of Vitality were just kind of in a conga line all the way back into their own zone. They don't get punished for it just yet. They still have some work to do to clear the center line. Zen's going to do exactly that. Radosin coming on as well, trying to win that race to the corner boost. And now Alpha diving in as well. There's not a whole lot of spacing on either side here. Everybody just kind of jamming up in one corner or another. And whoever breaks out will have a significant advantage. It doesn't look to be Gen.G. They were still all clumped up. Vitality does break out, and now they've got to play defense.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Gen.G with consistent offense. Oh, Jack, good shot there, but blocked away by Alpha 54. Chronic trying to keep this one in play, and Jack also looking to run disruption out in the front, trying to see if he could get a couple of bumps. Ended up unsuccessful. Gen.G struggling in terms of getting that physicality in terms of vitality, been able to just dodge all sorts of bumps, keep things working for them now, but maybe a chance here. Jack puts the shot on!
Let's go, baby!
Free ball off the backboard. You're not gonna get away with this too often. Alpha tried, but unfortunately it's his last touch that puts it in. They almost kept it out. They're all knotted up though, with a boatload of Rocket League left to go here in game 2. Here goes Radosin. Got it cleanly through, and Nolly's there to sweep it away. Chronic with a full tank. Jack running forward. He may still be involved in this play unless he completely rotates out. As Nolly is there, he let it go, and Jack's got to have it, and he does.
Good touchdown from Jack. You can see it straight to Chronic as well. Looking to try to pass out in transition. But Vitality, he's kept a mark on that as well. Here's Nolly, though, trying to get this over Radosin. Wanted a good flick, but Radosin, great awareness here as he's been leveling up. Double taps there off the back wall. Vitality looking to add some pressure. Zin trying to get the follow-up, but it's not going to be in. Off to the side, and Chronic can take this on the side wall again.
Boston looking for a reason to roar again as Gen.G work out of their own zone. It's Alpha. Zen in behind him. Radosin lurking as well. Chronic's got to be careful. Alpha could still play this. He does right back into Dolly as we pass the halfway mark of game 2. And Vitality gets another out of Radosin.
And you can see a little bit of the miscommunication there as well. I think Jack thought Nolly had that. He's going off the back wall. Whiffs there, and yeah, Jack left flat-footed. Now Vitality with the lead. 2:22 on the clock. Gen.G still time for them to get into this game.
Alpha and Radosin each have a pair of goals now for Vitality in this series, and Alpha sets himself apart from the rest of the field. He's got another.
Well,
oh man, kickoff straight to Alpha, follows it up, and
I told you guys
with the double.
I told you guys we would probably know how this series would go in the first game and a half.
3-1 now.
And it's not looking good.
As if Gen.G can't stop the bleeding, they're going to be going down to...
Yeah, Radosin's really kind of stepped up this series so far, Ducky.
Have to, right? Here goes Jack to center. Chronic couldn't get around on it. He was too close.
Gen.G just hasn't really been able to get anything going on offense.
Indirect towards the net, and Radosin, not the best touch. Here's Jack trying to bounce it through, and it caught a lot of traffic on the way. Now Chronic will give a chance. He just couldn't get to that ball coming out of the corner, so now Nolly. Forward. Eats a demo. Chronic for Jack to get back one. No. And Chronic getting bullied around by Zen. Alpha went past this ball. Uncharacteristic mistake out of him. And a chance for Gen.G to capitalize with a couple of demos and still turned away, left empty-handed.
Even Zen, low boost there, able to get that back into the midfield. Great defense on the side of Vitality. A little bit of a fake on the play. They're trying to get that drop down, but now Chronic has to retreat. Gen.G have great ideas. You can see it develop, but the execution has been lacking.
Gen.G trying to almost outfox Vitality, and Team Vitality is not falling for anything. They're not leaving anything open. Radosin, good touch, but there's Chronic. Left it back, nobody there. Here goes Zen. This could be real trouble, but Nolly's there instead. Final minute now of regulation. Gen.G trailing by 2 again. This was the scoreline in game 1. Little to suggest it won't be the scoreline in game 2. Chronic going to work. Radosin around Jack. Nolly retreating.
Hey, no worries, bro.
Radosin's going to have free reign on this ball as well. He'll run forward, steal boost, and Alpha is
I appreciate you vibing, Ducky.
making sure there's no quick counter.
And I mean, so impressive to just be able to stay on the ball. The way he's been able to move things around has been very key for Vitality in this game. Strong clear from him downfield as 30 seconds remain. Vitality will look to kill the clock. Gen.G need a play now.
Nolly infield for Jack, and Zen watched it through traffic all the way. Again, not phased one bit. Jack trying to get out there, he could not. Nolly didn't clear it away, and the final seconds will tick away. Time will once again run out on Gen.G, and Team Vitality is halfway to Championship Sunday.
It's over.
2 back-to-back wins.
I think it needed to be tied going into game 3.
The pressure.
I just don't think you beat Vitality 4 times out of
on 5
what?
Shots, even though Jack
6.
himself had 6. it just really didn't
Yeah,
feel
Rule
like
1-1.
pressure was something
Really
that
good
was going. They would
series.
get the ball upfield,
Really
take a
good
couple
series.
of opportunities, but every time it just seemed like Vitality had that entire situation handled.
Went 6, but had
Seems like they've just had
5
quite a stranglehold
overtimes?
on this series. They have
Hold
been
on.
close games up to a point, but in the later stages of games, Team Vitality, it just felt like they have, in fact, dominated
6
the end
games,
game. And that's where
had
Gen.G
4
is gonna take a timeout here
overtimes.
to try and solve that
It was a really
puzzle.
good series.
The extra minute plus here to try and turn things around, and maybe more importantly, slow down the momentum of Team Vitality.
You can see the crowd just starting to get riled up a little bit. But NA's last hope is going to need all the energy here in this arena. They're not in a good spot. Vitality has showed up and said, we know how to make adjustments when we get beat. You need to when you play at a stage like this. The question is, can Gen.G do that against a team that has been so dominant in the face of Europe? We finally see weakness in them, but Gen.G needs to be able to capitalize in this perfect opportunity.
It's a crowd that's trying to rally. They've kind of been forced to sit on their hands a little bit, waiting for a reason to get up out of their seats. To see Gen.G in front in a game, it's been for
Yeah, I
very
would say they
little in
need
this
to at
series
least
that
make
they've had
it
any
a
kind
best of
lead.
3.
Chronic had the
Right?
opening goal, and since then,
Like, they have to win the
there
next
has
2
not
if they
been
want to
much
have a chance here
cheer
for
about.
real.
So now we get ready for Game 3. The ever iconic backdrop of DFH Stadium will serve as the turning point. It must for Gen.G, otherwise they will be facing quadruple match point with their tournament on the line. Let me tell you something. Talk to me. I've been in this building for a few hockey games. It doesn't normally get to that level. They're going to need a lot more of it as we get set for game number 3.
Off the tactical timeout, kickoff.
All right, let's go, champ. Game number 3 here. Now I'm all
right back into the
forward,
driver's
ready to
seat.
go.
What did Gen.G discuss, and can they put it into play immediately? Going to be the big question. First things first, though, got to get out of their own half.
Zen will collect this. Oh, he picked his spot, almost threaded the needle. And Nolly got a piece of that ball as well. Zen trying to grab that midfield boost on his way up. He did get it. Now Radosin stuffed by Nolly, so Zen called back into action. Second touch not there. So here's apparently Jack. With nobody jumping over there, he played that to just an open space that nobody occupied. It's a turnover to this man, Zen, and he got some help coming in from Radosin. Here goes Alpha now. And Vitality just continuing to abuse the Gen.G backboard and set up camp on this half of the field.
But we have seen teams be able to come back, even though they've been stuck on a defensive end for a while. All it takes is one good breakout.
You need one good counterattack. That's it.
Though. I mean,
Oh,
but
but that's not good.
Alpha 54, a laser to the back of the net.
Well, he has always had this ability. And Gen.G just got a rude reminder of how deadly he is. All smiles now for Alpha, Radosin, and Zen. They've got a lead now in game 3. Gen.G at some point are gonna have to chase this game. It is Zen up ahead to Radosin. And
Oh, couldn't get on it. Nose on
he
it. Damn.
just couldn't catch up to it with 0 in the tank.
You need to be able to counter that then if you're Gen.G.
Well, he'll have
Oh,
another shot
shit.
at it. This time Alpha will try to assist. Radosin will try again. Will get blocked out there. Could have been a 2-goal lead for Vitality, and we may end up needing to come back to look at that if they end up dropping this game. But a little bit of chaos and a lot of awkwardness in the midfield. Here's Alpha having a good performance so far this series, looking to keep that going. Even when sometimes his teammates don't necessarily have it, he can step up. Will he be able to stop Jack? He will. And he gets it straight to Zen. Just the way he's been able to move with the ball has been just absolutely impressive.
Oh, here goes Alpha.
Oh!
And he strikes again.
Yo, the crowd has gone so quiet. It's crazy, dude.
The backboard, he's gonna make you pay for it.
Gen.G really is NA's last hope, and you can just feel it in the stadium.
And also the second
Oh,
goal,
dude.
he's 2 for 2 here in game 3.
Apparently, Jack, a little bit of an eye roll there. He had a great view of that spike from Alpha. Here goes Zen going to work. Over to Alpha. Everything's coming up. Vitality now as apparently Jack scrambles back and denies Radosin a first goal here in game 3.
It's over, I think, Jack. I mean, granted, I told y'all it was over halfway through game 2.
Here we go. We see them
So I really
start
did
for
think that,
defense.
like, it needed to be close.
The rotation
I just
has
don't
been
think Gen.G
pristine
can
as they've been able to take
pull off
control.
this
We're
kind of
halfway
comeback
through
against
game 3 though.
Vitality. They've got too much
All
on
Gen.G need is one.
their mind.
We've seen
They
them
want to get
surge,
another grand final run.
but so far still scoreless.
If we had a
Their
heat
Y
map,
is
it would
too
be
strong.
ice cold on the orange half of the field. Everything has been on Gen.G's half. Alpha.
Oh
just
my
dancing
goodness.
around.
Oh
There's the
my
demo,
goodness.
But
Oh, okay.
apparently Jack will thwart the play. 2 minutes remain now in a game that mentally you feel like Gen.G must win. They will not be out just yet, but they'd be looking at an almost insurmountable climb. Zen from the corner, all day to play this, but he gave it away, and apparently Jack will collect. He's only got 5 in the tank. He's given that one away. And Vitality, maybe a bit of a double there between Zen and Alpha, so that kind of stalls the attack. Radosin, oh, he's dropped it in! Everybody shoots and everybody scores today for Vitality.
Radosin finally finds the mark, gets a great read off the double, and drops it just under the crossbar. Vitality are taking this series by storm. 3-0.
Yeah, it's over,
35
Chad.
to go. They have kept Gen.G
sucks,
on their
man.
own half. They have locked them down on defense, and they continue to increase the scoreline. But Jack strikes back.
You need to capitalize off this right
Deuces
fucking now.
now for apparently Jack, his 22nd goal. That leads all scorers in this match in the tournament. But still an uphill climb. 2 more goals needed for Gen.G just to get to overtime. Forget actually winning the game, as Jack will go back to work, trying to dive bomb down onto that, but Radosin got to it first. Chronic playing it back, hoping there'd be a respawn over there. There was not. And now Nolly. Full boost, and the ball to apparently Jack. Nolly got a touch there, but it's been a real mess coming out of the zone, and that's just happened far too often for Gen.G in this series. It has not happened for this squad, who continue to play with a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, you even saw that from Zen, was able to get past 2 in the air, didn't even need to put the ball in a dangerous spot to do it. Jack, though, trying to lead the charge, has the flip, use it to send it over to the side. Noli off the corner to Chronic. Chronic, the shot! Oh, just off the post. Gen.G don't have too many opportunities left.
Just barely cleared away from the crossbar by Radosin. It falls to Alpha. He'll sky it up, waterfall down, and it's cleared away by Chronic.
30 seconds, they gotta go.
So this is the unfortunate side of how I say, like, this is what like esports needs with like the really big crowd favorites. It's like when the crowd favorite loses, man.
Can he create something here? Jack tried to get the pre-jump early, but Alpha with that
You know what I mean? Like-
Vitality there, letting nothing happen as Zen puts that one through and puts
I mean,
the
what can you
dagger
do
in
about
game
this,
3.
unfortunately?
Yeah, it's hard to fault Gen.G there. They're trying to go back to their roots with the pre-jump plays.
Vitality
Because
is in
they
their bag
realize
now.
They've got to throw the dice every now and then if they're going to get by this Vitality defense. And now looks of frustration setting in now for Gen.G as they realize they're down 3 goals. They're about to be down 3 games. Final countdown here at DFH Stadium. It is Alpha all the way across. He'll stay with it. Zen looking maybe for one more for the road. It does not matter. Team Vitality has utterly dominated NA's last hope for 3 games.
Well,
And NA's last hope.
the good news is if Gen.G is going to do it, it's going to be a hell of a show.
To a Team Vitality that has stepped up and elevated.
Something tells me we are
when they were
about to be
knocked
seeing
down.
the end
This
of
is
things
not
here,
a
chat.
team to take lightly, Stacks, and they are proving it every single game. One
Wow.
game
M80 versus
No
the
timeout
guard.
remaining. Gen.G
And
from that
VCT
going into
Ascension
this game,
tomorrow.
and all they had to show for it was the lone goal out of apparently Jack. And a confident Team Vitality, not a cocky Team Vitality, but a confident team knowing that they still have a little bit of work to do here.
Take a look at the mobile one, high performance replay. And again, signs of life there on the side of Gen.G. They can create the plays, but again, we've seen Vitality. It just seems like they have them read like a book. The way they've been able to intercept plays in the midfield, the way they've been able to dodge the demos, and then also counterattack to the point where it's a free backboard almost every time. I think we saw 3 double tap goals in that game off of Vitality. Everybody getting involved as well. Backs against the wall, no timeouts, no room for error. Gen.G has to make a last stand right here, right now.
It is not 100% of the building behind Gen.G. You can see there is a French contingent here, hoping to see Vitality march on to Championship Sunday. They got to be feeling really good as we head to Utopia. One more needed for Team Vitality.
Vidostin sets it up for Zen. Zen trying to find that left side of the net. Jack will be able to pick this one up, trying to force it downfield. Demo on the play, it'll be Vidostin getting taken out. Even though Vitality already up to a start, Gen.G seems like they still are in this one. Normally, you get to this stage, you see a team that just attacks and controls the field like Vitality. Sometimes it can get into your head. Gen.G don't look like that's the case so far in the opening of Game 4.
They have taken hostile territory and turned it into a neutral ground as this is thrown central. Jack is there, but not in time. Nolly trying to play that in the general direction of Chronic, but he could not. And here comes Radosin, here comes Vitality around Nolly. Chronic will bring this to ground.
All right, come on, Gen.G, let's get it.
Very close. Nolly to his left, he could not get it to him, and Chronic will have to pick up the scraps. That's a giveaway. Right to Alpha 54. Cleared for takeoff, but denied by apparently Jack.
Defense set there on the backboard, but Zin has it for free. That's a good setup. We're
Nice
blocked by Chronic. Chronic trying to stop Alpha from putting that one through, and Jack dodges the demo and gets that one to the corner, out of danger as Vitality is starting to swarm.
Not a chance that had a whole heck of a lot of opportunity to get through, but it forced Gen.G to defend the net directly and let Vitality steal more boost. Gen.G have been really hurting in that department throughout this whole series. They got plenty in the tank right now, but Jack using all that boost only to get a bump in the air. Radosin's right back onto it, and the pitch goes wide to the corner. Alpha was looking for boost to steal, finding none, but Zen will pick Nolly's pocket. Chronic has to avoid contact, and Jack has to watch that go harmlessly across the face of the goal, and it is still absolute chaos in front of the Gen.G net. Zen was a decoy for Radosin, and Vitality leads again.
It's over.
See it on Jack's
Fuck
face.
it, it's over. It's a sweep. End the game.
Thought Zen had a flip. Radosin comes through, puts the shot on, and Vitality have set the clock. 2:53 remaining. If Gen.G cannot get on the board, they will be done here in the Spring Major.
That's the sign of a player that's living up to the hype. He got all the respect in the world and used that to his advantage. Oh, this goes across as Vitality was all jammed up in the corner, but Gen.G could not make them pay for it. There have been opportunities like that Gen.G haven't capitalized on, and they're going to be kicking themselves for not taking advantage. This kicks out, though. A break for Gen.G. Nolly, can he get to it? Yes, he can, past Zen, but it's Alpha 54 right there, not letting the ball get any closer to the net.
Gen.G feels like sometimes they're playing from behind, now trying to control the ball and change the pace. Jack's up early, but look at that, Zen, great read across, Alpha's there,
Damn.
And it's another goal! Even when it looks like Gen.G get the push, Vitality put up the wall and just send it right back the other way.
With the speed Vitality's playing with, it's looking like Gen.G's just 3 spacemans out there. This has been wild. 2-0 now to Vitality. Here goes Nolly. They've got to get something going. Anybody's got to step up at this point. Nolly does! Oh, what a save by Alpha!
Damn, there's the first.
And again, this arena comes alive.
Look at this from Nolly, gets the flip over Radosin, puts Alpha in a tough spot. Zen can't make contact and gets punished for it. Still life here for Gen.G, but they need one more if they want to be in this game. Really.
We want to be in this game, want to be in this series, want to be in this tournament when the next 2 minutes expires. This is apparently Jack. Chronic's over there too. He's trying to find his way around deep in his own territory. Here he goes, through the air for Noli, and Zen is there just a little bit quicker.
It's a speed test at this point. Noli, though, does get a big demo.
Gotta convert.
Tries to get that one towards Chronic, and Chronic was also looking for some disruption. Either way, Zen had a great read on that play. Alpha clears it out. Noli there to send it to Jack. Jack back to Noli. Noli, bang!
Let's go!
Gen.G equalized! That is by far their best and prettiest play of the day. Oh, what a finish. It still was right at the defender and bounced in, but they will take it. Gen.G sees the ball go into Vitality's net for the first time off of Nolly's car. And now apparently Jack will lob it forward. Zen, catch, and release right into Chronic, who almost scored. He hit the crossbar.
Start to see
Feels like they probably needed that, man.
They've had control, they've had the possession. We approach the final minute. How much more gas do they have in the tank? Vitality is ready and waiting for a mistake. And Alpha trying to set up for the double. Will get
That's
it.
in.
A little bit awkward there on the side of
Somebody else
Gen.G.
is there, huh?
Off the back wall. Chronic taking his time, low on boost, but will get the flick over, clearing away the danger.
That was well defended by Chronic too. He did not panic, realized what he had to do, even though he didn't have any boost in the tank. Here goes Zen though, just ahead of Chronic, but now Noli can send it downfield. Chronic is
Oh,
there.
yeah!
For the first time, they have the lead. They've been able to battle back. 33 seconds remaining. Can they hold on?
This will be a long 33 seconds for Gen.G. Apparently Jack full tank of boost. It's an awkward bounce though, and he couldn't read it. That's a real tough mistake to live with. Here goes Zen. It's
Alpha.
loose for Alpha, who hit the post. Oh, everybody's hit that right-hand post at some point in this tournament.
You can see Vitality, they wanted the attack. Eyes gleaming, looking for an opportunity. They need to create something here. Demo on the play. Zen gets the bump. Alpha has an open.
Wow.
Unbelievable. What was it? It was
Oh, there's
Chronic,
no
I believe,
way,
that got
bro.
destroyed. Nolly left in no man's land. And Gen.G rattled with 3 seconds left. Overtime looming unless Alpha can break their hearts. Chronic in the way, and the clock strikes 0.
All right, come
We
on,
go to
Gen.G.
OT.
This is the best Gen.G
Overtime,
have looked
come on.
offensively, but it has not been enough. Vitality is making them earn it every step of the way.
The score is many in this
no.
game as they have all series, but here goes Alpha. He can stay
Oh
with
no,
it.
it's a wide open net!
Zen for the win!
Zen finishes it! How fitting!
Dude!
Alpha sets it up, and Zen knocks it down!
Great pass.
Damn, bro,
Nice
they got
shot.
swept?
Good game. Vitality sweep Gen.G out of the spring major. And what a performance. Vitality will make it 4 for 4, getting to Sunday in this final split of the regular season.
My goodness, what an ability, what resilience on the side of Team Vitality. You have to think about it, the series against BDS, abysmal. The bounce back, phenomenal. You saw the desk, you saw the chat, everyone in favor of Gen.G. It looked like, hey, maybe these guys can finally believe, but
Damn,
no,
man.
they are not done yet. What a performance out of, honestly, everyone. The elevation was for all 3 of them. They truly look like the 3-headed Hydra we've seen all split.
We've seen a lot of teams on American soil get rattled.
They really are. I play with everyone's emotions. You ain't
Even if
lying,
it's only
bro.
one true American on the pitch. And it's a different.
Damn, man. Well, all right, chat. Check it out, man. I appreciate y'all coming in, hanging out with your boy this evening. All right. Tomorrow starts at noon as well. And then we're gonna do something similar like this. Like as soon as the game's over, I'm gonna be logging off because we're gonna be then going we're gonna be making a trip to go check out a basketball league. All right. I appreciate y'all coming through and hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow. All right, if y'all haven't already done so, do me a favor, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe, turn those notifications on so we can not only catch you back tomorrow for Championship Sunday, that way we can catch you for every single day during Champions for Worlds, all right? We'll do both Wild Card and the main event as well, all right? So we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard, all right, y'all? It's your boy Q, signing out. Take it easy, Ducky. Love your face, homie.